the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into a brand new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. We'll get things rolling for the boys. Rick and Bubba join us at the top of next hour. Adler off today. He'll be back with us tomorrow. And so we'll explain how the video portion of things will go today, as I will jump into there and during the main show. So patience is the key. So we'll punch buttons and make it work, though. So look forward to a great day together today. Let's bring in Mr. Greg Burgess. He sits right over there, ready to go for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. What's up, my friend? What's up?
How you doing? Good. Glad to be back.
Everybody's good?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody good?
Everybody good.
Trace Adkins scheduled to be, on the show today. He has got his Somewhere in America 2024 tour that he is headlining nationwide, and he's coming through the Birmingham markets, and we will talk to him today. And also, for those of you that love the Sand Mountain area, it's a beautiful area. We talk about it a lot. Albertville, Alabama. He'll be at the Sand Mountain Amphitheater, and we've got a family 4-pack of tickets to give away with some VIP parking, which you know is big, wristbands for some food, and a family 4-pack of VIP tickets. So be standing by for that. That's in a couple of hours from now, and we'll catch up. It's been a minute since we've had Trace Adkins on the show. You can go to traceadkins.com for all the information about the tour and everything Trace, and we look forward to talking to him. He was scheduled on Friday, but we had to move it to today. And Dinesh D'Souza was our featured guest on RBU, hearing a lot about that. His new book and documentary film by the same name, Vindicating Trump, is out, and you can go to vindicatingtrump.com, or you can go to Dinesh D'Souza for everything Dinesh. A lot happening with him, and that was RBU. If you didn't catch that this past weekend, it is out and available with Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. All right, Mr. Greg Burgess, we had a lot going on when it comes to college football.
Yeah.
And, NFL, of course, it was in London. We got a lot of that to break down. But Saturday, it started at 11 a.m. Central, and it didn't end until after I was in bed. And it was one game after another, starting with Alabama at 11 a.m., hosting South Carolina.
A lot of tight games, comes down to the innings, overtime, all kinds of stuff.
My gracious, man.
I watched Alabama the whole thing. Then I kind of faded because, you can sit there all day, which I said, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Came back, fourth quarter of LSU, Ole Miss, so that was probably the best part of the game. And that's what I had. But I was keeping up with the others. But as far as sitting down watching, I did watch all the Alabama and one quarter of the LSU Ole Miss. I know you were sad Ole Miss got beat.
No, well, I'll say this. I was down. It was down at Lenore Farms. It was Plant Greenfield's Day, and so we had an early start. And how about where we live? When I got out of the car, it was like in mid 40s, I guess. Little jacket on, felt good.
Yeah.
And so we get cranked up and get going with the intent of wrapping up around lunch, I guess. And anytime you go out, you're gonna have issues, right? We had one tractor that wouldn't crank and all this kind of, So anyway, you pile all of it up before you know it. It's mid afternoon and you headed back. So I missed everything, and where I was, cell was pretty bad. So I missed all the back and forth that the show was having about that game.
Yeah.
And I guess got back in the car. It was all right, wrapping up the third quarter. Fourth quarter was starting.
Yeah.
And so I listened to it on the radio going back in, and I couldn't believe what I was hearing on some of it, especially when South Carolina scores and goes for two to tie it.
He had him open.
That's Chris Stewart and Tyler Watts were on the call for Bama, and that's what they said. They said he was open, and
he
just missed him. Just missed him. And then they get the onside kick.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I was like, "You're kidding me!" And so I missed all of that, but got to hear about half the fourth quarter. You talking about can't have nothing. I'm coming back from the farm, and Rick talks about it all the time about the interstate, heading back to Birmingham, south of Birmingham. Get back to the interstate is closed. I mean, like both ways, north and south. I guess it was a rookie mistake, even though I'm a veteran on going back to the house.
Was it just traffic, or was there a wreck?
I didn't check the I should always check to make sure the interstate is good because there's other ways you can go. Yeah. Well, I get all the way back to the interstate, and at first my mind was thinking, is this a funeral? What's going on? Because I'm trying to figure it out. And then I realized, oh, no, it's much worse.
Oh, no, it's the parking lot.
It is a parking lot, and so it rerouted me. Took me a lot longer to get home than I wanted, but got to see a lot of rural Alabama.
Which is not a bad thing.
No, it's not. It got some beautiful barns. So I missed a lot of that, and I hate that. But I saw y'all's commentary on it, and it was owning me. Y'all giving me play-by-play as I was catching up on text messages. And Penn State and USC was another early. I mean, it was a good game.
Everything had a lot of good
that one went into overtime, right? Did it?
Did it? I don't know.
I don't know. I thought it did.
I didn't watch it. I know Penn State won.
And then you got Oregon and Ohio State. Mississippi
1 point game, 2 point 1 or 2
Yeah, 32-31. And golly, I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. And then you got Vanderbilt going to Kentucky and beating Kentucky at night.
I heard
at night.
So Vandy says we're just going to keep winning.
I guess so.
Wow.
And then Mississippi State, the score, it was respectable. They get beat 41-31, but gave Georgia a good game.
Yeah.
I was checking some of that out. Tennessee, Florida, they go to overtime, and Tennessee pulls that one out. I'm just trying to make sure we don't miss any games, Greg. You mentioned the LSU Ole Miss game. Yeah. That was a good one.
Overtime.
Man, it was just nonstop. Wow, the games. And I eventually had to just turn the TV off because I had to get to church early Sunday morning. And so I was like, well, I can't.
Colorado was out. They're always
Colorado and Kansas
They're always
State
playing that late game.
Yeah, and everybody's upset about a no pass interference call. But on that game, Colorado gets beat by Kansas State. So I finally just turned it off. I turned off the LSU Ole Miss game.
Oh, that was a good one.
The Ohio State Oregon game, the Kentucky Vandy game, Tennessee and Florida. I finally just I'm going to sleep. I got to go to sleep and turned off all those. I was flipping back and forth like a crazy person trying to figure it out.
There's a lot going on.
There was some good games.
I mean, just pick one.
Yeah.
I mean, you could go to any channel and go, oh, it's pretty tight.
Yeah. And now we come up on 2 huge games this coming weekend.
Yeah.
Alabama at Tennessee and Georgia at Texas.
That's big.
Yeah, okay. I thought Florida and Tennessee went into overtime.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was insane, all the stuff that was going on.
It really was. But again, like I said, I heard one of the commentators, all this transfer portal and all this, everybody's got players.
They do.
And anybody can be beat. It doesn't matter. I mean, we've seen that.
The new AP poll is out. Texas is 1. Oregon moved up a slot to 2. Penn State moved up a slot to 3. Ohio State drops 2 to 4. Georgia, Miami, and Alabama all stayed where they were. That's 5, 6, and 7. LSU moves up 5 spots, and they're at number 8 after beating Ole Miss 29-26. Iowa State up 2. They beat West Virginia, and so they're up 2 to number 9. And then Clemson stays where they were at 10. After beating Wake Forest 49-14, and that was
Clemson's played well since the Georgia game. Well, just one half. They played a good half. The first half was fine against Georgia, but they've played good.
Yeah, man, that was it's just quite a few games for sure. And so we'll get all the information and break it all down. The entire day is full of sports, some politics. We got. Space talk, we got it all today.
Got it all.
And, hey, by the way, an election coming up in a couple of weeks.
It's right here on us. Right here on us.
We'll take a break 15 minutes past the hour. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX or rickandbubba.com for a link. Here's an amazing deal. The standard MyPillow retails for $49.98, but for a limited time, how about this? You receive one for only $14.98. Queens are $18.98 and kings $19.98. Now, there's a limit of 10 on this offer, and the MyPillow is made with patented adjustable feel, so it adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox to enjoy savings plus orders over $75. Get free shipping. Also, find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. You've heard me talking about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like optimized gel tips for custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order, or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Do you owe back taxes? Still haven't filed your tax returns? Did you forget to file an extension? The October 15th deadline is coming. Once it hits, the IRS can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. You need Tax Network USA to handle your IRS tax problems fast. They've already helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. October the 15th is days away. Schedule your free consultation. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com. Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a luxury, it should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing protection and peace of mind to all families. With LiveGuard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on a new system with a free indoor security camera. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, it is 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It is the kickoff hour, now 20 minutes past the hour. We are sitting here just kind of skimming through this past weekend. College football It just has so much. It's hard to talk about it all. Just a lot of great games, some top 25 overtime games. The AP top 25 has kind of shuffled around a little bit. Some remain the same. Texas still at 1, but then they host Georgia, number 5. They kind of stayed at number 5. They didn't move either. So that's one of the bigger games of the weekend. And then, as we mentioned, Alabama is at Tennessee as well. Those are your 2 huge matchups this coming weekend. And so we talked about our Saturday and how, Greg, you were dialed in on one of the games and then trying to watch some of the others. And I missed all the early games, just trying to follow the staff text messages plus some of the radio call on the Alabama game, and then settled in late afternoon and got to see some of the afternoon, early evening games.
I can't do when you divide the screen up thing.
Yeah.
That gets on my nerves.
Does it?
But what I'll do is just flip during commercials.
Okay.
I'll do that. But just putting a bunch up there and trying to watch it, it gives me a headache.
Does it really? Okay. Yeah, I tried to do a little bit of that, to your point, and that was go back and forth when there was some downtime, a change of possession, or a commercial, then go to another game, and I guess it was maybe an hour or two into watching one of the games, and one of the boys said, "You realize Vandy and Kentucky's on too?" So I was like, "Oh my goodness!" So I went to the SEC network, and it was like tied 7-7. I went, "My gracious, I forgot this one was on. Let's add this one to the mix."
Yeah, now really flipping, but. Yeah, I do. I'll hit previous, give me 2, and I'll do some previous back and forth. It's hard to work a third in, but I can.
Yeah, it is. You had to hop around a little bit for sure. So this past weekend, you said you had went out to one of the sites for hurricane relief that's going out to Hendersonville, North Carolina, and you said you went to help load a little bit?
Yeah, the people from Summerall, Mississippi, First Baptist Church.
Yeah.
They took a load to a buddy of mine's place in Oxford. There was a drop-off point, and then we went down there yesterday and loaded it up. Saw some people I ain't seen in years. That was good.
Yeah.
But what people are donating is just amazing. I mean, wow, just a lot of stuff. And
did you get out and tell them the muscle's here?
No, the muscle was not there. But we did. We got that loaded, and I think they're taking it up there today. So, still a lot of folks. It's going to be a while in a lot of them areas.
Yes.
So, but I think, it's starting to, the government may show up at some point.
Yeah,
It's not fair. I'm not there. I don't know what they're doing.
Right,
They may be all on top of it. I don't know that.
Well, it doesn't sound like they are, Greg, especially some of the residents that are putting out videos and updates. But I know what you're doing and what was loaded will help. It'll have an impact.
Sure it will.
Everything
but
does.
Thanks to them, that was a pretty good haul from there to Oxford. To drop it off,
yeah.
So that was great.
That's good. So that's still rolling along then.
Yeah, everybody pitching in.
So you'll love this because you got grandkids. So River is with us this past weekend. He had a Nan and Pops day where we got to see him, and we always love that. And he's nonstop. He's not a problem, but he is nonstop. You can't look down. And I know you have some of those too. He's in the back seat. He's in his car seat, and Terry's in the passenger seat up front, and I'm driving, and we're in my truck, and it just felt great this past weekend.
Oh, it did.
And so
I wanted a little cooler, but it's getting there.
So we had the windows down and just kind of enjoying the breeze and playing what he calls Rivers music. And it's just a variety of songs that he has on his little playlist, and he doesn't mind repeat. He'll listen to a song over and over and over again.
You ever wonder why they don't get tired of the song?
I don't know. They don't. And Terry had grabbed a couple of snacks because we're no rookies. I mean, she knew to have something. And he said he kind of wanted a snack, so she gave him a Rice Krispie treat. I mean, who doesn't love a Rice Krispie treat, you know? And so we come up on a stop sign, and she also pulled out, she had like a little stick of beef jerky, and she was showing him that. We were just talking. And he just, I guess just uncontrollable, he just said, "Oh, yeah, I want one of those." And he throws the Rice Krispie treat out the window. We're at a red light. We're sitting there. Oh, no. And it hits the car beside us. And this lady, now picture this, she has her mask on in the car by herself. Well, that's who we're dealing with.
Just in case.
She opens the car. She says, "Did you hit my car?"
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm dead serious. And Terry's.
No way.
No, yeah. And he doesn't even.
Krispie treat ain't going to hurt anything.
I guess at first she didn't know what it was. And so she's didn't roll the window down, open the car door. "Did you hit my car?"
Window must be.
And Terry swung around because we were kind of in shock, and so was River. He then realized, oh my gosh, look what I've done. And Terry was like, no, I'm sorry. That was just a Rice Krispie treat. I'm so sorry. Our grandson's back here, and DeLay said, okay, and then closed the door and took off. The light was green. And then we stayed with her in traffic forever.
Oh no!
Because
did you ever want him to throw something else at her?
I was like, River, what do you, buddy? Because his window quickly went up. I was like, well, you'll feel the breeze from the front windows up or down. But he couldn't. He even was like, oh no, what have I done? But he just was like, oh yeah, I want that. And Terry wasn't saying, hey, you can have this now. She was just saying, hey, I've also got you, one of these. And he's like, well, I'll take that right now, and I'll sling this out the window. Hit that car. Boom. Did you hit my car?
Something about her opening the door made it even better.
Yeah. With a mask on. Now, the mask the whole time was down at her chin.
Did you ask her about the mask?
I know I wanted to.
Man, while we're talking, let me ask you this. What's your thought process on that?
I had just
she may have asthma. I don't know.
I was a little uncomfortable because it was really kind of an awkward, embarrassing moment that we would even, because it was on us.
I wish it would have stuck to the hood.
Our truck is the one that had Rice Krispie treat coming out at them.
Well, I guess if you technically want to go, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. But once she realized that it was just a Rice Krispie treat and did no damage to her car, she told us it was okay, and then she moved on. But then we stayed with her in traffic and went up to another red light, and she was still there. Extremely awkward moment.
He would have threw another one then. You got to admit that would have been good.
Bloop. Did you hit my car? Yes, ma'am. But why do you have that mask on? It's down at your chin, and there's nobody in your car. You're doing nothing.
And good news, it was a Rice Krispies treat, so it's not going to do any damage, and that's a little sticky.
It is. I was telling the boys this, and they were like, Dad, we would have gotten in so much trouble if we would have ever done anything like that. You just let River do anything.
If it had been a rock, you'd have went, oh, he's all right.
We had to run in Target, and somebody had left a skateboard just in the middle of the aisle. Well, he jumps on it and starts, surfing on it. And I was showing Tyler the video of that too, and he's like, who have you become? You would never let us get on a skateboard inside of a store and start, wave surfing looking like on your chest.
I'll quote my dad when I asked him the same thing, the way he treated my kids. He goes, you'll see one day.
Yeah, and that's what I told him. That doesn't help now.
Yeah.
That doesn't
he said,
give
you
them
don't
any...
get it now, but you will.
No. But it was an awkward moment, but fun to have him. Never dull, that's for sure. You would think just riding down the road would be just kind of a chill moment listening to river music, but it was not.
Those little minds.
Good night, those minds.
Say something.
It's from one thing, we'll go from hitting the golf club to riding a bike to we're at the point now where he wants the training wheels off, and we've kind of pulled him up to where he's really not using them. He's kind of getting into that. But we'll go from that to I want to hit golf clubs to I want to do this to I want to do that. Not a problem, not whining, doesn't cry. But, buddy, let me tell you something. He is nonstop. Nonstop.
So y'all wore out.
Yeah. I put him to work, made him wash my truck. It's like, hey, come help Pops wash the truck. You got this much energy.
I remember when Taylor used to help me wash my vehicles when he was that age, and he would squirt me with a hose.
Oh, yeah. I was soaking wet. Yeah. I had to commit. I'm going to be wet.
Yeah.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We all have two ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood, fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in Better Health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. If your spine needs a little extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order, or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out, because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Here's an amazing deal. The standard MyPillow retails for $49.98, but for a limited time, how about this? You receive one for only $14.98. Queens are $18.98 and Kings $19.98. Now, there's a limit of 10 on this offer, and the MyPillow is made with patented adjustable feel, so it adjusts your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox to enjoy savings plus orders over $75. Get free shipping. Also, find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Do you owe back taxes? Still haven't filed your tax return? Did you forget to file an extension? The October 15th deadline is coming. Once it hits, the IRS can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. You need Tax Network USA now to handle your tax IRS problems. I mean fast. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to, which ones to avoid. Tax Network USA already helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. Now, they also need you to move fast because October 15th is days away. Tax Network USA is the team we recommend to solve your IRS issues so you can get your life back. Don't wait. Schedule your free confidential consultation now. Call 1-800-780-8888, 800-780-8888, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com for the link.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
25 minutes until top of the hour. It is the kickoff hour. I am Speedy. There sits one Greg Burgess, and we're off and running. Thank you so much for being with us today. Trace Adkins scheduled to be with the show in a couple of hours from now. He is headlining his nationwide Somewhere in America 2024 tour, and he's coming to the Sand Mountain Amphitheater with Drew Baldridge coming up on October the 18th, and we have a family four-pack of VIP tickets, some VIP parking, wristbands. It's been a while since we've had Trace on, so we'll catch up with him, talk everything Trace, and then also promote his Somewhere in America 2024 tour. And he's hitting other markets that, I mean, you talking about Rick and Bubba, from everywhere from Kentucky to Indiana to Tennessee, North Carolina, you name it, Georgia, South Carolina. He is going, and so a lot of Rick and Bubba listeners and viewers will have a chance to go see him if you want to go check out his tour. He is coming to your area. Dinesh D'Souza was RBU this past weekend. Dinesh D'Souza. What, did I say it wrong?
No, I did.
Oh, okay. New book and documentary by the same name, Vindicating Trump. If you want to hear more about that, you can go to vindicatingtrump.com for more information. Dinesh. I saw another thing that broke out this past weekend when it came to, the staff texting and all this kind of stuff, is the engineering feat of the mechanical SpaceX arms catching the Starship rocket booster back at the launch pad, and that was pretty cool. I saw the staff start texting about that, along with the comet that Bubba, I believe, captured.
Did the comet have anything to do with this?
No, I think they're two separate things, but this was a pretty cool deal here. We'll have to break that down, but Bubba was fired up about that, and then I saw some other commentary on it. I was a little behind and didn't see the texts as they were coming in, but was playing catch-up. But that is pretty cool, Greg, to see it come back in and then land back at the launch pad.
Yeah,
and the SpaceX arms catch it. That's pretty neat, man.
That's pretty hard to pull off.
It is very hard to pull off, but really cool to say the least.
We got two astronauts we can't get back, but yeah, we can do this.
Right? Yeah. They and they'll be back in February.
Yeah.
It'll be a minute.
They're so
though.
done with that. They're sick and tired of being on that stupid. Good night.
And something that I don't get to catch. Are you a Joe Rogan fan? Do you watch him a lot?
I wouldn't say fan, but I if he has an interesting interview, which he gets a lot of interesting interviews.
Yeah.
I guess
Well, speaking of that,
I don't just every day go, what's Joe Rogan talking about?
Yeah.
But if I happen to come across one, I'll go, yeah.
I saw where Trump has confirmed he will go on Joe Rogan.
Now, it seems to me Rogan in the past acts like he supports Trump, I think.
Yeah, I don't. I think at times it sounds like he does support him, and I think it's pretty obvious that he does, and that's who he's going to be voting for. But we have a lot of excerpts from his podcast talking about how he's just baffled at this administration and where we are as a society. But Trump did confirm that he will be appearing on Joe Rogan's podcast after 2 years of mixed signals during appearance on another podcast, the Nelk Boys Full Seed podcast.
Never heard of that.
He asked Trump,
the Nelk Boys,
if he was going to go on Rogan's podcast if he were invited, and he said, "Oh, sure, I would." He said, I think I'm doing it actually, so maybe that's confirmed. So we'll see when exactly that happens, but he put rumors to bed that he was thinking about it, or he might. He said he was. Well, so that'll be interesting to say the least.
I'll
sure
probably watch that.
The left will hate that.
I'll check that one out.
Yeah. I don't get to check out his podcast a lot. To be honest with you, the only time I see him is when we're doing show prep, and I see clips from guests. So pretty interesting guest, but doesn't he? It's a long podcast, isn't it?
It goes
hours
on for
long.
Hours. Well, I don't know if Trump will want to stay that long, but
you never know what will be said if he
get
does.
ready for anything. That's for sure.
Yeah. Another story we'll investigate for those of you in Kentucky, and I know this frustrates us because we want somebody that's a Bigfoot investigator to go, I got him. If y'all want to come over here and check him out, he's in this holding facility over here, because all this, hey, I got this audio or whatever, but apparently there's chilling video that has captured Bigfoot noises in the Kentucky woods.
I don't want noises. We've had that before. I want to see Bigfoot or leave me alone. One or the other.
Yeah.
If all you got's noises and a bent over branch that you claim he's marking a spot, I've seen that.
That's a story we'll have to break down as we're kind of looking at some of the stories that we'll have to investigate. Oh yeah, well, Bigfoot stories really get me, and I love the investigation behind them. But I just really wish we could see one. But there's a investigator that has I guess new audio of what he believes are sounds made by Bigfoot.
Okay, stop you there. Compared to other sounds we've had that we claim are Bigfoot, are they similar? Are they completely different? They go, hey, this is it, because we have never heard anything like this before.
So you're saying we need something that's a little different and stands out, and we want to see him too. We don't
as many cameras as we have,
right?
Unless he can jump time, like he's a time traveler,
right?
There's no way, because there's cameras everywhere, that we wouldn't have a Bigfoot. Somewhere on camera.
I agree. In today's technology, I agree with you on that.
Come on.
I mean, you could say maybe back in the day where technology wasn't such that we didn't have the cameras that just send pictures to you and all that.
We got them everywhere.
I'll give you that. But you're right. It's time to move forward a little bit. But listen to this. There's the video.
I don't know what that would be if it's not Bigfoot.
What do you think?
That's a whippoorwill.
Hey, by the way, it's a really nice little area they're at here.
What if somebody's up in the woods going with a megaphone?
Yeah. So there's.
Let me just say this: if you're walking to your tree stand and you hear that,
you hear that.
I'm not happy. I'm like, well, I hope the sun hurry up and come up.
What is the scariest you've ever been in the woods hunting, where you're just like, I'm not sure of something here?
I was probably.
Is it a noise or is it lost?
It sounded like something walking, but I was probably, because Dad would set us by a tree and tell us not to move, and it was dark, and. My mom, we brought that up the other day. My mother goes, I don't know what I was thinking, letting y'all go with him. She goes, I thought he knew what he was doing. I said, well, evidently he did. But I can remember it being dark and me wanting it to get light, but I don't remember like an incident that I thought something was after me.
Yeah.
Fortunately, haven't experienced that.
Mm-hmm.
What about you? You were scared?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh,
Did you do that fast run? Did
I'll
you
tell you
scared
this.
Run you do?
Well, no. I hid behind a tree. Huh? Okay, so back when you and I used to climb all the time.
Oh yeah.
We would throw.
Before we got lazy. We're lazy hunters now.
Well, we're lazy hunters, and now the latch-ons and all that, they're so advanced now. It's just easy to go. You set you up something nice. But now look, you and I will claim that this year we're going to climb.
I'm climbing this year.
So I had my summit tree stand on my show. I'm walking in. I'm walking in like it's a backpack.
Especially when it's cold and you got thick clothes and you try to get it up on your back and you can't.
Yeah.
Clothes too thick.
So I'm going in and it's dark and it's tough because unless you know exactly where you're going, sometimes you have to wait for it to get just a little bit light so you can pick your tree out if you can't go in prior to and
Nothing
position
worse
it.
than that.
I know. When you're sitting there and you're trying to find the tree,
and it's getting brighter and brighter and brighter.
So anyway, it's a pretty long walk, and I'm not where I normally am, but I've been given pretty good instructions on exactly where to climb. So I'm going in, and I keep thinking something is behind me. I hear, because you can't be quiet. Not if it hadn't been raining and it's dry. I mean, you're.
Oh yeah, no matter what you do.
So you want to go in early for this one and get settled. So I keep hearing something behind me, and every time I stop, it stops, and I'm like, so now I'm like swinging around, and I'm getting my flashlight at it to see what's behind me, and there's nothing there.
What if you turn around and Bigfoot is standing
So
there?
then I start back, and I'm going.
That's what he did.
I'm going, and all of a sudden hear behind me, and I hear it again. I swing around, I stop, nothing. I'm like, dadgummit. So then finally I go up, and there's this big old water oak, and huge. and I go, and I'm not climbing it, but I go and I get behind it and I look back around, and at that point is when I realized that my rope that I was going to tie things to and pull up, my pull up rope, had come untied and was dragging behind me.
And when you stop, it would stop.
And when I would stop, it would stop, but it was making all kinds of noise behind me, and I thought, well, something is following
So you jumped around a tree and tried to catch it.
Yes, and that's when I realized, wait a minute.
Then you heard
it's dadgummit.
all that for nothing.
That's a rope, and I kept that to myself for a long
By
time
now,
because I was
the sun
embarrassed.
was up and you were mad.
Yeah. I'm like, well, heck, now I've messed this whole area up.
You're
Get up
right.
in the tree.
It's stopping when you stop. That
It freaked me out a little
that'd
bit.
get you.
Whoop, whoop. Hey, Coach. But we'll have to break that down in more detail during the main show. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
It is a scary sound. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
Stirring fiber, exercising, frequent trips to the store for more laxatives and fiber. Sounds like your constipation with belly pain is a lot to manage. But if your symptoms that keep coming back are signs of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox, buyraycon.com/bigbox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's Kickoff Hour. We're seeing a lot of your text messages at 866-932-3244, weighing in on that noise coming from this Kentucky Bigfoot investigator. And so we'll break that down even more when the main show starts. Adler off today. He'll be back with us tomorrow, which means that I jump into the TV room, and things will not be as they normally are. But I feel like we can pull it off. You know, we all make an effort to know what everybody does. That way we can jump in when others are gone, and to some extent we do. But it's never going to be like, you know, the person that does it every day. I mean, and so Adler is an expert in there and does a great job. And so when we're not in there every day, and we're only in there, you know, once every blue moon, it's tough to then jump in there and it be exactly the same. So I appreciate y'all's patience. Y'all don't dog me too much, but we're going to try it.
Everybody be kind.
So I had yesterday, got home after church, was sitting around. JC brought home a teammate, and they both brought their dogs, and so we had
strange dog.
We had 4 dogs at the house.
How'd they get along?
They got along great. It's just
that's the thing. You always have that deal.
Yeah, nice hunting dog too. Pretty
Good thing, y'all. I put it this way: if either one of mine came to your house, it probably wouldn't act right.
they probably wouldn't, Greg, because they were so well trained. And then Reese came back, and so between all the trucks and the dogs and everybody else, it was a packed house, but. I threw on NFL Red Zone and just let it roll while doing other things, and I enjoy that because it hops around.
Got a lot of dog interaction.
Yeah, and Terry said I came in.
There was a dog.
Yeah, I came in from outside, and Terry said, "Hey, something's wrong with Jim Harbaugh," and I wasn't expecting that from Terry.
Something's wrong with Jim Harbaugh.
And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And she's like, "He just left the sideline for some medical condition."
Really?
And is he sick? I don't know, honey. Well, the story today that came out is that he suffered a heart scare and needed help from paramedics before the game. Now, he claims that he's got this heart arrhythmia that he's dealt with, that it's ongoing. So, you know, again, it's clickbait for the headline. But Harbaugh said, he said that it was a flutter, and he's known it's known as arrhythmia, but he's it's something that he has dealt with. It's not a new condition that scared him to death. He said he was dealing with an issue just prior to the game, and it was explained in the medical tent on the sideline as that's what's going on with him. But he had to return to the locker room, and then got back out before the game was over. But it freaked everybody out because he said he received an IV from paramedics and was given a magnesium pill before returning to the sideline midway through the first quarter. But it was weird hearing that from Terry, but she was doing something, and Red Zone was on, and that's how she figured it out.
Harbaugh.
It's the second time he's experienced this arrhythmia during a game.
Oh, well, I bet
the other came in November 19th of 2012 when he was the coach for the San Francisco 49ers during a 32-7 victory over the Bears. So this, again, is not something that's new. He has experienced it before, but as you can imagine, will draw some concern.
Yeah.
And so the team wanted to make sure he got proper care, and he is okay. And then I saw where the Detroit Lions absolutely destroyed the Cowboys.
Just beat them down.
But I saw where their star, Hutchinson, suffered a gruesome leg injury during
he was
the
their
Lions
first-round
game.
pick a couple years back and was living up to the hype. He's been very good.
Apparently, it's a broken leg, and it was pretty sad. But he's the NFL sack leader too.
Oh,
it was
really?
in the third quarter. He was trying to tackle Dak Prescott, and it appeared to snap above the ankle when he collided with the left leg of a teammate too. He was carted off the field, and sad news coming out of that. I understand that the Detroit Lions head coach in the post-game press conference got kind of emotional about it, because of what kind of impact and player he is, and to see something. You don't want to ever see that type of injury for anyone.
No.
But a gruesome broken leg injury like that is pretty tough.
Playing well.
Yeah.
They're the team and him.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that quick, boom.
Pretty sad. So, anyway, I just was checking some of that out. And then I think the early game, the Bears beat the Jaguars in London. I know that fires you up.
The London game. I hate I get up at 8 and watch it.
Wow. Somebody is asking if we saw the 63-yard field goal hit by a high schooler this weekend.
No.
I did not see that. Who was it, Texter? I would love to know. You're kind of our high school guy, Greg.
I don't know.
How'd your Thompson Warriors do this past
They
weekend?
won. They won. Set up a big showdown with the Hoover Bucks come Friday.
Uh-oh. That is big.
That's for the region.
That's at Thompson?
Yep.
Oh, it'll be game day for you then.
Yeah.
Good night. So you got that. Then the weekend games. You got your little weekend to look forward to, Greg.
Something. A lot of football.
Lot
of ball.
They said that back to the injury for the Detroit Lions, they said that he went straight into surgery. I mean, he had surgery real quick. He was that bad.
Yeah,
that
them
bad.
pins and screws and all that. One of those, I mean.
Agent Aiden Hutchinson is who we're talking about with the Detroit Lions, suffered that gruesome leg injury. That's sad.
I wonder if they were way ahead at that point because they were way ahead.
Oh, yeah. If it was they were. If it was the third quarter, they were. I saw where the Cowboys, it was so bad, they just went ahead and pulled Dak and said, you're not going to get hurt. Because, the Cowboys were so far behind. And this is, again, this game wasn't covered locally. It was just through the red zone. They were so far behind, they had to pass every time. So the Lions would just come in and get you. And so it was a pretty bad game.
Hey, Dallas, wow.
They think that, Jacksonville, the Jaguars, all the text messages are coming in. They play in London again this coming weekend, so they're just staying over there for a week.
Why?
Just because
why
go back and forth?
Why have two games in London?
Right.
For the same team.
Right. I give you that. I got you. But that's just what's going to happen. The Patriots
and the Jags.
The Patriots go over and play the Jaguars, so they're just going to stay there.
The Jags aren't playing very well, and I've heard a lot of criticism on Trevor Lawrence not having a good year at all so far.
We still don't know who did the high school 63-yard field goal. But I'd love to know. I'd love to know. Hopefully, we can find that out. I'd love to know what high school.
I don't think
63-yard field goal is that's big no matter where you are.
It's a long way.
You get in the upper 40s in high school, and that's impressive.
Sure.
You go into 50s and 60s, and you got you something there.
You do.
And so we'd love to know who actually hit that. Just text it to us, 866-932-3244. Okay, so you're up to date. So, again, Adler not with us today. He is on vacation today. He will be back tomorrow. Trace Adkins, who was originally scheduled to be on the show Friday, had to be rescheduled for today. He's on his Somewhere in America 2024 tour, and it comes to the Sand Mountain Amphitheater. We have some VIP tickets to give away for that, and he's hitting a ton of other Rick and Bubba markets too. So make sure you stand by for that. It's been a while since we had Trace on, and he'll be on in a couple hours. I wish I had his voice, man.
Yeah, deep voice.
Wow, really deep voice. So we got that and a whole lot more, so don't go anywhere. 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number, 866-932-3244.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Feeling secure in your own home, that shouldn't be a luxury. It should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing advanced protection and peace of mind to all families. Now, right now, you can save big on your award-winning Simply Safe system for 50% off and claim a free indoor security camera. When you order today, this offer is not going to last long. With exclusive Live Guard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm and even speak to intruders in your home, warning them that the police are on the way. With no long-term contracts or hidden fees, Simply Safe earns your trust every day by keeping you safe, satisfied, and never locked in. That's why Simply Safe was named Best Home Security Systems by U.S. News and World Report. Join countless listeners who found peace of mind with Simply Safe by going to simplysafe.com/bigbox. Save 50% on a new system and a free indoor security camera. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Do you owe back taxes? Still haven't filed your tax return? Did you forget to file an extension? The October 15th deadline is coming. Once it hits, the IRS can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. You need Tax Network USA now to handle your tax IRS problems. I mean fast. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to, which ones to avoid. Tax Network USA already helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. Now, they also need you to move fast because October 15th is days away. Tax Network USA is the team we recommend to solve your IRS issues so you can get your life back. Don't wait. Schedule your free confidential consultation now. Call 1-800-780-8888, 800-780-8888, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com for the link. We all have two ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in Better Health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGBOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Six minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour is rolling now on a brand new day, on a brand new week. This hour starts with the national anthem. Here we go. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. As we get ready to go, Speedy and Greg have knocked out the kickoff hour for you. So kickoff hour is behind us. Adler with Columbus Day today, our Indigenous People Day, whichever you prefer. We're going to go with Columbus Day here since we seem to have all worked through that pretty good for lots and lots of years. But anyway, so he and his family are on a 3-day weekend with his wife off today, who's a teacher, and his kids. So no Adler today. We'll just kind of muscle our way through the YouTube experience today, but it will not be enhanced. It'll be pretty plain Jane today. Speedy will do double duty there and also be on the program. And we'll run down what's going on. Our Trace Adkins interview, we'll get back to that today. You know, he was sick. We were supposed to have him on Thursday or Friday. But anyway, he'll be with us today a little bit later on the program, so we will talk to Trace Adkins today. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is out from the weekend, Vindicating Trump with Dinesh D'Souza. If you have not caught that, that is available wherever you get podcasts. So we're missing one, the silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Yeah. Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
That's right, baby. When you wish upon a dream, everybody come on with it. Everybody come on with it. Somebody say, you're a shining star, no matter who you are. But you can truly be. There you are. Earth, wind, and fire, and shining star. So Bubba, we have so much to cover on the program today, and the Speedy is filling,
Attaboy, Speedy.
filling in.
Want to get in there
for
and get it
Adler,
done.
and I saw Adler, and I don't know where he got this. I really don't. You know, really, usually Adler distracts with you and me. So, I mean, he gets 5 weeks a year off because when we're not here, there's no best of YouTube. So he's off when we're off, and he had this his wife's off work because of Columbus Day, and he said he thought we were off too.
I got to laughing at the text coming in.
And I told him, I said, when have we ever been off on Columbus Day?
Yeah. So who knew Adler had indigenous blood?
Yeah, I know. So
that's a good one. That is a good one.
Well, I know it was an extended family beach vacation with his mom, dad, all those. So they had a great time. And to me, honestly, if you can pull it off, and I know a lot of you on fall breaks do that. We wish y'all wouldn't stagger fall breaks because that just pretty much clogs up 65 throughout the entire month of October. But anyway, to me, of course, we're older and we're not really big on sunbathing and water sports, but to me, the fall at the beach is the best time.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it is.
We're going again. We go New Year's. This will be the third year in a row. We're at the beach on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, man.
I like it.
I love being down there during that time.
Yeah. It's nice.
So because you're not, it's just not miserable, and you don't have lines at the restaurants. You still get the great food,
sure,
and the beautiful view.
Sand doesn't stick to you because it's usually low humidity. You
walk on the sand and it's cool under your feet. It's
nice.
number one. So
number one.
So anyway, we'll try this with Speedy being in there doing that and talking to get through one show to get him back tomorrow. So who knows what'll happen? But
Speedy can handle it.
Yeah, but he's look at that face.
Speedy's very capable.
But look at that.
I
face.
liked a minute ago where he was just shaking his head.
But look at his face. I mean, he just seems so. I mean, it's like.
It's tough catching knuckleballs.
Yeah.
I don't care how many times you've done it.
I don't care how big the mid is.
Do you wish we'd have just told the tubers, look, hey, we'll catch y'all again Tuesday? So
no, we're good.
Okay.
We're good.
What's wrong with a good wide shot? Let it roll.
It's just it takes a second to kind of get dialed in.
I'll throw a big wide shot
Just throw
up
a big
there.
wide shot and come on in.
Do it like kickoff hour.
We're good. We're gonna have everything ready. It's just like I said in the kickoff hour. It's not gonna be what it normally is, but I feel like we can do like we've done in the past and at least give them something.
Yeah, so that'll be fine. So we'll get through that best we can. Bubba, I had people sending emails and stuff all weekend long saying, is Bubba living his best life now on the weekend? I mean, good night.
It was a great weekend. One, we had some incredible football games.
Oh, my
Everywhere
goodness.
you looked, they were in overtime.
Yeah.
I mean, I could not rest. I couldn't go. I mean, we were at one point we were watching 4 games at one time.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And then we'd click into the one that was just about to end or had a big play, and so you had all that going on. You had the Comet, which was very visible where I live.
Oh, yeah.
And you also had SpaceX using the chopsticks to catch a booster out of the air, which seeing these boosters land has always been kind of wild because NASA never tried to do it early on. It was expendable. And when Elon started, catching those after they came back, it was bizarre. And then we had the SpaceX Heavy that had 2 of them land. And we're like, man, this is like something out of a movie. And then to see a tower catch one in midair, guys, this is like we're watching Star Wars or something in front of us. But a critical step for what he's wanting to do as far as going to Mars.
Yeah, I thought about that. I thought to myself, so right now, the weather where we live is outstanding. We've got a comet. We've got chopsticks catching thing. We've got great football games everywhere you turn, and no Auburn game. And I thought Bubba's got it perfect this week.
Yeah. There wasn't really anything to disappoint.
No, I thought there's
all good.
There's nothing out there that could disappoint Bubba this week, and he's got it down just like he likes.
I got locked into Vanderbilt and Kentucky early on.
Yeah.
And I thought, to see if Vandy is for real.
Yeah.
And man, when you go on the road to Kentucky, and beat them because they're the real deal.
So how many points did they put up?
20.
Did they? Oh wow! So they
wasn't it 20?
20
to 10, something like that.
I've watched so many games. I don't know what the score.
Well, points are hard to come by against Kentucky, and Vandy's offense can be explosive. And I was wondering what that combination
I may
led
be wrong, but I thought it was in 20.
Yeah. So it apparently.
So Vandy's for real.
I could be wrong.
Well, I mean, they've got a good football team. No doubt about that.
You can't look past them like you used to could.
No.
Of course, unfortunately, once the quarterback's gone, somebody will hire away their offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
And that'll be the end of that.
That's true.
That's
don't run down the doors.
No, I'm saying enjoy the season. It's a magic season. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Today,
you've heard me talking about Raycon
before. KK, love you, dear, and it's a big number 10. Can you believe it? She's double digits today, and officially, as I was told, a preteen now.
There it is.
So once you hit 10, you're preteen.
Moving into the preteen world.
So I'm very proud of you, babe, and you have a good day at school, and we'll see you for lunch today. Also, I need to just a quick shout out here also for Mrs. Margie Reed, who is Caitlin's teacher. She's filling in for Mrs. Jenny Burdick, who is out right now. And Ms. Burdick, our thoughts and prayers are with you, and we hope you have a quick recovery.
Yep, we sure do. So, KK, have a happy birthday today.
Can you believe 10 years? I mean, that's just, you're talking about that. That decade just clicked right off, didn't it?
Bingo. I have pictures,
What the?
Bubba, of Caitlin was just a baby, and it was Taylor's 10-year-old birthday. And they were at it because I remember. And that don't seem that long ago. Wow.
Quick.
Wow, we're getting old.
She was like 2.
Y'all, we're getting so old.
Yeah, it's happening real.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah, I know. Look, I trust me, I feel it.
I feel like the jet plane landing on the runway, and we've got all the wheels down, and no one has put the brakes on. You know what I mean? You go, shouldn't we be slowing this down?
You know, and then sometimes your kids will escalate things, like the fact that Big Love thinks he's ready to date.
Yeah.
He may be getting just slightly ahead. Yeah, I said I don't know a lot of 10-year-old dates.
Right.
You know, and he is 10 too, but he's told me that the girl he's sweet on, he won a McDonald's gift certificate for knowing his Bible verse or something. So
right, that's nice.
And she's in his Sunday school class, and he said, "Hey, you got a date?" And I said, "No, I don't think so." And he said,
"Ricky, you done got it all worked out."
He said, "Well," he said, "once I won that gift certificate, you know that girl that I like?" And I said, "Oh yeah." He said, "She's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen." And I said, "Yeah." She said, "Well, I guess you could take me to McDonald's."
So he filed that memory away.
I said, "Well, let me."
Nothing says I love you like a happy meal.
I said, "Well, let me talk to her dad and see if she would like to go to McDonald's with us after church or something."
Right.
Because unless you're going to pick her up on your bicycle.
Right.
Yeah, and I don't think I would.
If y'all go to eat at McDonald's, I'm afraid that's an official first date.
I told you know what he said. It was hilarious too. I said, if she would like to join our family for something, that would be great, if that's okay with her family. But don't use the word date. Her dad's not going to receive that real well.
Yeah.
And I said, nor am I. And he said, could we sit there and then me and her sit at a different table? And I was like, who are you? I mean, he's already planning it out.
Well, have you given Bubba any counseling on teenage girls and how to bring one up and what he's going to go through with KK?
It's here now.
Oh, I know. It's all over.
You'll snap your fingers. You'll snap your fingers, and she'll be.
Well, we've tried to lay down a good foundation. I know that will mean little in the next coming years, but that's how I sleep at night now.
Well, when you
so just go with that.
Yeah, when you get to that point, Greg's there now. I've been there. I'm still there. You really the thing that seems to work is when the dude does show up. You just look him in the eye and go, "Look, I know what you're doing. I know exactly what you're doing. You are not fooling me."
You give him the little my eyes to your eyes.
Yeah, I said, this little facade that you're doing, ain't nobody buying that.
Well, you
might snow my wife. You ain't snowing me.
Just don't take him to a deer head on the wall like Rick.
Yeah, why not?
No,
Very effective.
I will have the gun collection out. We'll talk about that. talk about some other incidents that have gone on in the past. I tell you, still the most effective is to have framed pictures over the mantle of the president congratulating you for killing enemy in hand-to-hand combat.
That was a big one,
especially when it's 6-on-1. So I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's a big deal.
That'll do it.
And when they say be home at 11, by George, you're there.
You're there at 10:45.
Oh, you're there at 10, whistling. You know what I mean? You want everybody to know you're back.
Here's my big three. I have what I call the automobile. I have the one that I call what I call mind games, and then I have the deer head. The deer head, the mind games I learned from another dad. When you just simply tell the guy, whatever you do to my daughter, I'm gonna do to you when you get back here. All right, right? That's one.
Wow, Rick.
And then the other one is, you see my car out there? What if I let you borrow that and you brought it back all beat up? You think that'd make me mad? Yes, sir. Well, that's just a car. I expect my daughter to return the way she left here as well.
Oh.
So those three are pretty good.
But the deer head of explaining how the deer ended up on the wall.
The chasing women and
the fact that he would be living in the swamp right now if he hadn't come out looking for a girl.
Right. At 3:00 in the afternoon, he got stupid chasing women and he always described the shot. I said as it entered his shoulder cavity, it then exploded his lungs, crushed. Day, brand new week. Rick and Bubba churning on. Adler out today. Speedy giving you a tube experience. So as we work our way back, Bubba, we have to. We can't go any further without going through your magical weekend. We're
not going to go in chronological order today.
Okay,
we're going to try to kind of ramp up the Speedy in there and try to do hopefully the easier first.
Okay,
hopefully.
yeah, just kind of take baby steps.
Yeah.
So.
So long and so complicated, ain't even gonna try it. We're gonna try it. The abbreviation is A3.
Bubba, don't take the easy way out.
Alpha 3. Got Greg serious. It looks like somebody
who'd they name it after?
Scrabble.
Yeah, why do they want to be so weird? Why don't you name
somebody's name?
It's probably somebody who discovered it or whatever.
Yeah, probably. That's Sue. The T has got to be silent.
I think it's probably silent.
Such and
Sean.
A.
So, based on the elliptical orbit, we just discovered this comet last year. And based on the elliptical orbit that they can tell, the last time it came by Earth was 80,000 years ago.
Oh, well, come on.
Now, hang on.
If you buy into the Earth being around that long. But here's some pictures I took off of my back deck Saturday and Sunday night. So it was pretty cool, though. I love comets. They're so eerie anyway.
Hey, sure.
And you think about, hey, they're out there traveling through space. This one, what I read this morning, they said this is the actual comet itself, the piece of rock and ice, is about 2 miles wide. Now, the tail behind it goes for thousands of miles. So that's what we're looking at size-wise out there.
Okay.
And it is a little hard to see with the naked eye, especially if you have a lot of light, in your area. But if you wait till it gets a little bit darker and you know right where to look, and it's a lot like the Northern Lights. You can get a better picture of it through your phone than you can with your naked eye. So
yeah.
And then if you can enhance that some. So, but it was pretty cool to see that because I was anxiously awaiting on it, and the family was wanting me to be somewhere where we have some friends that just bought a house, and we were going to have, order pizza and carry it over there. And they were like, "Come on, we got to." I said, "I got to wait just a little bit longer."
I was about to say,
wait a minute, you shut it now.
Yeah, I was like, well, they were already gone, and I'm out there on the porch trying.
I'll be there later.
Did they try to get into Comic Con?
I thought I wasn't going to see it. I thought, well, there's haze. I'm going to miss it. And I'm literally scanning the sky with binoculars for the last time, and boom, there it is. And I'm like, oh, buddy, Here we go.
So you could say me staying was worth it. I know y'all had to go without me, and hopefully they saved you a slice of pizza.
Yeah, I got there, and I had some pizza, and it was all fine.
But if you'd have showed up and got skunked, they'd have said, what?
That would have been bad.
It would have been a waste. But to get to see this, and it's going to be visible some more this week, I think, before it disappears behind the earth. So I just thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, and
I remember the Hale Bop. I saw it.
You didn't see Hale Bop.
Oh, yeah,
I remember seeing
I know what's happened.
bright.
You just joined the fray on that now because it was so long. You now have got a story that you saw it, but not quite sure you did.
I think I did.
Okay, right.
It's as close as I've been to seeing one.
Yeah, I
remember looking for it. I saw it. It was huge.
It was bright.
I'll tell you where I was on Pleasant Valley Road.
Yeah.
You didn't see it.
I used to look. Hunter had just been born, and he's 26 now, so it was about 26 years ago. Because I'd go out on the driveway with him, just a little bitty baby, and look up and could see it, and I thought, "Wow, that's
There's
impressive."
Hale Bop.
Yep. And of course, you had those crazy people.
Ruined it for
Texas.
Yeah, where were they
Dallas,
from?
somewhere?
Colorado.
Colorado,
maybe.
Yeah, the Hale Bop, the ones that wore the purple shoes, and they all killed themselves.
Yeah,
over
that
the
weird
comment.
blanket over.
Yeah, weren't they? I can't remember if the famous offensive coordinator Major Applewhite.
Yeah, right.
Wasn't this guy Applewhite too?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But he didn't call plays. No, the play he called was a bad play.
He called a bad one.
He did.
Wow.
Everybody check out. Everybody check out on 3.
That gives a whole new look to the play Hail Mary, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. So if you're inclined to go out and look for the comet, it is almost exactly due west. So right where the sun goes down, and you can look up. Last night it was kind of even with Venus, which Venus is usually the brightest star you see. The first star, if you look just to the right of Venus, you'll see it due west.
Oh, I know where I'm going. I'm right on the front porch. I have a great shot at it.
Yeah.
So how often does it come by?
Well, I think we can see it for a week. I think
just nonstop.
It won't be back for 80,000 years.
Right. Yeah.
Nobody be here to check them on that. But I mean, y'all were wrong. It was
so I just look up at any time during the thing and I can see it.
It'll be right after sundown.
Okay.
The darker, the better. But if you go too long, it'll be down below the horizon.
I'm gonna go watch tonight.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
You ain't going to
I
watch.
just step out on my porch.
I know, but you won't remember.
I won't.
I'm not saying you don't.
I'll be
want
asleep
to.
on the couch,
Right,
sitting up in front of the television.
I'm not saying you don't want to, and you wouldn't do it if you could remember it. I'm just worried that you're going to remember it.
So, Greg, here's the thing: you probably will see it best about 7 to 7:15, right in there. So I know you'll be tuned to the Coach Rich Rod show, and then right after
that's over,
right after that, you go out there and take a look.
I'll do it. That'll be my cue.
That's right. Will y'all all walk out of the apothecary and have a look at it?
Probably not.
Probably. It's kind of hard to see.
We'll probably have a camera out there getting a picture of it. I don't know if we can see good to the west with all the lights on the square.
Yeah, it's kind of lit up.
Yeah. Okay. So
we'll have to cross that bridge when we get there.
So also,
Regions Bank's messing you up.
and I know that we can come back on this, want to, but then you had all this stuff with SpaceX, right?
Yeah,
now,
man. I mean,
I saw a lot of people. There was a lot of comments about chopsticks and heavy, and so did the chopsticks catch a heavy?
Yeah,
Okay, is that what it was?
It caught the booster. Caught the big booster. I mean, it would be like a tower and chopsticks on it catching about a 12-story building coming in there. I mean, it's just. And it just set it down and it comes so fast through the atmosphere, and at the last minute lights and slams the brakes on, and then just touches down easy as a feather. So there's the video. Speedy's showing it right now.
All right,
but if you hear the excitement in the people doing this, it's pretty funny.
Okay, so there it is.
And we got a bunch of different views of it. We'll try to look at some more of these in a minute. Look at it sitting right down in that tower, right into place. After it just took off and carried the Starship to space just a few minutes prior.
Now, do they call it chopsticks, or is that something you came up with?
That's SpaceX. You know, they'll use pretty direct terms.
Absolutely.
It's very practical in their
decision. Right in there.
So there's another view. I don't know if you have it of it's a distant view, and you see it coming in, how fast it comes in, and it literally breaks the sound barrier and then slams the brakes on it. It's just crazy how they have got this. And you know, it's sometimes
don't get upset. I know you're emotional.
Chopstick.
I know you're emotional.
You know, if those engines don't fire, look how fast. Have you got audio with that, Rick? See if you got audio.
Look at that thing.
Yeah.
Here it comes. Look at it.
Are you saying?
Look, slams the brakes on.
Are you saying coming in hot? Consider it hot.
I mean, really hot. Really hot.
That the brakes right there really help, don't they?
Oh yeah. And look at those engines gimbaling back and forth, balancing it. And see, then they kind of come in there.
Look at old Chopstick
at a slant. So
look at old Chopstick.
I mean, that's impressive.
It really is. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Started back to school, and boy, I'm sure it's the same way at the Bussey house. I don't know though. Caitlin may like school, does she?
Rick, she used to like school. I think she likes school, but it's become cool to say I don't like
I
it.
got you. Well,
Now, to Hunter, it's pulling teeth.
Right. Well, may I introduce you to Big Loving Teeth?
Yeah, I know. And I was from kind of that school, too. So I got you.
School is.
I got you.
School's almost here, so going to work with Daddy's tough during school.
Don't speak of it.
I understand. Big Loving Tabs are here. We had Caitlin here yesterday, Hunter last week, and time's running out. Welcome, guys. Glad y'all here with work with Daddy today. Fire
Do
up.
not say the S word.
I won't say school anymore. Oh, I said
You
it.
just said it.
I'm sorry. It's next week. Now,
what grade? What grade's everybody going into?
5th. 4th.
5th over there at Big Love, 4th for the Tasman.
See, I've got 6th and 5th.
I know.
So we're all staggered in there.
You know, it's out. They're all right there in a little group. But guys, you had an awesome summer. I mean, what
got to work at the farm, gather the crops.
Yeah,
that was fun. How fun is that?
We only did that because we get paid.
Exactly.
Attaboy.
And I got the game that I finally wanted.
There you go.
Yeah, he worked all summer to buy the game Band Hero. You know, where you can play the whole band.
Yeah.
And so every time they go out there and pick 6, 7 pieces of squash, they of course immediately would talk about how the summer sun had just beat down on them. I don't know that you can call that bringing in the crop, guys. Now,
is it hot out there?
Well, you
Yes.
still paid us,
Yes,
so
it
we're
is.
happy.
Yeah, I know. I understand what it's all about. Bubba and I learned a long time ago. It's funny how money motivates everybody. Doesn't it?
Sure.
Hey, what about the summer though? What did y'all like the most this summer? I mean, we did some cool stuff. Y'all had a very active summer.
You went to Ireland, guys.
Yeah, top of the morning.
That slip your mind?
You don't remember when you went to Ireland?
It was good, but Dad kept on talking in the accent.
That was
Your dad
It
did?
got annoying.
That was actually my least favorite part.
What, me talking like the Irish people? I wanted
Oh,
to.
I hated
That
it.
was. Yeah.
You hated it? Is that what he said?
You didn't like when I began to talk to Tom?
No.
You didn't like when I talked like that?
Oh, Dad, please stop. You're making my head hurt.
I'm just gonna unplug my headphones.
All right, so what about now? Also, y'all.
No, stop. Wait a minute. So your dad would just constantly do that?
Yes,
he would.
Now he's enjoying doing it. Now he won't stop.
Ireland did not change me. It was not life-changing.
Are you saying that I talk like that more than I should?
Yes. It's like you are Irish.
Exactly.
Yeah, for about a week after that around here, I felt like we had
We had a lot of top of the morning to you.
Oh, I could not stand the top of the morning to you.
Yeah. All right. Now, so.
Oh,
yes.
Dad.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Dad, tell everyone the story about that little girl you sat by on the wave.
Well, I'll have to speak Irish.
Well, I don't care. Just do it.
And you'll have to dance while he's speaking Irish.
Oh, no.
So I heard you love that, too.
You asked for the story. She was sitting on the plane with me, and she'd been to America for the first time to New York City.
Come back.
She was about your age.
Your son's leaving.
She
Rick.
was Taz's age or your age. Okay. And I said, how did you like New York City? And she said, I think it's the biggest city in the whole world.
Is that how she said it, Rick?
I think it was the biggest city in the whole world. And she did her eyes like that, in the whole world. and I said, well, it's a big one, no doubt about it. And then I tried to explain to her where we were from, and that just blew her mind. Because Ireland is about the size of our state. So to tell them that New York is a tiny part of the whole country just blew her mind.
It's unbelievable.
You mean it's bigger than that? Yes. And where are you from? You come from where the Cowboys and the Indians. That's what one woman said to us. That's sweet. I said, you mean we talk like we're from Texas? Yes, the Cowboys and the Indians. So we did that.
Big Love, did you get out and see the young lady that you've been very fond of any during the summer?
Oh, I couldn't. I've been too
Been
busy.
picking too much squash.
I've been too busy.
Hey, now,
What have you been so busy doing? You mean you haven't talked to her at all?
what about at church this past Sunday when you had your new summer cut? I thought that
She went by. She said,
Oh, my
"Hey,
God.
hey, Brooks."
Dad.
Well, I mean, you know,
You're gonna make her call.
no.
Say hey, Brooks, and I.
We used to want her to call.
Or I think she might have said, "Top of the morning to you, Brooks."
Do not say top of the morning to you.
You just said it.
And also,
Oh
now tell us also. I tried to explain to the guys what happened at football practice this past was it Tuesday or Monday? This past Monday about the chili fries. What happened?
Oh, it was awful.
But why did you eat chili fries on the day of a practice?
I forgot we were having
Fox,
practice.
or find the link at
Right,
rickandbubba.com.
and how did it go?
$35 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Trace Adkins scheduled to be with us later in the show. A brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast out. Dinesh D'Souza, his new film, his new book, Vindicating Trump. If you missed that, it's wherever you get podcasts. ReliefFactor.com, great reconnecting with Dr. Mixon a few weeks ago when he dropped by, or we talked to him via Zoom on the program, and revisiting, had conversation, as a matter of fact, this past weekend, because I had something that was got up, and I was kind of, man, I don't know what's going on with my hip, and then, you know, you start thinking, oh gosh, you know, when you get older, you start talking about hips. Once you turn 60,
you don't want to go down.
Everybody, hey, you need hip. But anyway, and I said, you know, I'm gonna go in there and pop a little one more dose of Relief Factor today. I've done something. I've overdone this or something, and you know, I wake up next morning, hey baby, it's gone. Well, see, that tells me it was tied to inflammation. I mean, if it's tied to inflammation, Relief Factor is the natural solution to the body's inflammatory response. The 3-week quick start is back, less than $1 a day, $19.95. And you know, when you feel good and you're not fighting through this kind of stuff, it really is a life game changer. So you may not have to continue to live in this chronic pain, and there may be a natural solution to the problem, because this is going to go after the problem foundationally, not just mask it for a little while. So ReliefFactor.com, all natural. You can take it every day. ReliefFactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, I noticed over the weekend, and people are asking about this, you really, I would say intentionally, tried to kind of leave Greg out of all this because you were trying to avoid any Uranus joke or anything like that over the weekend.
And I really, a lot of it was on Sunday morning,
right?
And I really didn't have to deal with those texts during church.
Right. I mean, you know, you look, here comes a Uranus joke right there. Right.
Well, and the SpaceX took off. I mean,
I figured I'd get
I was, you know, wanting to hurry up and launch and catch it because I needed to leave and get out the door to church. I'm like, come on.
Yeah. And so that all, yeah. I saw you giving us updates on that on pretty early Sunday. I said, I had to be at church early Sunday for a meeting at like 8, and you were already firing stuff out. And I thought, hey, baby, this is big.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm up early.
Yeah, sure.
I slept in about 5.
Well, I just couldn't. I didn't know you were getting those kind of updates then.
I don't know why
that
you
early.
thought
I didn't know what was
I'd
going
say
on that early. So,
look at it close.
Is that real?
Chopsticks close in there and get it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's the beauty
of this. Is it real? What do you mean, is it real?
Here's the beauty of this. The final plan will be the chopsticks will swing around to the other side of the tower,
right?
Set it on the launch pad again, and then it will stack a Starship on top of it, and it never leaves the whole launch area.
Now, I know
that's
this.
the plan. Now, they're going to have some maintenance to do on it and all that.
Are we allowed to celebrate Elon Musk since he's supporting Trump or no?
Well, I do.
Yeah,
I do.
But
there's a group that don't.
Think about everything he's got going.
Oh yeah,
he's got Starlink. He's supplying. You know, right now he's giving internet access to people in these zip codes that are destroyed by the hurricane.
Yeah,
he has the robots that he just rolled out. We saw them last week. He's got Tesla going. 60% of the world's market share on that or more. He's got SpaceX. I mean, it's just everywhere. He got X.
He's got X.
You know, he's the guardian of free speech online right now.
Sure.
I mean, it's just incredible.
Well,
what in the world is this meeting for?
Well, I know, Bubba, I was thinking, it's funny you said that, and you may not believe this. I promise you this is true. I started thinking about that when you sent all that out. and because I was sitting down waiting on some people to walk in on a meeting I had to go to Sunday morning, and I started thinking to myself all the things that you just mentioned, and I thought, how much money? Here comes the money. I mean, the amount of money that just one of these programs. I mean, I started thinking if I was just doing robots, the amount of money I would need. If I was just doing SpaceX, the amount of money I would need. If I was just doing EV advancement, the amount of money I would need. If I was just trying to buy X, the amount of money I would need. And he's doing all of this, to your point, at the same time. How much money does this man have?
Well, they're all generating money.
I know, but not all of them. But you got to invest on the front end.
Just PayPal thing was.
And I know he gets other investors too, right?
Just the management of it, though.
Was PayPal his big home run?
That was the first one. Yeah.
Is that when he touched them all?
Yeah, that's the first one where he got a click on that.
So. Question for Bubba. Bubba, is this the excitement you've always wanted, like NASA to have? That you always said you wanted to have. Like crowds cheering and stuff like this.
It's happening.
Elon put this out on X when it was landing, but the crowd, I think, is what you've been missing.
Landing excited.
There we go. Got it now.
We're now down to 3 Raptor engines. We can see those chopsticks now in here.
Is that the roar that you're waiting on? Is that it? That's it.
Touchdown, Alabama!
Make a go ahead, pop the booster.
Isn't that what you've been after? To Speedy's question?
Yes, but I think we ought to carry it a step further. See, to see that, and you see all these people camped out on the road and all this, the closest I guess you can get to that the general public can get is called Banana River. They have a viewing stand there and some, bathrooms and all that. But it's like little bleachers.
Mm-hmm.
And the headquarters building there, they have some special guests out on the porch there. But I say build a stadium like Bryant Denny or the Big House, or we need a horseshoe stadium. People would pay to see that. Now, I mean, they camp out, Rick, and all kind of alligator-infested ponds and all that stuff.
Easy, how close though? I mean, we have one piece of something off and fly into the stadium.
Oh, you're back where the headquarters is.
Okay.
You're 4 or 5 miles away.
Just make my seating comfortable so I can watch.
Yeah, and get it up.
You're not going to land it on the 50?
And where I can roar.
No, probably not.
Where I can roar, right?
But I'm telling you, people would buy tickets to do that. They would buy season passes. The way that we went for a while where we didn't have any rockets. We had nothing. We grounded the space shuttle. It was over. And, we're high, hitching a ride with the Russians, and, there wasn't anything going on, but now SpaceX is going. We've got 2 or 3 other private companies doing things. NASA's still doing things. They've got the Artemis program that's going to pick up. So, I mean, it's if you're a tech guy, or a space person, this is great stuff.
But to the point, the private sector, though, is what got us going again.
Well, but it's all a partnership, and NASA. NASA
here he
has
goes, Greg.
always,
watch him walk delicately down the NASA rope. Here.
Well, NASA doesn't make anything; they contract out everything anyway. So, even the Apollo projects were done by subcontractors. So
Boeing's doing a hell of a job. They're really. They might want to take them off the list.
Boeing has been very important to all this, and they'll get it together. I have confidence in them. But it's just it's a partnership, and we got to keep moving forward. And
doggone it, we didn't even mention Starlink.
Yeah, I mean,
let me tell you what you don't want to see is Blue Origin with this little move here.
No, Greg.
Well, Blue Origin is still way behind this.
They're just celebrity joyrides.
They can get to space, but getting to orbit's a whole nother deal.
They're giving celebs joyrides. That's all they're doing.
Let me tell you, Elon Musk is. I mean, he's smart. He is. I don't know where he gets all this money. He's smart. But yeah, I just think about I know you got money coming in, you got investors, you got things doing well, but just the money you got to have to keep it I mean, you can't have these are expensive projects to get off the ground.
And too, he has a little different approach than NASA has traditionally had with running all the tests and then putting together hopefully a finished product that worked. I mean, he doesn't mind blowing a few up along the way. He says he learns more from that than the flights that go successful. So,
The only thing that would have made that perfect with that cheering going on, if it had him doing that jump he was doing at the Trump rally.
Yeah. But see, that excitement, that's fine, and they've worked on it, and they are fired up. But man, if you had that in front of a stadium somewhere, what are you talking about?
What do you mean?
Just all the people that are parked on the side of the
Naming
highway
rights
down there.
with it?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, name the
I think
stadium.
they ought to have naming rights on the side of the rockets, too.
I don't, Speedy, I don't know how we are on copyright and all that, but Bubba and I were discussing, and everybody else was too. You brought up Trump, and we were talking about how can you even embrace Elon Musk politically. Y'all, Saturday Night Live has finally taken the gloves off. They've realized that this Kamala Biden thing it's got so much gold.
Well, this whole election,
and the whole election that they can't. If they want to be able to look at themselves in the mirror, and they have unleashed, and I mean they found all the right people to play the right, all the different people.
They've got them dialed in.
Their Trump is pretty good. That Family Feud skit.
Oh, I know it was gold, wasn't it?
And there were others too, but we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
We boldly talk about Oprah.
Dateline Chicago. When it comes to her weight, Oprah Winfrey has always been straightforward. The talk show queen continues the honesty, saying in the January issue of O Magazine, that's the magazine she owns, that it'll be out Tuesday, that she now weighs 200 pounds and has fallen off the wagon when it comes to healthy living. I'm just shocked by this today, Rick.
What, she's down to 200?
No, back up.
She's at 2. We had the personal trainer. You know what? It makes me feel better, though, to know that someone like Oprah Winfrey has access to a shelf, to a trainer, to any kind of accountability she could possibly ever want, and she still can't keep it off either. And so I find myself feeling better. You know what it is? You can have a chef making you these healthy meals, but I don't care who you are. Oprah wants some of that cake. You know, and how about that? If you look and the chef's cooking you something good, and you get, where's the cake? And he said, oh no, you can't have cake. But you think Oprah still don't hit Krispy Kreme running? I mean, that chef can't make Krispy Kreme.
Nope. Rick, she says she is mad at herself.
Well, look, don't take it so hard, Oprah. We all like you a little bigger anyway.
She says, I'm embarrassed. I can't believe after all these years, all the things I know how to do, I'm still talking about my weight. I look at my thinner, my thinner self and think, how did I let this happen?
Look, we've been there. I've lost weight. I've put it back on. I've lost it. I've put it back on. Matter of fact, I was laughed at last night and mocked at my son's football banquet by a couple that I'd met for the very first time. And one of them was doing a diet that I had done, and it was very successful. And I looked at him and I said, well, you see, I've kept it off. And he just started laughing. You know what I mean? And you know what I did? I got over in line at the buffet style there at the banquet.
Yeah.
And next thing I knew, I looked over and I saw the fried chicken, Southern style. Mm-hmm. And I also saw clearly the baked grilled chicken. I saw them both side by side. Now, which one you think won me over?
Did you get old Fry?
You think old Golden Brown got me?
Oh, crispy?
And how good was he?
Yeah, he's greasy, too.
Oh, me.
Did you get on your face?
A little bit.
All right.
She said that she had literally starved herself for 4 months, not a morsel of food, she recalled back in 2005. 2 hours after that show, which she was celebrating her weight loss, she started eating to celebrate. Of course, within 2 days, those jeans no longer fit.
Oprah back up to the 200. I understand. But see, and Oprah's living what we have said on this show forever. The biggest problem with health kicks and diets, number one, all diets will lose weight for you, every single one of them. But the problem is you got to understand big people. We're really no different than people who are thin and eat whatever they want. We're the same people.
We just have bigger genes.
It's just when we eat, we get fat. But the thing that they completely miss, and Oprah's saying this, here is a woman who is without excuse. Now, we all are, because we all can have our own self-control. I know why I'm fat. I completely get it. Also, it's just like Dave Ramsey. Dave Ramsey's right. I just can't pull it off. Okay? I don't disagree with Dave Ramsey. I just can't do it completely. I know how people lose weight. You know how you lose weight? You burn off more calories than you take in.
It's simple math.
I completely get that. But here's the thing. Oprah, like us, likes to eat because it's fun.
not because she's hungry. How many times have I said to people, if I stopped eating when I was not hungry, I wouldn't be fat. I still eat when I'm not hungry anymore because I like the way it tastes. It is fun. Never once in my entire life, other than the time I did the Slim Fast thing, have I ever stopped and had a chocolate milkshake because I was hungry. I had a chocolate milkshake because, man, number one on chocolate milkshakes because they're fun. This cake that this wonderful woman has brought for us, do you think I'm going to eat that because I'm hungry? Say, I'm going to eat that cake.
She's got some real good dip.
Because it tastes good in our mouth.
Because it tastes good. When you're sitting there with chips and salsa, at what point, don't you think the first time the wonderful, I'm sure, legal immigrant has brought you the chips and you finish that big bowl, you're done. You don't need that second bowl, but you want that second bowl. You know
I'll
why?
take another bowl.
It's a fun bowl.
I just
like
like the
having it
way
around me.
I like the way cheese dip looks on my table.
Absolutely.
In case I want it.
And what about, is there anything?
Queso.
Don't you love this time? Don't you love this time of year when we get to graze, the hover format? When you go to that table that's got stuff all over you, I like a little bit of that over there, and I think I'll take some more of that. And you, in your mind, you'll think, you know what? I seem to be eating just little bitty snack type things. I can't be eating a lot. Next thing you know, you've looked up there and said, "My goodness, how many of those did I eat?"
Well, that would be 36.
All right, when you eat your 14th sausage ball, are you hungry?
Probably not, but I still like the way it tastes.
The gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother.
On the YouTube side of things as well. So, and it's going to be real basic today, but one of the things we talked about going in the break, and I think the first one that seemed to kind of say, I just cannot continue to be this fake, and that was Bill Maher. Bill Maher was like, I'm sorry, I can't go along with the absurdity of the current administration and pretend that this is okay. And so
then Jon Stewart jumped in.
Then Jon Stewart jumped in. Jon Stewart kind of left, though, back during the pandemic.
Yeah.
When he thought the absurdity of saying it didn't come from Wuhan, it's just he couldn't get past it. I mean, as he screamed, it's literally on the sign.
He's back doing the Daily Show.
I think I think so. Never thought the other guy was funny.
No, he wasn't.
But Jon Stewart is funny.
He is, whether you agree with him
or not. But so now we were waiting on Saturday Night Live to finally decide to be funny again.
And I think they have. I think they've made a move, a very definite move over the past, year to get back and be more, just go for the laugh.
Yeah.
You don't have to say we're going to do this or do that. Just go for the obvious humor in both sides.
Yeah, so they have discovered that Maya Rudolph has Kamala Harris down.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. They've discovered that Jim Gaffigan has Tim Walz down.
Yes.
And that Dana Carvey has Joe Biden down.
Now, who is this doing Trump now?
I don't know. I don't know who he is.
He's got his mannerisms.
His nose is just too big.
Yeah.
And he can't help that, Greg.
Yeah.
I mean, that's his nose.
Oh, that's his nose. Okay, yeah.
I've seen him in other skits, as he is.
But the way he's doing his neck
but he's
and
got
all
him.
now is funny.
Yeah, but he's got him.
Keenan is the only person who's ever made a full career out of being on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
He's been on there longer than anybody.
Yeah. So in this particular skit, there were two of them I saw over the weekend. I think they were from two different Saturday Night Live episodes. This is the latest one, this one here, I think, where they do Family Feud, the Democrats versus the Republicans.
That's good.
And so you're not just going to get Maya Rudolph, you're going to get the main players in the Democratic Party right now as the panel. As the panel. And it's gold. Now, there's another thing that I saw over the weekend. It must have been maybe from last week or whatever, where Maya Rudolph is just doing a press conference, and of course it's Kamala trying to convince black people that she's black.
Right.
And then Biden comes out there and just starts, Dana Carvey's got Biden completely down.
Oh, boy.
So I don't know about that one, but this is from this past weekend. Now, the point we're trying to make is that Saturday Night Live has finally decided that being funny is their main role.
Yes.
Trying to tell us who we should vote for is really not their place, nor do any of us really care what they think about it. We just need them to be funny. And they have decided that there's too much comedy gold. So here is the big face-off on Family Feud with Kamala.
That's funny.
See, that's
how you're supposed to do it. Get everybody.
And
everybody.
We'll show you the the Republican side in a minute too. It's pretty funny.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's.
But see, they're making fun of both sides.
Make fun of. And there's plenty.
Yes,
to make
on
fun
both
of.
sides. Yes.
Plenty to make fun of.
Yeah, some people are wondering, did Elon actually buy the rights to Saturday Night Live now that they're showing both sides?
You know what?
That's
a good point. But yeah, their job is just to be funny, and then to make fun of. And so who did they have? Oh, they got J.D. Vance over there.
Yeah, and Donald Jr. And Melania is strangely absent.
Yeah.
Both sides. You go in the bucket on both sides.
Yeah,
right.
it's how about look? It's such a weird combination because our country is in such dire straits, and it really is an important decision. But sitting in front of that important decision is just loads of outrageous comedy.
Yeah,
I mean, just loads of it, and on both sides, it's like you really can't believe this is where we are.
Yeah,
and some of like the fact that we have, I mean, it's just odd. But hopefully we can have a good decision, be done with it, and move on. But it's here. I mean, we're
here,
oh yeah.
I mean, what are we talking? 2 weeks?
Good.
First week in November. So yeah,
it's
2-3 weeks, maybe tops.
Yeah, so it's here, and are there still people that don't know who they're going to vote for?
Rick.
Do these people really exist?
I just can't imagine. I just cannot imagine. Yeah. If you are, you're definitely not a issue voter. That's for sure.
Right.
And so we'll see. And depending on what poll you look at, all the polls I think show the race to be very close. If you look at trending, the VP got a bump after she was named, but Trump has slowly and surely chipped into that, and I think he's probably leading by a very small amount in most of the polls I saw over the weekend.
Top of the hour, we'll come back. Plenty to cover. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up. Trace Adkins joins us also coming up next hour when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Jason, we always love to talk to folks who get to do live concerts.
Do
and
you
live
owe back
events
taxes?
for a
Still
living,
haven't
because
filed
that
your tax
live
return?
element,
Did you
baby,
forget to file an extension?
Just
the October 15th deadline is coming. Once it hits, the IRS can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. You need Tax Network USA now to handle your tax IRS problems. I mean, fast. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to, which ones to avoid. Tax Network USA already helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. Now, they also need you to move fast because October 15th is days away. Tax Network USA is the team we recommend to solve your IRS issues so you can get your life back. Don't wait. Schedule your free confidential consultation now. Call 1-800-780-8888, 800-780-8888, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. or rickandbubba.com for the link.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Her ankles. And it wouldn't
Here's
be
an amazing
good if
deal.
she
The
was sitting
standard
like on
My
the third
Pillow
row.
retails
She
for
is sitting
$49.98,
right
but for a
on the
limited
front,
time, how
right
about this?
in
You
front of
receive
us.
one for only
And
$14.98.
you can
Queens are
tell it was for sure
$18.98
an
and Kings
accident.
$19.98.
No, I'm
Now there's a
talking
limit of
about-
10 on this offer,
I'm
and the My
talking
Pillow
about-
is made with patented adjustable
you
feel,
do?
so it
Right.
adjusts your
Well, you know
exact
what I'm saying?
individual
Change the
needs
lyrics, I'll tell you
regardless of
that.
your sleep position
Right
and
on
holds
the
its
fly.
shape all night long, so you get the best sleep. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox to enjoy savings plus orders over $75. Get free shipping. Also, find a link
link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. We all have two ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood, fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in Better Health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGBOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. Feeling secure in your own home, that shouldn't be a luxury. It should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing advanced protection and peace of mind to all families. Now, right now, you can save big on your award-winning Simply Safe system for 50% off.
There was like a 30-second window, if anything would have happened.
Right.
If
We've been there. We've all been
there.
there.
Blowed their nose or sneezed, it would have been over with for me.
Let me. You need to thank.
That's when God moved, right there.
Right. Yeah. You need to thank the Lord that Bubba and I were not there. Because I'm going to tell you this, I'm that guy that can keep a straight face, but I would have made eye contact with you and give you one of these.
Yeah,
and I would have buckled you because I take pride in being able to do that.
I would have took my shirt off.
Yeah, to make her feel
I'd
better.
have joined in.
Right.
Show me what I've never seen before.
I would have gotten the mic and said, "Look, everybody, let's go make her feel bad."
It was.
So because it was slow motion, you were trying to save it. You really don't know how it was resolved. Like, did she jerk it back up?
I don't know.
I know you looked. I understand. I get it, but I mean that's driving me crazy on how that was resolved.
I guess she did. I guess she. But I guess. I mean, it got it.
The spirit.
The next
does
time
move.
I saw her skirt was up, so I guess she did pull it up.
Was her
spirit
face red?
Does move in mysterious ways.
Was her face red?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. Did you ever bring it? I mean, you couldn't acknowledge it.
I bet she didn't raise her hands again.
I mean, you didn't say anything about it.
Look, for that Rick, it was like this. Yeah, go, Jason. With my hands in my pocket.
That's right. Somebody said it traumatized her so bad she's now Presbyterian. Have you heard about this? I mean, no more raising your hands.
I just felt so bad for her. I really did.
100.
It was so sad. But it was funny.
Yeah.
And we.
Right. Well, you know what? God has a sense of humor. You think he'd laugh at that?
I promise he did.
Yeah.
When we got out to the bus, it was over with.
How quick did it get brought up on the bus?
You couldn't get off that stage quick enough.
Did you get to the second step of the bus?
They asked me, they said, "Did you see that?"
You're right.
I said, "No." The question is, "Did you see what I saw?" And then the other one said, "Yeah, I saw it."
Brand new hour. Here we go. Thanks for being with us. Speedy Greg here. Adler out today. He shall return and be back with us tomorrow, Lord willing. We've covered all the space stuff that Bubba got to experience this past weekend. Saturday Night Live being funny again. Put your hands together and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. 30-plus years in the making.
We'll move on, but I do find it interesting. I'm not sure that the left's best play right now is I don't think you're the party that needs to lecture any of us on dementia.
That is the new thing that Trump is showing dementia. Now, these are the same people that told us Biden didn't have it for 3 years.
Yeah, I would say.
So now they're an expert on spotting it in Trump.
Well, if y'all didn't spot it in Biden, you don't seem all that reliable on the ability to spot it. So we'll take a pass on your expert analysis of any candidate, apparently, when it comes to this topic. So we do have the football this past weekend. I'm telling you, a lot of us that might, and I know some of it feels out of control, but just as pure fandom, watching good games, I think I'm digging the unlimited transfer portal and the NIL endorsement deals. I like the NIL and the unlimited transfer portal. It sure is producing really good games.
Yeah, there seems to be.
Yeah, everybody's got players. You don't see a lot of blowouts. I mean, over this weekend, how many games went to overtime?
Well, there was a bunch.
They won almost win. If the Carolina guy don't overthrow his receiver, that's another one in overtime.
Yeah, I don't know that you can tie that directly to that yet, but if it is, it's producing some good games, no doubt.
Yeah.
Well, and so we did see the.
I think Elon Musk.
Right.
That. He made it all even.
Yes. So Vandy goes into Kentucky, beats Kentucky, and we're talking about a Kentucky team that a lot of people felt like, defensively, of course, they held them to 20 points, but the problem was Vandy also did their job on defense and held Kentucky to, 13? Or was that the final score?
You remember the Kentucky defense was called NFL grade. I mean, they're to that level.
Yeah,
by several coaches.
Well, apparently Vandy knew that the points would be hard to come by, but their defense played well enough that 20 is all they needed.
Yep,
and got it done. So now they've gone and won a game where the offense wasn't high flying.
Yep.
So that shows,
on the road
shows they can do that too.
On the road in the SEC is tough.
They
when
scored
you go win, you've done something.
More points than Georgia did on Kentucky.
Yeah,
think about it.
So, I mean, did you ever?
It's like an upside down world, isn't it?
Do Georgia and Vandy?
I'm so happy for Keith Aberstadt.
Oh, I am too. Does Georgia and Vandy even play each other this year? They don't, do they? Do they play each other?
I don't know. I don't think so.
But did you ever think you'd be going, boy, that'd be a good game?
I find myself shocked. I'm looking up Vandy's football schedule. I don't think I've ever done that.
I don't think I've ever done that either. So Texas survives. That was a great game.
Yours come in a little rusty, and then they walked
Then they
off.
finally took control there late. Yeah. Oregon wins by what, 2 points? 1 point? 1 point over Ohio State.
Yeah,
that game lived up to every bit of the hype, didn't it? Penn State stays 6-0. Didn't realize that they were 6-0, by the way.
Yeah, beat USC.
And that was a close game.
Yep.
And we have Georgia did beat Mississippi State, but Mississippi State, I heard Speedy talking about that, lost by 10, 41-31? That's 31 points on Georgia's defense.
How about that?
Mississippi State.
Yeah,
Good.
you got to feel like you're improving.
Right. You mentioned it earlier, Greg. Couple of teams to keep an eye on that are just kind of quietly moving along is LSU and Clemson. They're quiet. Shh.
Yeah, Clemson's played really well since that second half against Georgia.
But they're playing. They're 5-1 and seem to be playing pretty good football right now. And like you said, Clemson's actually played pretty well since the loss to really 1 half against Georgia is when they kind of fell apart.
Yeah.
Iowa State is 6-0. They're
can't take them serious, but yeah.
Miami, do you believe in Miami? They're not dominating anybody.
No,
but they're
good.
But they're winning. So and then Ole Miss gets beat by LSU. We talked about that.
Led the whole game. LSU didn't lead till they won it.
Yeah.
In overtime.
So
Ole Miss led the whole game.
So and then a lot of people, you hate to keep focusing. I mean, like right now, what team would you say? Now the rankings say they think Texas is the best team. I don't know how anybody would argue.
Good argument.
I don't know how anybody would argue against that.
Where have they got Vandy?
Vandy.
Did they bust the top 25?
We still, let's see.
They might as well.
So check this out.
No Vandy.
So Vandy's next game is they host Ball State.
Okay.
They should be favored to win that.
They've been beat by Georgia State already this year.
Right.
Don't forget that.
Wow.
Then guess who comes to Nashville? Texas.
Oh boy.
How about I'm gonna be tuned into that game? I think, huh?
Unless they lose to Ball State.
Right. If they lose to Ball State, that game won't be near as interesting.
Then they go on the road to Auburn.
Well, look out.
Then they host South Carolina, then on the road at LSU, and then host Tennessee.
Wow.
So they got some big games coming up.
They do.
Right. Tennessee, Florida, close. That's overtime too, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think so.
No, you forgot they've already beat Virginia Tech this year at home.
Yeah.
In
And,
overtime.
and a lot of people thought, I don't know what Virginia Tech's done since then, but a lot of preseason people had them picked to do well.
So, to me, I guess that haunting Georgia State loss is keeping them out of the top 25 right now.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
How does that happen?
Greg, how does anything happen
I know.
now?
Never mind.
So the Alabama-Tennessee game.
And it was close. It was 36-32. It was a game.
Yeah, a lot of people are asking, are we going to hear from Dickey again this week? We could not. Today it's a no-go.
I mean, they're acting like they lost.
Well, every Alabama fan that I talked to over the weekend treated it as a loss.
They really did.
And
that tells you the mentality because they win so much.
Yeah, my favorite is one of the most rabid Alabama fans I know at church Sunday made this comment. Tennessee will run us out of the stadium.
Oh, good night.
Run discipline.
That's gonna be a really big game.
But I mean, Tennessee got beat by Kentucky, right? Who beat them? Who beat them?
Ole Miss.
Ole Miss beat them. Yeah, and then didn't
wasn't it Ole Miss? Are we?
I don't remember.
Here we go again with our great reporting.
But they didn't exactly dominate Florida, who's not great. Had to go to overtime. For some reason, this particular fan this is true. What they said is true. This is a knowledgeable football person. And we were talking about it a little bit over the weekend. Sometimes in football, because there's so many positions, you may struggle with one team and then do well the rest of the season, but you just don't match up well.
Yeah.
What they do well, you do poorly, and that's never good. Even though overall you may have a better season than that one particular team, but for you, it's not a good matchup. And for some reason, he thinks Tennessee's offensive weapons against the current state of Alabama's defense, he didn't feel good about it. You ever heard?
So he said he'll run them out of the
Well, and plus the coaches wearing T-shirts. So I mean,
why do they care about that?
I don't know.
As opposed to a collared golf shirt.
If they were 6-0, they wouldn't care about it.
That, You know what?
Right.
You're all over that.
If you're going to wear a T-shirt,
first of all, it's not a T-shirt.
You need to win. For some reason, I keep hearing from Bama fans the coach wears a T-shirt.
Isn't it like a long sleeve hoodie?
That's what I know it was this past.
Those thin ones.
I know it was this past Saturday. Did he wear a T-shirt in the loss or
they
something?
had like Saban wore a coat and tie.
Right. I don't know.
I mean,
for some reason he looks sloppy.
Everything's just, again. If we're playing the way they want you to play, you hear none of this.
Right. But I've never seen. But no, if you just ask the question, every Bama fan I saw Sunday, they treated it as a loss.
I'm gonna say
because I had to remind them that it wasn't.
Right. Carolina's one of these teams.
Right.
They're pretty good, even though their record at time might not show it. But their defensive front, that edge guy, they didn't have an answer for him.
Well, I think Beamer's a good coach.
Oh,
yeah.
They're good. I mean, they got a pretty good team.
We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. We'll go phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's hear from you, America, on all the topics we've already discussed or anything you want to bring up. We'll talk to you next.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, you and I are a huge fan of the Westminster Dog Show.
Oh, Rick, I tune in and catch it every year.
I just have to tell you something.
The announcers on that are second only to ice skating.
Most exciting moment in our sport. Best in show at the 133rd annual Westminster Kennel Club. Crowd's ready. Crowd's ready. Here we go.
Thank you all. I love them all. Tonight, the Sussex.
The Sussex Spaniel.
The Sussex Spaniel! And let me tell you something. What y'all don't understand about the joy of this Sussex Spaniel.
Well, it's easy for you to say.
Easy, Tiger. Easy, Tiger.
Sussex Spaniel.
Just as Michael Jordan.
Wouldn't you like to hear Lou Holtz make that call?
Listen. Oh, boy.
The Sussex Spaniel.
What
a great job. Followed closely by the Syracuse Red. Sylvester.
The Sussex Spaniel, Bubba, came out of retirement Just as Jordan had retired.
Well, they're saying this is earth-shaking. They're saying this is like Michael Jordan coming back to make a jumper, John Elway returning to throw a TD pass, or Nolan Ryan reappearing to throw a farewell fastball. That's what happened in the Westminster show.
Unbelievable, these comparisons.
Having just turned 10, this Sussex Spaniel.
What is it?
A Sussex Spaniel.
One that could be like a beagle, something easy to say.
Now his name, get this, he's a Sussex Spaniel named Stump. Became the oldest Best in Show winner at the Westminster Kennel Club, ending his retirement last week and taking the big prize. He hasn't slowed down a bit, expert handler Scott Thummer said. I thought it would be fun with floppy ears and plodding gait. The golden red Stump became America's top dog and an instant fan favorite at Madison Square Garden. Now, you remember last year it was a big shakeup because a beagle won. Yes. You remember that?
No.
Everybody said it's just a beagle.
Now we're dealing with a 10-year-old spaniel, and you know what they're referring to it as? Miraculous.
Because they're saying in human years, he's almost 70.
Yes.
Well,
and I know you love that, Rick.
Here I go again.
Sussex Spaniels can live to be 15.
Hey, guys, listen up now. We all like our dogs. Love them. I love Daisy Bell at home. Beautiful dog. Daisy Bell's not going to live as long as we do. Dogs just don't live as long as we do. We don't have to say they're 70. He's 10. Okay?
And, Rick, trees live longer than us.
Right, absolutely.
We don't measure trees in human years.
Heck, Galapagos turtles live longer than us. Okay? But dogs don't. Okay? He's 10. He just is.
What if they measured us in trees?
70, Rick.
No, he's not 70. But
he's 10.
Have you watched these dog shows? One of the things that really gets me about these dog shows, and we've talked about it before, is there's so many words in our language that are curse words, but their origination really weren't.
Right.
Okay, like
yes.
There's one out there that.
Now the dog show, they will openly use the B word.
They use the B word like I'm saying. I'd like to have a bottle of water, please.
Yes.
And they're so serious about it. They'll go. I'll tell you what. I love this beautiful little bee. She is.
Have y'all heard them do this?
She is.
Oh, it's
really
funny.
Now
you can't watch it with a kid.
No. This little bee here. Look at that gait.
Look at the way she trots.
What a beautiful bee. And you just sit there and you're like, can you say that? Can you just say it and they say it like because you know what, guys? Just like I don't know where we took the proper name for a donkey and made it our rear end. I don't know how we did that. But I got to tell you something. At one time, I mean, that's what you called that animal, and somehow it's now become. And you know what? A female dog is really called that, but we don't say it.
Rick,
but on the dog shows, they will.
I don't call mine a donkey.
No, you don't.
Talk about how pretty it is.
Well, I tell you what a beautiful little. I mean, she is really something. She is something. Of course, now here comes her puppy. Of course, he's the son of this beautiful. And I mean, I'll tell you. And they just say it over and over.
Now, the thing about
I walked in there one night, and my wife has tears run down her face, and I'm like, what? And she's usually me that always, acts like a juvenile. She said, you got to come here with they're saying. Like that, and she said, please watch this dog show. And they're so serious about it. And here comes this beautiful little spaniel. She's really something. Look at her gait here. Look at that walk. She is just, I mean... And now look at the little bag. I mean, that is just, isn't that beautiful?
Now, Rick, the story here not only.
I mean, they really do. You're just like, wow.
Not only is Stump the oldest winner at 10, Stump also.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Lines are available. The real Greg Burgess taking phone calls right now. 30 seconds a pop. All right, so we go phone trolling. That way we cover a lot of topics. We get them in quick, 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program is done. We do not do meaningless shout-outs. We do not do shameless plugs. Barriers are a blessing. We get a lot of people on in a short period of time. I will say this, Bubba, just looking at the schedules in college football, and I'm not an expert.
Right.
Is
That's
everybody,
a given.
as everybody's made clear to me, if not on the phones, on the text option. So looking at these two schedules and thinking about just the SEC, okay, And I know there's other teams in play. We got the playoffs, and maybe that SEC championship doesn't mean what it once did. Now that we're in 12 teams playoffs,
well, you get you
automatic bid.
Get a bye week and get to host.
I mean, I'm looking right now, and I think it'll be Arkansas versus Vandy.
Maybe the top 2 teams. It's just it's funny to say it.
I like Arkansas and Vandy.
Mm.
So instead of celebrating State losing by 10, can I celebrate Ole Miss getting beat and consider that a Mississippi State win?
You can. And somebody was saying the win we were looking for, the loss, I should say, Tennessee to it was to Arkansas. Right. Speaking of that, that was the one. Yeah, you can celebrate LSU beating Ole Miss. Sure.
Arkansas is sneaking up on everybody.
Well, you heard what my prediction.
I know. I know. Who would have thought?
I anchored down, baby.
Keith Aberstadt must be living the dream right now.
All right, so let's go to the phones. 30 seconds a pop. We'll start with John in Birmingham, Alabama, listening to 104.7 WZZK. John, go.
Yeah, guys, I was wondering why there's only audio and no video on the YouTube in between commercials. And talking about the weaponization of the Biden administration, Dave Sparks went to this guy's landfill or his field to buy some stuff, and the guy said that he had a rally there, and a week later he had the EPA and everybody on his back.
Well, here's what we know. I don't know if those can connect those two dots, but what we do know is that the current administration has shown us clearly they will weaponize government agencies against people that they don't like or they're against.
Yeah, one of the things we always thought we were immune from in this country that, kind of reflects of a banana republic.
Also, on the no video in the breaks, I guess last week, Adler stopped playing videos from this channel a guy put together from old Turner South things. We may have run the gamut on the entire library. But we also started getting marks against us for the archive from the very group that protects Bubba and me, Rick and Bubba Incorporated, from people monetizing our content. And Adler keeps saying, it's us playing our own stuff. And those videos started getting us flagged that somebody was using Rick and Bubba's stuff. Of course, it was Rick and Bubba.
He started playing best ofs and then just had a screenshot of our logo. But apparently that confuses people. I don't know why. So we're doing that. I guess I could show a wide shot of the studio with the audio or just play commercials. I don't know. But
I wish Elon would buy it.
Yeah, I think it's fine just to put the logo and let it play. Some of you, because we did have two things playing on top of each other a minute ago, we don't now. When you're hearing just voices in the break, it's best of bits. So it's not us with our mics on in the studio. So FYI.
We think.
We continue. Hunter in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I don't think that Donald Trump has dementia, but it seems like the Alabama defense does because they forget how to play defense halfway through the game.
All right. See what I'm talking about? And Greg,
you won, right? I mean, I just want to remind you.
And Greg said he's got callers begging us to put Nadmeyer on. We can't make him be on.
Right.
Okay, so if there's a chance, we'll try maybe tomorrow. Some weeks over the years, if Bama gives, and this is usually when it happens, if they fire off 2 bad weeks in a row, he won't give you a Monday.
Right.
He has to gather.
Well, he's sulking.
Right. So we'll see. Let's go to Jeremy, Brookhaven, Mississippi. Jeremy, go ahead.
Hey, Bugsy, I just want to call and see if you heard Elon on the Tucker Carlson podcast where he was talking about how much money Boeing got versus how much SpaceX got and how much work each one of them has actually done. It was hilarious, but I'll hang up and let y'all talk about that.
Yes, I've caught bits. I have not seen the entire interview in its entirety. I have seen bits and pieces of it, and he is right. They both got seed money from NASA. And Boeing got quite a bit more, and SpaceX to this point has delivered more than they have, but they'll get it worked out. I'm confident in Boeing.
Are you really?
Yeah, they're going to have to change some things. I think they got some leadership that got them off the path.
Somebody said the new guy in charge keeps wearing T-shirts. Have you heard about that?
So he's not serious.
Yeah, Don.
I hate to tell you, the guy at SpaceX is wearing a T-shirt.
Don, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I hate Greg's taking calls because he used to be the coach at Texas A&M. But
that's right.
Yeah.
Got a question about their cheerlead guys. I think is what they're called, where they do that little thing where they put their hands above their head and kick the. Do y'all know the meaning behind that? Because they look like cheerleaders at a gay pride rally or something.
Well, it's a military thing. Because, the M in A&M is military, right? It's agriculture and military. Is that what that means?
Rick, I don't know.
But I know they have.
They do have a military tie, but I don't know about the name.
Yeah, I actually pulled that up one day because I was like you. I was like, what's going on? And Sherry and I were like, well, she'd never even. And I said, Sherry, we went to see A&M and Auburn play each other. You didn't notice these guys? And she was like, I didn't. And they're called cheer
captains maybe or something.
But anyway, and so there's videos of them showing you what each move means, and pretty much all of it ties back to military.
Yeah, I mean, all these schools have their different traditions.
Right.
Doesn't A&M do that midnight yell thing too? Wasn't that one of the things they did?
Yeah, I think you're right, yeah.
Everybody's got their own deal, which is great. That's part of the pageantry of college football.
Tom in Pell City. Tom, go ahead.
What about them BYU Cougars? They're undefeated. And they have a Jewish quarterback playing on a Mormon team.
Yeah, did you see that?
What a combination.
Did you see that on the weekend? I saw the story on him, and he really did something controversial because he played on Yom Kippur. And they were saying that, many were saying, well, if he truly was Jewish, then he would not play on Yom Kippur if he was devout in his Jewish faith, because we've had other athletes that didn't.
Right.
And he said that he thought because they had were depending on him, that the fact that he's not playing has everybody talking about his faith and gives them an opportunity to share it. That I really took that down to a really small bite, but that's basically what he was saying. But
there's a lot of funny, humorous things going on with that BYU team.
Oh, we thought Jim McMahon being a Mormon was funny. What about when the guy is wearing the Star of David playing for the Mormons? And is just calling it. I'm here, but I'm Jewish. Now he's catching some heat from some of his Jewish brothers and sisters, saying, when it comes to this day of fasting and prayer and doing no work, that's really not up for debate. If you're still under that old covenant, Yeah. So, others in the past.
It won't matter as long as they're winning.
Was it Sandy Koufax that would not pitch on Yom Kippur one time during
I don't know, Rick. I'm not that.
I remember it was a very famous pitcher in Major League Baseball in a major series, and he would not play. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Miss Pelosi have any proof that the CIA was lying to her?
Stuff?
Who cares? Rick and Bubba are here. They're going to talk about it. They got a brand new book, which is now in paperback, which means it's bendable. It's called Guide to the Almost Nearly Perfect Marriage. And Rick and Bubba, first off, before we talk about you, because you are all about you, each other, respectively.
And plus, we need to hawk the book and move it to number one.
Right, but very subtle way to bring that up.
Yes.
Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker, does she have to answer something that happened 2 weeks ago? Does it still linger?
Well, if you don't answer the question, well, yes. I mean, if you're going to bring accusations against the CIA that they lied to you, then you need to explain yourself, provide the proof, tell us exactly what happened. You can't just say that because it made a good soundbite and then try to disappear and hope we don't bring it up again.
Yeah, but think about this. Two groups you don't want to get mad. The IRS and the CIA.
Right.
Okay, I don't want those guys unhappy,
that's not
especially
good.
the ones protecting me.
Well, Nancy they did ask her a week later at her next press conference, and she said, I've already spoken about that. I stand by my words. That's not an answer.
No, and the CIA has a long memory, folks. Let's just look at some of our theories out there on other things. Don't make them mad.
Don't you wish our politicians would just be honest, and just be brutal and go, you know what? I said that because the waterboarding thing was going on, and I've been grandstanding about that. I hate conservatives and Republicans, and really, I just said that for a soundbite. Now you're making me explain myself, and I'm not going to because I can't.
Right.
Then you go, well, thank you, Miss Pelosi.
And then you move on.
But a lot of
criticism has been aimed at the press corps with the Obama administration, and so quite possibly that would spill over to the speaker. Do you think she will be continued to be asked that question when she returns from overseas trips?
Absolutely. She is going to have that question follow her till she gives us an answer that actually makes sense.
Yeah, now there's going to be a lot of media sources that will try not to ask her, but then luckily today we have multiple media sources who eventually will ask the question.
Now, we are in the month of June. This is traditionally a big month when people get married. And look, you've written a book on how to have a happy marriage.
No, it's not happy. Don't use that word. It's not. We don't say anything about happy.
Yeah,
that was somebody else's book. We started
his book.
I was going to say, did you steal all the ideas?
Well, look, did you see how well he did with it? and what I said is, here's how we're going to sell as many as Steve. We're not going to shut up about it. Right. And right now we're not.
Steve did a pretty good job.
That's what I'm talking about. I mean, we had him on our show alone 12, 15 times. Now, here's what I want to say about this, and I'm just going to be real, unlike Mrs. Pelosi. We need to move this book to #1. I'm sick and tired of these Oprah authors being up there on the top. Right. I want to blow past these vampire books. I want to roar past the shack and go after this guy that
and the
has
way
all
to
this
do that
guru
is
stuff.
to have the content and tell me the content, and here it is. Why? How do you get the woman of your dreams? Go to stalking and just slightly pull back?
Just pull back.
Under today's laws, we would have been found guilty because we stalked our wives. Guys today, they want to hang out. They want to just go as a group. Not us. We went after our wives. My wife tried to break up with me.
Right.
And you know what I told her? No. I said, it takes two to go together. It takes two to break up. See you tomorrow night.
Yeah.
And we've been married 20 years.
That's right.
Next month with 2 kids.
And my wife tried to pull the friend card on me because I'm slightly overweight and jovial. And I said, I already have friends. They're guys.
Well, remember him in 2003, former Alabama Chief Justice Roy Moore defied a federal court order to remove this, a 2-ton 10 Commandments monument from the state judicial building. The courts thought Moore's refusal blurred the lines between church and state, so they removed him from the bench.
Well, he ran for governor after being booted, didn't win, but now he's back at it, and he joins us live right now from Alabama. And Judge, say hello to Rick and Bubba. We know that you've got a long history with these two.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba.
How about it, Judge? How have you been?
Oh, it's been good.
Thank
Nice
you
to
very
hear
much.
from you.
Hey, I'll tell you what, I bet your breakfast was better than ours this morning.
What did you have?
Nothing.
It was early.
Yeah, leftover bagels back here that Steve and Brian didn't want.
All right, Justice, let me get your thoughts on your book because it is called So Help Me God. Obviously, it's about what you went through. How are you using that message now as you run for governor?
Well, it's basically what's going on in the country today. The judges aren't ruling by the law. They're not following the Constitution. They're following their own feelings and their own empathies.
Well, we heard that word.
And is that unconstitutional?
Yeah, absolutely. Judges are supposed to follow the law, and that's why I have some problems with the recent consideration of Sotomayor.
In particular, what? Because she's already started her visits up on Capitol Hill yesterday. She met with a bunch of senators, and so far, everybody very polite.
Well, I mean, it's okay to be polite, but you've got to rule according to the law and not according to your feelings. And that's basically what Obama said. His criterion for selecting judges was their empathy for certain classes.
"35 minutes now past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show." Thanks. We're back. Somewhere in America 2024 tour. Trace Adkins is on the program today, and we're listening to one of his many outstanding songs, the one that made us all cry. You're going to miss this. Trace, welcome back to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, I'm all right. How are y'all? Hadn't talked to you in a while.
It has been a while, and I didn't think it was possible for your voice to get deeper, but I think it has.
Yeah, I believe it has too.
Well, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, so.
Sorry about that. Hey, how are you feeling? I understand you were sick a little bit. You feeling better?
I'm just starting to feel better. I'm still a little stopped up, but yeah. I got the COVID for about the 5th or 6th time. I don't know how many times I've had that now. Yeah, every time I do a meet and greet, I end up with COVID.
Oh, no.
Time to grip and grin. Well, here we go again.
So, Trace, I know
I know. I appreciate all of y'all just, coming in there all, infected and not caring and you hugging on me. I appreciate that.
So, Trace, I know you love performing. How is it being out on the road again now?
Shoot, I've been on the road for almost 30 years. We don't tour like pop people do, where you go out for 3 months and just do, 40 shows. And, we just spread stuff out over the year and pretty much just go all year. But, I don't do as many shows as I used to do. But still, we're still doing the weekend thing.
Yeah, I think I can't remember, was it Reba? The first time I heard someone started saying, look, this being out here and grinding like this, there's a better way, and she would stay home till about Thursday and then go out and play the weekends. And, the going out there saying, hey, see all of you later, I'm gone for the next year, that's there's a better way.
Yeah.
So tell us about the Somewhere in America tour. You one of the stops, and we're actually going to give away some tickets to this. Now, you go in a lot of our markets on this tour, but you got one coming up on the 18th of October at Sand Mountain Amphitheater. Have you played this venue before? This thing is really nice.
I can't believe that I have not played that venue before. An amphitheater that close to the house, and I hadn't played it. That's an oversight on somebody's part.
Well, you're going to love it.
But I'll be able to drive home after that one, sleep in my own bed.
Yeah, it's that's such a beautiful part of Alabama, as you know. And the setting in October, it's just special. That's our driest month of the year. I think some of Alabama's most beautiful weather is in October. And so it ought to be just a beautiful, beautiful evening and time together. So Somewhere in America, when you've been doing it as long as you have, and you go, all right, here's our set list, boys. How do you manage it? Is it pretty much locked in for the whole tour? Do you say, all right, this weekend let's drop that one and add this? How do you even go after a catalog as blessed as you've been to play so long?
Well, we have the compulsory ones that we have to do, of course. The songs that country music fans want to hear what they've heard on the radio. So, right. We're going to do a greatest hits show for them. But, over the years, what I kind of do now is I let the band do it. What do you got? What do they want to play? Sometimes I'll go to the Opry and I have no idea what songs I'm going to do until I get there and the band tells me, these are the ones we want to play tonight. I'm like, all right, let's go. I just like them to do what they want to do, and unless I have something special that I, want to do, I'll tell them. But, I like to walk out there every night and look down at the set list and go, oh, we're doing that one tonight. All right, let's go.
Well, you've had such an opportunity to just be with legends. When have you gotten to the point now when you're hanging around all these people? You've been at it so long. You are that person to some of these young artists that are coming up. But have you kind of gotten to where you feel like you mentioned like the Opry and being around all these legends that you're part of that group now?
Oh gosh, it's hard to accept that, but I don't feel super uncomfortable around those guys now. It's getting a little better. I'm not as starstruck as I used to be. You mentioned Reba, she still makes me nervous.
She makes everybody nervous, I think. Yeah. Watching her on The Voice now, and then she's got another TV show. This is how many sitcoms is she? This is a brand new one. She's done at least 2 that I know of.
Been on a few.
Yeah, so she looks like she could still do anything she wanted to at any time.
Trace, do you enjoy doing the commercials and the other TV shows and things that you've done in the past? Did you always enjoy doing those?
Well, it's an absolute privilege for me to do that Wounded Warrior stuff that I do. I look at it as just, it's just an honor, and I always like being around those folks. I always come away from it a better man, I think, when I'm in the presence of those people. I enjoy doing that. And then, as far as the acting stuff goes, I get a kick out of it. I ain't gonna lie. It challenges me. It gets me out of my comfort zone, and I get a kick out of it.
It's a lot of hurry to wait, though, isn't it? But I guess if you've been, you're so many years, you're accustomed to the. I remember the first time that I thought it was really well put by Jackson Brown. When he did the song about how you just wander around backstage. So you kind of know what it's like to hurry to wait, don't you?
I wait all day. Yeah, that's what we do. I'll get to Albertville and wait all day long just to get on stage that night.
So, and then you're going to have Drew Bullridge with you. Tell us a little bit about him.
Who?
Drew? Do you know Drew Bullridge?
No.
Okay, well, I got news for you. You're going to get to know him because apparently he's playing.
Oh, okay.
He's on the bill with you in case you're wondering when you get there. So anyway.
You'll enjoy getting to know him, I'm sure.
You'll enjoy getting to know him.
Look forward to meeting the boy.
He may recreate little Jimmy Dickens with the stepladder and come out and say hello. Oh, gosh, that's great. We're going to send some people to see you. Now, when we do this giveaway, this is what you're going to love. I feel this way every time. I want tickets. Tickets are great. I want good seats. But one of the things I always want is parking. This package we're going to give away actually has VIP parking with it, VIP tickets. Now, if you have tested for COVID recently, please don't hug Trace if you get to see
Just
it.
stay at home.
Yeah,
stay at home.
And also you're going to get wristbands that are good for food. But you're right on the deal. I think all of us got to the point, and I hate you got sick, but where we're tired of that what happened in 2020. When I go back to that, the depression of not interacting with anybody, not getting to see anybody. I mean, to my point, especially now, COVID's just turned into I'm sick, and you get over it like you do anything else. But I don't ever want to go back. I don't ever want to go back to what we did in 2020.
I think my 82-year-old mama's had COVID like 3 times.
Right.
Kicked it in the ass every time. It's like, I'm sick, it'll be all right. So
We've all been sick before, haven't we? And you just push through it. So,
well,
Trace,
glad to have it at that point. For
I'm
sure.
glad you're feeling better, and I'm also glad you're finally going to put this on the list of all the places you've played, the Sand Mountain Amphitheater. So you're gonna love that venue. So remember us telling you that when you get there. TraceAtkins.com, all the information you need about the tour. But right now, if you are you want to do what number call you want to do right here? You want to do
what do you want to do, Rick? I'm good either way.
How long you been at this, Atkins? 25 years?
26 will be my 30th year, so
30 years.
About 28, 29 years.
All right, so let's go caller 28.
28.
Caller
good.
28. At 866 We Be Big.
Can Greg count that high?
Probably not. 4 VIP tickets, 4 VIP. You get VIP parking and wristbands for
I ain't
food.
gonna sit here till noon waiting on 28 people to call y'all.
No,
we'll handle that. We'll handle that. You
We got it.
You ain't got to worry about that. Trace Adkins, thanks for being with us. God bless you, brother.
I don't have to wait on that.
No,
we'll
good.
handle that.
You can go back to sleep. You're good. Night, Trace.
Okay. All right.
See you, buddy. Trace Adkins spending time with us today. The Somewhere in America 2024 tour. If you want to go to the Sand Mountain, Alabama stop, call us right now. We'll be right back. Speedy's
When
on
you're
vacation right now.
Is
Speedy?
this a violation of the treaty?
Speedy?
Yeah, baby.
Hey, now look, this is Bubba's day.
Did you drop Wayne off? Everything okay?
Do what now?
Did you drop Wayne off? Bubba's worried that you didn't get Wayne Bryan back to his hotel.
Tell Bubba I got him. The A-team was in charge.
Okay.
I got him.
Okay, good. All right, now
we don't send Speedy much to get gas.
No, we don't.
I mean,
That's old days.
There's a special ranking here.
How about this?
Well, two things happened within 24 hours. The first is the first time I ever had to get up out of my chair for a guest, and I was happy to do so. And then I went to pick up somebody, which I'm also happy to do so.
Yeah. Now, Speedy, I know you're on location, and this is what I want to accomplish.
Okay.
I want Bill Bubba Bussey to get the accolades and the pat on the back he deserves for his hard work to bring this event to the people of Birmingham, Alabama. But everyone in Birmingham who's a tennis enthusiast, I hope included Bubba in their thank you prayers.
That's right. That's correct. And that's my main goal is to let as many people know as possible. Matter of fact, I'll start with you. Hey, ma'am, how are you? Hey, ma'am. Ma'am. Okay. That's fine. Have a good day.
Blew him off.
Yeah, that's fine. Hey, sir, Bubba, have you seen Bubba? I'm Speedy with the Rick and Bubba Show. We're live. Have you seen Bubba on the front page? Are you a tennis star or a fan?
Speedy.
Do you play tennis? You do? Look at this. Please look right here. This ought to excite you a little bit. I know
this is a payback for Theotis.
Right and Bubba brings tennis to Birmingham. How about that? Good. Isn't that awesome? Did you know he single-handedly brought the Davis Cup here? That's awesome. He did. It's great. How you doing, sir? Thank you for talking to me, man. I appreciate it. Great attitude, sir. Let's go over here. Hey, sir, toot the horn. Toot the horn. Thank you so much, sir. Have you seen the Davis Cup accolades that Bubba's getting today? Absolutely incredible. It is. Did you know that he actually is Gene Hallman's daddy? I did not know that. Yes, he is. And he might keep Mayor Langford out of jail.
Lady.
Yeah.
You let him out of here. He's on a roll.
He's on the front page right now, and that's him. And if you look real little in the back, that's Andy Roddy, his little buddy. Is that as close as he got to it? Yeah, I think so. I just wish he was a lot closer. He smelled like his cologne yesterday. But thank you, sir. Toot the horn again if you love the Birmingham. Hey, thank you so much.
Hey, Speedy. I want to toot the horn if you want to thank Bubba. Bottom line.
Hey, could somebody toot the horn if you like? Want to thank Bubba. Hey, we're on that 10-second delay, so that'll hurt a little bit.
Right.
Let me go to this other lady. Looks like a man. Let me see.
Hey,
ma'am, have you seen the cover? Bubba's on the cover. Did you see that? Hey, let me walk over to you because I know you want to give him his accolades. Hey, ma'am, you want to say congratulations to Bubba?
Congratulations, Bubba. I got your paper.
Thank you. Yeah, see there?
Thank you. Bubba's paper now. Did you know he's also behind the story here in the Birmingham News? He's actually, in charge now of financing for the Birmingham News.
I didn't know that.
Yes, he is. But, hey, thank you so much. Are you a tennis star?
No, but Bubba is.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
well,
Speedy.
Thank you so much for coming.
We love the USA.
Day, okay?
Speedy, let's call it the Bubbaham News.
All right, the Bubbaham News? Okay. Hey, ma'am, have you seen the Bubbaham News?
Rick, you've given him. He's got too many syllables
I'm
here.
Speedy with the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't be alarmed. I know in today's climate, you might think I'm a stalker or an idiot. Hey, look, the Birmingham News.
One of the two.
The Bubba News. I'm live. I'm Speedy with the Rick and Bubba Show. I just want to know, have you seen the article? This right here is one of my best friends, Bubba. Look right here. He single-handedly brought the Davis Cup to Birmingham. How about that?
You.
So pick one up today, okay? Make sure you give him his accolades, okay? No matter what anybody tells you today, it was Bubba that got it here, okay?
Somebody go check on Ryan. Accolades.
Hey, how you doing?
Ryan is down somewhere.
No, man, he is married. Okay, somebody else is single, Bubba.
No,
I know he doesn't have a ring on, but he's married. Right. Somebody said you didn't have a ring on. I thought you were like the one that Birmingham's. Hey, toot the horn real quick. If you love Bubba, say hey. Hey, sir.
Hey, what is he talking about? Do you have a ring on in the picture?
Probably not.
Because you're playing tennis?
Well, lost the weight. It fell off. I got another one.
Thank you. Give Bubba his accolades. Yes. Screw you too, sir. All right.
Speedy way to be the diplomat out there.
What happened? Is somebody a little angry there?
Well, we had us a hater.
We're back 9 minutes now to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. SimplySafe.com/bigbox. Let me tell you something. Well, you talk about safety right now and security now more than ever, and you can really secure your property with the latest technology. SimplySafe, they've changed the industry. They were like, you know what? People who rent property ought to be able to have a security system. And so they started developing something that renters could use, then take with them when they go, so the landlords could approve security because the old ones were so intrusive. And you remember sitting around all day waiting on the installation team to get there. Well, right now with SimplySafe.com, if you use our URL, which is SimplySafe.com/BigVox, go there, get 50% off on a new system, and get a free indoor security camera too when you order today. And their Live Guard technology is phenomenal. They are watching the property. If they get an alert, they're watching it in real time. They can interact with intruders. They can let you know of a fire, flood, carbon monoxide poisoning in the middle of the night. U.S. News and World Report said the best system out there. Best home security system. Again, SimplySafe.com/BigVox, 50% off a new system and a free indoor security camera. Move now. If you can't get all this down as you're moving through your day, just go to rickandbubba.com, look at the sponsors button. You'll find the link there that gets you that savings. So Trace Adkins, a couple of things. Apparently not aware of who's opening for him. I got that for him.
Why does everybody say that was painful?
Some say it was painful. Some say great interview. He was definitely sleepy. He talked about, that he was it was 3 a.m. where he was, so apparently he must be moving. He must not be at home, because if he was at home, it would be the same time it was with us, because he lives in the Central Time Zone.
The only thing would be West Coast, and that I don't think it'd be that early.
Well, he has a show that he does too. Okay. So I don't know. Greg, did you get a winner?
We got a winner.
Yeah. Did you write it down?
Autumn Hersman.
You done? You paused. You weren't sure. Autumn. Say it again.
And she was excited. Hersman, Hersman.
All right, where's she from?
She's from Huntsville.
Okay, so she's going.
Yes, fired up.
Did you see Greg look away when he said Huntsville, like he didn't?
He wasn't quite sure.
That was kind of
you know what he thought to himself? Somewhere in North Alabama.
It's a vole. I was hoping
it could be Springfield. Could be
Hartsville.
Could be Hartsville. But do you think
she was
it's Huntsville?
excited about it?
Okay, good.
I feel good about it.
Yeah,
what was her name?
Autumn Hersman.
Did she know? Did she know who was opening for Trace Adkins?
She did not. I didn't ask her. But
Speedy, you okay in there?
I am. I'm good, bud.
She said she struggled through the interview. I'm kidding.
Did you struggle?
The
opening
I don't know. I don't know about struggling.
Right.
I know that he does a lot, and he's coming off, COVID and being sick, and I'm glad that he stuck to doing the interview. He could have just brushed us off, and so I appreciate him coming on.
No, it's not. How about he'll pick up COVID? Apparently.
Yeah, he will. He will.
He kind of done it. He's
5 times.
His mama kicked his rump.
Right, and she's in her 80s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how about that?
Yeah, but I was in there when Greg was scratching down Autumn's name and information.
Do you agree she's from Huntsville?
Yeah, I didn't hear what she was saying, but I'll go ahead and go with what Greg is saying. But I know, was fired up to get the family 4-pack to go see him.
She was excited.
And you're right, that venue's really cool.
Bubba, yeah, it really is a nice venue. Bubba and I were looking in the break at some of Trace's history. Good gracious.
I know.
I mean,
he's been shot, car wrecks. I mean, he's had a rough run, man.
Yeah.
You can't do anything with him.
The Ultimate Cowboy Showdown too is good. I think is that what it's
called?
people
kept asking me if they're going to do another seasons of that, and I meant to ask him that, and I forgot.
Yeah.
He was in Mom's Night Out.
I remember that was one of his early acting debuts.
And he was runner up on the Celebrity Apprentice.
Remember that with Trump?
I don't remember that.
Oh, I do. I remember that.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember the show, but I don't remember him being on it.
How funny was it when he thought he was going to have to sit through caller number 28?
I know. I'll be here all day waiting on that.
We're not going to do it. Hey, I'm going to sit here all day working on that.
I got a little uncomfortable on that, but other than that, it went good.
No, so that bothered you more than he didn't know
core temperature.
Now when
core temperature,
just general sleepiness.
Now when he didn't know the opening act, which I'm sure when he goes to different markets, they have different folks that open up. He wasn't given that memo. That was a little uncomfortable, but I think we played it off good. And
see, I thought this was going to be. Now, let me tell you about this young guy. Now he's something. And then I realized he didn't know who. So, I mean, Drew may go to Albertville High School. I don't know. Maybe a big moment for him.
They may have had a giveaway, a contest.
He may be an Aggie. So, and speaking of that, everybody, I didn't know what the M stood for in all these A&M teams. I never have known. It's mechanical, not military. Because I know a lot of A&M schools will have a strong military representation.
I know. What is the deal with that?
It's
Texas A&M.
It's agricultural and mechanical. Now the
Well,
military
they got a bunch
part,
of military people.
and the Yell leaders are military. It was Yell leader. That was the name.
I don't want to be
of
a Yell.
That's
leader.
it. Yeah, and you ever seen some of the weird moves
I
they do and
have.
everything?
Yeah.
They all mean something. And go. You can Google it. Go Yell leaders. What all these mean? And there's actually the guy stands there and goes through all of them like he's training you how to do it.
Great.
And but they're Yell leaders, and it's agricultural and mechanical.
I saw a story on the cadet that has to take care of the dog. You know, that collie they got? He's assigned. It stays in his dorm and everything.
Really?
Oh, yeah. You'd like to have that one, Rick.
Oh, yeah. What about the dog?
Trace he's responsible for it.
He's been in a lot of movies.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of them. A lot of TV shows. I'm just rough figure here. I mean, I see started in 87. Looks like he's been in 1 or 2 a year. I mean, he at least 20.
A lot of people don't know he's actually a Yell leader at A&M.
He is.
Or was.
Now, that's not talked about a lot.
No.
But you were telling me he had that he had an ex-wife shoot him.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
remember that.
I think
remember
they
that
were
one?
actually married.
I remember him
at the time.
talking about it. Yeah. I've seen him in it.
But I don't think that's on the one pager, guys.
Didn't he
No,
get
it wasn't.
his-
That's just Googling.
Yeah.
Did he get his nose cut off or something?
Yeah, in a car wreck.
Yeah.
with
Not
school
that I
bus,
know
yeah.
about that.
Okay.
Right. Speedy, we're just running down all the interesting Trace
you.
Adkins.
He's an interesting guy.
He is.
really is.
Y'all are good. Y'all are good.
And when I told him that, I started to ask him, is he planning to stop doing any touring? And then I was going to set him up and go, well, let me warn you, you're going to miss this. But I didn't do it.
I bet he'd love that.
Wouldn't he have loved that?
Yeah. Talk about Speedy and getting uncomfortable.
Right.
I kind of wish you'd done.
What if we had a contest if anybody could talk lower than Trace Adkins?
No, it'd be hard. Gorosky's the only one even closer. By the way, remind me to tell you about an odd moment about him last night.
Okay.
But on Trace Adkins, too, do you know he was a offensive lineman at Louisiana Tech?
I did know
No,
that.
I didn't know that.
So there's several people played at Louisiana Tech.
Absolutely.
It's pretty famous now.
I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I think he also was confused on how quick we got to 28 calls. He underestimates the audience. I think he probably thought that was going to take a long time. We had that in 30 seconds in the break.
Right. Well, but who knows?
You were a little offended by that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he did.
That's quick.
He thought we were going to drag him into that, and I reassured him that we would.
Which
not.
I was hoping that you would then play. Yeah, no, hold on, we got.
Well, there was a side of me that thought about that, but I mean, he's a large individual.
Yeah,
and
I give you that.
And Albertville's awful close.
Yeah,
so
sure.
I was kind of like,
yeah, we don't want Trace upset.
Angry Trace, no, thank you.
No.
Yeah, he's
pass.
Yeah, and Bubba, what you would have loved, I did see on the one sheeter. I think it was 2023 before little Jimmy Dickens went on in. That little Jimmy Dickens brought out a stepladder and climbed up there to look him eye to eye.
That's funny.
Because how large he is.
Yeah.
And tiny little Jimmy Dickens.
Who, Tater?
Is that another name for him?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a great day. Don't forget the Rick and
I've
Bubba
actually
Archive.
seen him at the Grand Ole Opry like 3 times.
I bet you have. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
By the locals as Artville.
Yes.
An Artville woman is charged with endangering the welfare of a child after a bizarre turn of events Saturday. Police say they found her driving on Highway 431 with a teenager riding in a box on top of her minivan.
You're kidding me.
What? The lady was taken to Albertville City Jail. Police say someone called them about a minivan traveling on Highway 431 with a large cardboard box on the roof. A child was found inside. Officers stopped the van on Highway 431 near Tyson Foods. They found a 13-year-old girl inside the box. Police questioned the lady about why the child was in the box, and she said the box was too big to go inside the van, and she would be able to hold it down if she was inside the box.
No, she did not. She was weighting the box down. She did not.
I'm afraid we have a situation here of a 13-year-old paperweight.
Right. Oh, my goodness. This happened to me one time when I made an F.
Rick. police questioned the lady. She questioned the lady about if she thought the child was safe in this position on top of the minivan. She replied saying, quote, "The box was tied to the van with clothes hangers."
Yeah, nice. Well, she's fine.
No, she's
did
fine.
not.
Everybody knows those will hold anything.
Yeah, there ain't nothing wrong with that.
The box is still here, Mama.
They ever heard of maybe a piece of rope?
Mama, tied that clothes hanger.
Yeah,
well, if the clothes hanger was good enough to hold it, then you shouldn't have had to have a paperweight in it, should you?
You wouldn't think.
Okay, let's go back.
If it can hold the weight of a body.
By the way, this box must be extremely important.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, they might want to look inside that box.
Well, they really had plans for that box, didn't they? They had to get it somewhere.
Look, I understand. Anytime you could get your hands on a big box as a kid, that was good stuff.
Oh,
you could be able to ford out of it, roll in it.
As a matter of fact, the woman, they actually ended up letting her go. Did you hear what happened?
No.
She said, "We're going to go home and paint it pink, then ride around some more."
Rick.
No, and they said, "Well, that's good. Fine, then go ahead."
That is Rick at.
You want to make people talk about it? All right. How about the?
That's all.
I mean, to me, this story I don't think answers all of our questions. I mean,
Can we go back again?
I got to know more information. Now,
well, since this city is in our listening area, maybe the lady who did this could call us and let us know.
She's in jail.
No, she's out now.
Oh, is she? Okay.
Ma'am,
she needs to be.
Ma'am, would you? Because here's what I got to know. I got to know if you're sitting there going, you know something, honey, I don't think this cardboard box is going to fit in the van, and we're going to have to put it on top of the roof. Now, I do have some clothes hangers. I'm afraid the wind might get in it. I'll tell you what I think we need to do. Honey, won't you get in the box and get up on top of the van, and I'm going to roll on.
Yo.
I mean, you realize she made that decision and went with it.
Yes, I'll tell you that we can do it that way.
And I'm going to tell you something. I'd like to talk to her about maybe doing some network sales for us.
Yeah, right.
Because that's a salesperson right there.
It is. It is.
You know,
sit in this box.
Again,
I mean, she talked her daughter into doing it.
You have to ask the question, what did we need a box that bad for? And
that's what I want to know.
Boy, that box had plans.
And you had to go get the box and then carry it home.
They were big plans for that box.
You would think, well, it's what's in the box. Well, no, that's her daughter or the 13-year-old. So
and we could have transported her without.
So it was just the box.
See, there's no good journalism anymore. Whomever wrote this story, how could you not ask the question, what was the box for?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I'd like to determine whether I think it was worth it. Now, I think I'm going to say no. But I sure would like to hear.
Like they were moving and they needed it. You know,
come on,
something.
If you're listening, ma'am, we would like to, just shed a little light to this story and clarify it. Maybe there's a reason that we could all wrap our arms around here and feel better about. Or you know her or someone related. Maybe the young lady riding in the box could tell us. I'm just, it does leave a little. It's kind of like you had half a meal.
Right,
go,
right.
I'm just not satisfied on this.
I'm most certain I'm going to still disagree with it, but I sure do want to know what that box is for.
Right.
Somebody didn't ask enough questions on this one.
Right. I mean, I can't think of any reason you'd put your kid in a cardboard box and put it on top of you.
You know how you picture something? I picture the little girl climbing up on top of the van. And like just getting down in there Indian style and sitting in there.
Yeah, now
and everybody going, all right, here we go.
All right, don't you have to do this? You know how when you used to get in the back of a truck, you give it a tap.
Ready to go.
We're all in.
Here we go.
We're all in.
I'm ready, Mama. Mama, I'm in a gadget. Mama, go slow. Mama, gadget driver, hold it to the floor.
Hold the floor, driver.
Y'all, this is real stuff.
Yeah, I mean, guys,
the cardboard box.
As much as I want to say this story's made up, it appears not to be. Yeah. Man, we got a lot of details here, and you know what? That's where we used to work up in that area. I know exactly where this is.
I could understand it if they said they found a treasure chest and she sat in it so it wouldn't go anywhere. I could understand that.
Or an iron lung. Somebody had to have something to breathe.
Right.
We got to get it to somebody who can't breathe.
Right. She's holding down a vital organ.
Right.
Yeah.
She was sitting in the cooler transporting a kidney.
Yeah.
Something.
We couldn't fit it in the car. Somebody had to hold it on top.
Right, but a box.
We found
I got a terrible feeling they were loading up to go to trade.
Well, they were going to put a bunch of old records in it.
How about
Beagles.
My daughter was sitting on some Beagles. My daughter was going to put puppies in it.
Yeah. and some old records. Some old Elvis records.
How about this? My daughter was sitting on top of the Ark of the Covenant.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. I can understand that.
Here we go. Another hour. Adler out today. We got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess. They are here today. And welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is a little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. So you mentioned going to the break. So this past weekend, did have the honor of going over to Tallapoosa, Georgia. Now, when I say Tallapoosa, Georgia, you talk about barely Georgia. When I kept looking about where I was going, I'm like, well, that's only 30 minutes from where Greg and I grew up in Oxford, Alabama. Yeah. And I mean, then I realized, I'm like, this is not Tallapoosa, Georgia. This is Heflin. But then,
right there together.
Yeah, right there together. How about it's so close to the Alabama line, I never even got a sign. I mean, you know how sometimes you're driving and he goes, hey, welcome to Georgia. Right. I don't even get a sign.
Yeah.
I'm just on a back road like we're going to deer hunting or something, and suddenly I look up and see the church. I look down at my phone, and it was almost like we don't know where to go. Are you Eastern time or Central time?
Yeah, you're right there on that line.
I was right there on the line. The phone was not even sure, like, what are we going to officially go Eastern?
It jumps back and forth.
I mean, I'm talking about, it's like I stepped into Georgia for a minute.
Yep.
But wonderful people there at Providence Baptist Church and Pastor Curtis Pixler. Very, very kind and honored to trust me with that. Tyler Davis, who Greg works for Southern Company, he was tired.
Oh,
he was tired. He'd been working them hurricanes, baby. By the way, he told me that Augusta, home of the Masters, that they've got trees everywhere.
They got some work to do.
Anyway, so he was working some of that. So had a great time. Thanks to all the men that came out on Saturday night. And then, Bubba, you mentioned we had last night, up, Greg, here we go again, up in Huntsville at Twickenham Church of Christ, another low, somebody who talks really low, Scott Gorosky. You said he's on frequency. A lot of things you can't even pick him up, right?
Yeah. He's below my hearing range on some of the things he says, so I have to look for someone to decode it.
Yeah.
But this was strange. So last night I'm sitting outside. I'm taking pictures of the comet, trying to watch that.
Of course you are. Yeah.
And it had got a little darker, and Betty had gone in, and she was getting ready for bedtime because we go as soon as the sun goes down. And
sure.
I got it. I'm sitting there looking at the comet and just thinking about it and the universe and how all of that works together. And I got a text on my phone from Dr. Travis Taylor.
Oh, yes.
And I thought, wait a minute.
Oh, my goodness.
He had something to do with the
Skinwalker, baby.
Comet and Dr. Travis Taylor all at one time. He said, I'm sitting on a plane next to Scott Gorosky. And I said, don't believe a word he says.
Right, yes. Can you understand him? Yeah.
And I said some very nice things about Scott. And so we got to talking, but I thought, how weird to get a text from him while looking at a comet.
Yeah.
And I just got a text from somebody else that said they found him on another show and was watching that.
Travis Taylor, right? Not Scott Gorosky.
Right, okay. Travis Taylor.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's called Tesla's something.
Somebody had told you they saw him, and then he ends up seeing you.
I mean,
same setting down.
How weird!
Really weird.
And was sitting by,
and then throw Gorosky.
And sitting by what's eating Scott Gorosky. Did you tell Travis to ask him what was eating him?
Yeah, I bet he had a long list.
Well, I'll tell you how that happened.
It's let me tell you, it's called the Tesla Files.
Okay.
And this person sent me a picture of him on there. So, I mean, he's just TV show to TV show.
Yeah.
I mean, with all the History Channel stuff and Ancient Aliens and Skinwalker alone.
Oh, yeah.
They may dig up the Rocket City rednecks.
So we had 4 man church type gatherings that happened from Thursday to Sunday. So, by the way, I haven't heard. I'll tell you the one I really like to know about. How did that Steve Shaw one go? I mean, I
heard it through a flag.
Well, there's something about Scott Gorosky at Church of Christ would be interesting too to see how that.
Let me tell you what Scotty G said, and they actually requested him because we have a list of speakers. You can request them, or we can.
Oh, he brings it.
Or we can assign it.
Yeah.
So he was going there. Well, I understand you've helped me now because you know how you kind of once you kind of realize you're kind of out of it, and then there's some fragments that are still coming back. Sometimes you might not catch it. And you now have confirmed. I mean, he said something about, you get me in touch with Bones. So and I was like, what do you need? He said, I need my contact, that whatever. And I said, well, Bones has got it. I'll put you and Bones together. And he mentioned something. I'm trying to figure out how to fly from Huntsville, which is where the church was located, where Scott spoke, back to West Palm, where he's overseeing a church, either a build or a renovation or something down in West Palm.
Doesn't he have a plane?
Well,
I hate to ask
not
the
anymore.
obvious. Oh, really?
Not anymore. No,
Mm.
no. He and plus, I don't know. Boy, that's the hours build up going all the way to West Palm from Huntsville.
Yeah.
So that one by the time you land is an ouchie.
Mhm.
But anyway, he was wondering because they have the airport there. We actually
Right.
do commercials for them, and they
Oh,
do a
yeah,
great
it's a
job.
wonderful airport.
So apparently he and Travis had to fly on the same flight out of
Yeah.
Huntsville. I don't know where Travis was going, but I know G was trying to get back to West Palm, and I haven't heard a report on how that went last night, but I do remember this. He texted me and he said, "Wow, so COC," and I said, "Yeah." I said we actually are getting a lot of 2 places we're getting a lot of growth. All of those that have left. All right, I want to get it right. What's the faction of the Methodists that decided God's changed His standard? That's the United Methodists.
Is it United or?
Yeah, and most all of them have voted to leave that now, especially in our part of the world, and are going to independent or another branch of Methodists. So once they started getting away from United Methodists, a lot of Methodist churches have started doing man church stuff, and the Church of Christ people. I mean, we're getting more of those. And I said, yeah, I said I kind of smiled. I said when they requested you, and of course, I know that, but we all love denominational jokes. So
Mhm.
Scotty G sent back to me. He said, "I'm gonna open up and bring out an acoustic guitar and see if anybody screams." And I said I wouldn't do that joke. I think I'd hold that joke.
Yeah,
and
maybe not first impression,
right? And but some of them are actually now having instruments for certain services. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Yeah, no, they can do a cappella worship, which is beautiful. But some are starting to say, "Look, I think on this instrument thing we're a little off."
Really?
Yeah, and I mean,
Well,
but they're staying with the Church of Christ. They're just, and it might be like the Sunday night service. We might bring out an acoustic guitar.
I really know nothing on that topic.
Yeah, and but knowing that he seemed to want to do some COC jokes, I kind of advised against that. And he said, "Let me ask you this: when they requested me, how big did you smile?" I said, "Pretty big."
Yeah. Yeah. When you told me that, I was like, wow.
Yeah. So I hope it went well. If any of y'all went to see Scotty G last night, but he and Travis Taylor being together, how in the world?
Rick, and when I'm out looking at a comet, that is probably the most comet rare text I would ever get.
Right.
I mean, that's just.
Well,
that's just strange.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm glad he did, but it was
2 people I never thought you'd say were together in any environment, especially in Huntsville on a plane.
Well, see, that was the thing. I was so shocked. I didn't know what to do with it.
No. I'm glad that I had the heads up that he was trying to fly from Huntsville. What if I didn't have that information? You would have just made my mind explode.
Yeah,
because I'd have been like, well, the last time I heard from Scotty G, he was in Huntsville speaking at Twickenham Church of Christ.
Yeah, when are we gonna have him on for What's Eating Scott?
He's got to do
G.
one.
I
know he's doing the big year ender, but we got to have him again.
Yeah, before that.
Yeah,
right here.
All right, so we'll be back.
Big year ender's already stacked up about 3 days worth.
Hey, are y'all getting anybody requesting see if they can come in and watch the show? Any of y'all getting that? I finally just had to say today, I just don't see any way it can happen. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Do you owe back taxes? Still haven't filed your tax returns? Did you forget to file an extension?
One of the things that has been kind of a big story this week, and that is that the show has returned to television. Television will now be a delayed best of format that we are kind of on a new endeavor to now syndicate Rick and Bubba the television show, which is offered up to TV stations that are looking for programming on a delayed broadcast arrangement. And we started last night. The first one aired on TV 24, TV 47. If you'd like to check the TV button there at rickandbubba.com, you can find out about those stations. And if you're in those areas and don't receive those stations, then, of course, you want to lobby your cable operator or your satellite operator to add that to your package. But it also has brought a person back to the show, and that is one Christopher Columbus, Rick and Bubba TV producer from the days that we were on Turner South. Now, those of you that may be new to the program may not know that Chris has an issue with his temper. And we have covered this ad nauseum over the years he was here, thus earning...
Tell him his nickname, yeah.
Well, thus earning him the nickname Hothead Ministries.
Mm-hmm.
because we all have our stumbling blocks, and I have to say that temper is a stumbling block for Chris, and we receive word that he is 2 to 3 games into the baseball season, Little League, Chris?
We are actually 5.
Okay, we're 5
so
in.
Cut me a little slack.
Okay.
All right.
What is that, 2 weeks?
Y'all must have dodged a couple of rainouts.
Hadn't practiced in a month, but I'm not mad about that.
Chris, we understand last night that you returned to the nickname Hothead Ministries.
Just a little bit, but can I get mad? Because how about this? Does this not look good on TV? Hang on.
All right, let me see what it looks
like.
like.
How about this?
I like that, by the way. That's good, Chris.
Yeah, how about that?
You know, we do have Southern Sampler, who is an aspiring TV producer. He could come in here and switch for you.
You think so?
I kind of like that shot, Rick.
How about that?
I do, yeah.
Let's just hold that for
I like the peekaboo shot.
Yeah,
it's making me mad, but I'm not going to let my temper get
Chris
get
is
away.
looking through a little window we have looking into
Chris,
the TV room.
I mean, are you familiar with the fruits of the Spirit?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
And of which I have several.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just have a hard time running that whole list?
Yeah, but I don't think we have to go 100% on them, do we? I mean, are we looking for perfection, or are we looking for just forgiveness and mercy and grace?
Right, but Paul talked a lot about. Does that mean I just keep on doing what I was doing? Well, certainly not.
Okay, we're gonna swap scripture here.
Well, I'm just saying. Look.
I got you.
I'm here as your brother.
Okay.
Okay. Look,
this accountability.
I've struggled in this area, and I feel like I've made some progress.
Rick,
I have. Ask umpires. I've made a huge progress in this. All right, go ahead, Chris.
Well, this wasn't as bad during football when I yelled at Reeves so bad that the referee got onto me as well.
Yeah, he yelled at his son so bad back in flag football, the ref got onto him.
Discipline him.
This is my son.
For the
I
way
can say
he was,
to him what I want.
Right. Now, I thought his call to DHR was a little premature. But let's discuss.
I'm frustrated because, it's 7-year-olds and you got to get them listening anyway. It's like herding cats. But it's bad enough when your umpires.
Here he goes.
Umpires are supposed to be out there to help
Chris,
with the game.
Chris, tell us what happened exactly.
Last night, a boy on third base for the other team was running home. Our third baseman's standing there with the ball, but they go ahead and send him, which makes no sense.
Right.
But that's the rules.
Gotta be in front of him.
So I yelled at my third baseman. I told our third baseman to throw the ball home.
Throw the ball!
He threw the ball home. The base runner ran around our catcher up against the fence where the stands are, around our catcher, and came back to home. And the umpire called him safe. I should have walked out there as a very calm coach and just said, hey, he ran out of the baseline. But the old Billy Martin full sprint running out there, ready to kick dirt on the umpire.
Completely out of control.
Didn't go well, did it?
Completely yelling. Megan was embarrassed.
Sure she was.
Jesus was embarrassed.
Well, Chris,
Megan
at this point has to be somewhat used to it.
Through thick and thin, she loves me.
That's the mail carriers, by the way. That's mail carriers.
What? Chris, how old are these kids?
7.
Right. I need to know where the
baseline is.
baseline
But they can listen now. They're at a place where they can listen.
How old was the umpire?
I bet 20. Maybe.
Did he toss you?
He was not happy. It was close because I'd already got on it about something else right on the first play of the game.
Right.
And he wasn't happy, but then he gave me some calls toward the end of the game. So I felt like I pushed him hard enough to where he was going to toss me, but then he realized, you know what, I need to give him something. So he gave me 2 good calls later on.
So you're saying it worked?
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to
Here we
my
go,
knees.
20 minutes now past the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So looking ahead, speaking to that, here's some things happening in November. If you want to try to find a man church near you, November the 2nd, Tim Ashley, Flint River Baptist Church in beautiful Hazel Green, Alabama. That's on the 2nd. Blake Prime, who's right now, by the way, just finishing up a mission trip in Las Vegas. He'll be coming back, and he'll be at First Methodist Church, Guntersville, Alabama, on November the 3rd. James Spann, First Baptist Church, Opelika, Alabama, on November the 10th. I'll be at Clements Baptist Church in Athens, Alabama, on the 10th of November. And then Blake Prime and I are going up to beautiful the Henderson, Tennessee area. It's actually going to be in Fanger, Tennessee. And we will be there at the Williams Auditorium. They're going to have a men's event there. Now, they've been doing our curriculum for a while. And Blake Prime and I will speak together there on November the 21st. And then December 7th, Todd Jones at West Mobile. And that pretty much wraps up 2024 for the Man Church gathering. So grab those at themanchurch.com, and then we'll come back and do 3 conferences coming up in 2025. Looking forward to those. Hey, don't forget Dinesh D'Souza, new book and documentary film, Vindicating Trump, is our Rick and Bubba University that's out now. So that's getting us ready for the election, which is right around the corner.
Let me ask you about one other thing from Saturday. We talked a little bit about some of the college football games.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see Kirby run into one of the players? Did you catch that?
Somebody put that on the text a minute ago. I didn't see that game, so I don't know that Kirby Smart allegedly pushed the quarterback or ran into the quarterback from Mississippi State. What happened?
Well, Speedy, I don't know. Do you know more details on it? I saw a quick clip on it. It looked like Kirby was running down the sidelines to call timeout. You know how they'll sprint?
Oh, yeah.
And one of the players, and I didn't know it was a quarterback.
That's
from
what
the
a
other
texter
team
said.
had run out of bounds, and let's see, watch right here. Watch him run by. He's trying. He's trying.
He don't know who it was.
He's trying to get to the referee. I don't think he realized who it was. He was just trying to get to the referee.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I see that.
Yeah. That's the update I got. Is that Kirby mentioned that he hates that happen, but he didn't even see that it was him. He was trying to get to the defensive coordinator because he was frustrated with something going on, and so he didn't realize it.
Isn't it? Yeah.
And even our Mississippi State's quarterback said he was surprised by it. He didn't even know what was going on either, and they both kind of just shrugged it off.
Yeah, it looked. Yeah, he owned it. He didn't know who it was. He's intense. He's in the heat of the battle.
He's focused.
Yeah. So I know that we like to take these kind of things and run with them, but it sounds like they worked it out. So did it bother you, or were you watching the game, Speedy? Did you watch it at all?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm sorry, Adler was texting me. Making sure I don't show something. All right. Yes, I watched a little bit of it. I got back. We planted green fields down at the Lenore Farms. And,
of course
you
did.
I missed. I hated too. I missed all of the Bama game. I listened to some of it coming back, but I got back and got settled, and I did turn this on. But I did that thing where we're always talking about it too. Is that I feel like, and I know I have no control of, but when I watch the team I want to win, somehow I'm giving them bad luck, and so if I turn it off, they start doing better. And so on purpose, I didn't watch it some. And sure enough, I look back and I'm like, wow, so they're scoring a little bit,
Right.
I know we shouldn't celebrate 10-point losses, but I mean.
So you sound like me. You're cursing the teams you watch.
But, right. I mean, I'm like, I know that has nothing to do.
I do feel that way.
It has but it's not just, the Mississippi State football. I'll do that with my own kids sometimes.
Oh.
One of them's coming up to bat, and I'll go to the bathroom on purpose.
Oh.
Because I feel like for some reason me standing there watching him is doing something.
You wouldn't believe the number of times that our families could I'm sure y'all have all done it, where I have actually gotten up and made a trip to the concession stand to see if I could change the momentum on the field.
Yeah.
Well,
just try something.
I'm gonna stop watching so things good will happen out there.
If it's your family, you standing there, it could affect them if they saw it or it distracted them. But I really don't feel like if you're watching a football game hundreds of miles away that it can affect it.
Why do we feel that way?
But we do.
I do feel that way. Any team that I pull
like
for.
when the Vikings was on the other day, they had like a 4-touchdown lead. I started watching them. Here come the Jets. I'm like, oh my gosh.
How about every single team that I pull for, I always feel like they're better off without me.
Yeah.
That's true.
It's crazy. I mean, sometimes, and it's rare that I miss the boys playing, but sometimes, like when I'm not there, I'm like, okay, that's good. They'll do good. Oh wow, I'm in traffic. They just hit a home run. I wasn't there.
Right.
And it has nothing to do with it.
No, it doesn't.
No, look.
I walk up and they take the third pitch strike and walk back to the dugout. I'm like, see, I just should leave.
No, you're right.
Has nothing to do with it. I know.
Yeah. I sometimes I wanted to tell my kids, look, guys, I want y'all to do well, so I'm not coming. And as a matter of fact, I mean, I think y'all will do something real big. Likely have a key play to help the team win the game.
Right.
I just won't
Real
come.
important.
Right, because
I'll catch the highlights.
Right, because if I come, you're going to snap it over the quarterback's head. So I'm not coming. I don't want to see it.
I mean, and this is one too. Hey, will you record JC batting? Well, why won't you? Because when I record, he doesn't do good.
Right.
All right. So you mean me recording has something to do with the outcome of the play? Well, of course it does.
Of course.
But I feel like it does, and I don't know why.
Why take chances?
I always hated recording them anyway because I felt like I couldn't. I'm not watching the game.
Yeah. It's like being the dad that always records the birthday parties.
Yeah.
You miss the party.
Absolutely.
The event because you got your head in the viewfinder.
Now, the ability for everything to be streamed now has taken that away, but a lot of times we'll do the recording because either family members can't be there or grandparents, and they want to see the video or something like that. But now that just about any game anywhere is streamed in some capacity, either on YouTube or somebody, each team's got their own channel. That's helped a lot, just not having to record. But for some silly reason, I think me recording anything is bad luck.
All right, video
and
8.
you don't want to do it either. You fall into that.
True.
Speedy, let me know when you have video 8.
Oh boy.
Video 8. People are texting about this, and I didn't see this either. In Utah, there's a high school kid, Murray High School. The kid has kicked a 63-yard field goal, the longest in state history, but also went on to kick a 49 and a 41 in the same game.
Man,
so
look where he's at.
He's on the other side of the field.
Look at this. See, if that was my kid, I shouldn't be there, or this would never happen. All right, and he just booted the fool out of that.
Look at that.
Good gracious.
That is
63
crazy,
yards
with no problem.
And don't forget, he dropped a 49 and a 41 as well,
guys,
in the game.
Oh, the 41 was a chip shot.
Yeah. So that's somebody. Somebody's trying to figure out how to get him not to go to any of the Utah schools. Good. Did you see how far that one went?
The ball.
Well, he's got a leg.
That was the 49er, and this is the 41.
Look! I mean, the ball just like if somebody shot it out of a cannon.
Jeez, man. 3 for 3 for the night with those numbers.
You've been to big-time college game where they try these long field goals. It seems like it takes the ball forever.
Yes.
To get. It's like it hangs up in. His is like still looks like it's still going up.
It looked like Elon Musk launched it.
Yeah.
I mean,
the chopsticks.
Did you see that 49er, the 49-yarder? How much more it had on it?
Yeah, I know.
Well, Ricky,
he was dialed in. Wasn't
Hey, Ricky kicked the 63, buddy. I know, but it still looked like it was.
Greg and I were talking about that when it comes to high school. Anything in the 40s is impressive.
Oh yeah.
But you get like I'm. Oh boy, I don't need to share that. Hold on. You get that at a high school level at 63. That is something else.
Yeah.
I've always thought it's so impressive with kickers if you're standing on the logo at the 50-yard line and kicking. What does that feel like?
Grief.
That's a long way.
And that had distance, guys.
It did.
Launched it.
Woo!
It did.
That is a long way.
I bet it does make 65 easy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Now I know by the time the day's over, somebody's gonna say, "Well, it made 70," but that's all right.
Well,
he was lined up in the middle of the field. It was quite a kick.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
And then he got in the groove, baby. All right, we'll come back. We'll take your phone calls next. 866 We Be Big.
I know we talked about it briefly, but did you see the Aiden Hutchinson injury?
Bubba, I don't want to see that.
Did you see it?
No, you told me about it. I don't want to see that.
Did we talk about it already?
You talked about it off air, not on air.
That's awful.
And see my face? That's the way my face was. We'll take your phone calls next. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Which is confirmation that I need to continue being this way.
Oh my goodness. Chris, this is not what we're looking. I don't think this is a lesson learned.
Well, as a coach, you have to work the umpires to get your way, otherwise you're just going to get run over.
But do you have any commentary on this? I mean, this doesn't appear to be.
Well, Speedy's our our head baseball coach.
Right.
When it comes to youth coaching,
right.
I go to the I go to the colonel over here.
Yeah.
But do they give them a little more leadway at home plate? Is the fact there's 7 they get a little more leadway? Because obviously what Chris is describing would be not correct.
If he's describing it correctly.
But now we've seen major league
what
players.
do you mean by that?
Well, I know
we've seen. Let me ask you this because, and we may need to go to Patrick Mills, who's the only umpire that I actually speak to.
Right.
We've seen major leaguers go sliding into home plate, think they're safe, get up. The catcher will get the ball and come after them, and they start playing. catch me if you can, diving into the plate, over them and all that, do they get more leadway at home plate? Coach, I go to you.
Well, I mean, if you're going up against a fence, I don't think that there's any question that he was probably out of the baseline.
Have you not seen? I mean, even a major leaguer sometime will come by, try to miss a tag, run completely by the plate, and then will try to work his way back and get it.
But he ran into the stands.
Yeah,
almost.
I mean, yeah. We got an umpire on line 1. Let's let Don.
Is it him?
jump in here.
Okay.
I hope it is.
So you're saying if a kid goes so far by the catcher that he returns with a hot dog, that may be
right. Yeah.
But now, if they have a backstop, he cannot run
and
up into
aiming
the
toward third base, coming back toward third to get to home.
But I think we would all agree the backstop is not in the baseline.
All right, Don. What's the deal? What kind of leeway do we get at home?
Well, let's put it this way: it's 7-year-old kids. They're hard to control, and we definitely understand that. But I'm a 25-year-old umpire.
Mm-hmm.
I've been doing it for 7 years since I was in high school, so I know about young umpires as well.
Safe or out?
When you push, he's definitely out.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, Chris, this is not helping.
More confirmation. That's 2.
Yeah.
He's definitely out. There's no question because there's a 4-foot rule. He cannot leave the baseline 4 foot. I'm not sure what governing body what rule book do you guys use?
Well, now, Don, let me go back again. I've seen major leaguers a lot more than 4 foot away from home plate in a scamper to get back.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I've seen some really bad major league umpires in my day.
Yeah, well, yes. I will agree with that. But so you're saying if you had been in the same scenario, same age group, same everything, you would have said out?
Oh, he would have definitely been out. But, if he charges at me coming out of the dugout like that, I send him packing immediately.
That's right.
No, are you talking about Chris? Or I'm talking about the runner.
No, he's talking about the runner was out, but Chris's reaction would also got him thrown out.
Right.
Okay. He's saying if I did miss the call and Chris acted that way, I'd throw him out of the game.
Yeah, but it cost us a run, and we lost the game.
Bubba, one of the things that has been kind of a big story this week, and that is that the show has returned to television. Television will now be a delayed best-of format. Well, today there is a...
That's real catchy.
It is. And this comes out of Shelby County, Alabama.
Part of the Shelby County Reporter. I think it's an insert in that paper, if I understand correctly.
All right. And it's called I Speak, and it looks really good, very professionally done. And there is a picture of Bubba in this, holding a shotgun, standing on a tennis court with a Rick and Bubba hunting hat on.
I think the caption should have been, "Are you sure that ball was out?"
That would have been good. And it says
they did a great job. It was a lot of fun doing that shoot. Now we got some strange looks.
No, I bet.
When you go in with a 12 gauge over your shoulder to a tennis club.
Well, the first line.
I'm so mad at you for not telling me about it.
I think I did tell y'all.
No, not this.
The first line of the article really says it all, and it really couldn't make me prouder.
Rick, just start at the top.
I could
stop.
not. Okay. The name of the article is called Game Set Bubba. And
Greg, you better pay attention. Quit reading email.
Yeah. It is written by Austin Phillips, who, of course, has secured his place in Rick and Bubba history.
Yes.
You too.
And listen to the opening line and see how proud I am. The face of tennis in the state of Alabama is a man simply known as Bubba. I really don't have to read anymore. I mean, that's really all I have to have.
That's what you call a demographic stretcher, isn't it?
Bill Bubba Bussey of the famed Rick and Bubba show, and then it mentions the local Birmingham affiliate on WZZK, doesn't look like your typical tennis fanatic, but the man who is one half of the self-proclaimed sexiest fat man alive has helped take tennis to another level. Bubba, who lives in North Shelby, first picked up a racket 3 years ago when he and his wife Betty were on anniversary vacation on the Gulf Coast. "35 minutes past the hour. Phone calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. The real Greg Burgess taking those now. You can join us. Lines are available. Bubba, look about this from the text line. There's a high school quarterback that threw for over 800 yards this week, set a national record and lost.
77 to 76.
That sounds like that might be a real small school somewhere, doesn't it?
Can you imagine?
I mean, to score that many points, I mean, you just almost would have to have a track meet, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it really would. 800 yards throwing. Good gracious! All right, I don't need a screenshot of that horrible injury. I know that's what that is coming up right there. I feel like it is. Maybe it's not. It looks like it is. I hope it's not.
I hadn't got to play with it.
To the phones we go.
You can't see anything.
Okay, good.
That's just after.
Oh, is that the video there? Okay. To the phones we go if you want to join us. David in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. David, go ahead.
Hey, Ro and Tad.
Hey, Ro, Tad.
Hey, I got to ask Speedy, I don't think UAB should have let you go, man. I think you were there like Angel, like remember Angels in the Outfield? Like every time you came out, everybody started flapping their arms and UAB was doing good. UAB has gone straight to trash after they let you go. I think this is what they get for letting you go. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
they should have kept Speedy.
Yeah, he said your mojo for your kids and for your team, but in some sort of weird twist, you seem to have been fortunate for UAB. It's like you brought good vibes there.
I'm gonna tell you what that Speedy knew when to get off of that ship.
He did.
Well, I mean, they did away with that position. I mean, it's. I wish I enjoy doing it, and I hate the outcomes because I'm getting those notifications, and getting pretty good.
Big struggling this year.
Well, there's no other way. I mean, nobody can ignore Speedy was there. Teams did better. Speedy's gone.
Rick, it's analytical. I got it, but it's I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah. By the way, that's funny.
Right there. Oh yeah, that is. Whoever sent the Auburn bye week score. That's good.
Someone's got the Auburn. They got beat by bye week 28-24. We continue. Let's go to Donna.
I mean, the crowds used to come out to see Speedy pretty clearly.
Well, yeah, they did. Alex City. Donna, go ahead.
Yes. Good morning, and I want you to know I love your show.
Thank you.
I have a question for Bubba.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned Travis Trailer this morning, and I was wondering, when the season was on, my husband and I loved watching it, but there was something that bothered me, and it was the fact that they wore the same clothes every show. Did that bother Betty?
You know, probably the female viewers are the only ones that ever noticed that. I never really paid any attention to that. I don't know. That's a good question. I imagine they videoed things a lot on the same day, so you may have seen some of that too. But I don't know. That's a good question.
Do you think? Well, Bubba, help me with it. We were on a few movie sets, and that word
continuity.
Do you think they did it for continuity? That's it. So that way, no matter when they were filming, say they used something in a different timeline, that the continuity would always be right, because they would maybe they just watched it and said, everybody put the same thing on again. That way, no matter how we put this together, versus real time when it happened, it all looks like it's all happening at the same time.
Yeah, and I see what Greg's motioning. He said there's no women on the show to wash the clothes, so I don't know.
Right, okay.
I don't know anything about any of that.
Right.
And Greg, whatever.
Right. But you think continuity, if you're doing a match.
have the old rub board down at the creek. You got to, I mean, it's pretty remote out there, so I don't know. I don't guess you just run down to the washateria. They spent so much money on cameras and stuff. I don't guess they have a washing machine.
Well, that's true. Surely there's one on the property, right?
You would think.
866 We Be Big if you want to join us. Josh is in Georgia. Josh, go ahead.
Hey, with all the Bigfoot sightings and pictures and scrapes, unless I miss it, has anybody ever showed a picture of their base camp or showed where one dropped a deuce or anything like that?
That was your question.
Now, what is this on the Bigfoot story out of Kentucky today?
Correct. Yeah, that's
what part of Kentucky is that? Do you know?
I don't know. We have the story we can look at. We played the audio, and it is eerie. In the kickoff hour, we played it.
Oh, did you? Okay. Yeah. So there's just some, because this guy, I don't understand what he's got there. That's what that ties to.
So that's what I'm assuming, Rick.
Okay, so there was a Bigfoot sighting in Kentucky.
Well, a guy claims he has some eerie evidence that it's something like Bigfoot.
Yeah,
he's a Bigfoot investigator that has come forward with some.
Is it just noise or is it something visual?
It is a video of the hardwoods, and the noise is in the distance.
Okay.
And I need just a little time to pull that up.
Okay, sure, no problem. Yeah, when you get into noises though in the woods, and then somebody saying, "Well, that must be Bigfoot."
Well, at least this one sounds like something yelling. You know, most of them it's like something banging on a tree, or you couldn't tell what. It could be a limb blowing in the breeze.
If you get the yelling going, that could be bobcats, that could be foxes.
Oh yeah,
those foxes make. They're blood curdling sounds.
Yep.
Yeah. So
like you say, bobcats sound like a baby crying out there. We've all heard that. Very eerie.
Oh yeah.
And then you have your assortment of people running around with a dumb bull out there.
Well,
Gary, and I know another gentleman that's got one.
Really?
Rick, oh yeah. He can make her scream with the best of them.
Does he bring his out as much as Gary does?
Probably not quite as much as Gary does. Gary, where two or more gathered, will break it out.
Do you remember how down Gary was when his fake snake that it comes after you out of the cooler when it lost the head and it was just a body? Do you remember how down he was? So, where you lift it up and then it's just coming right at you with mouth wide open.
Well, see, I learned a long time ago. Anything around Gary, I open slow.
Oh yeah,
and you just you learn your way around that. You have to have your guard up.
He when he did the thing to my mom, from
that's kind of over the line.
And thing ran out of the cupboard on her attached to fishing line.
That can give your mom a heart attack.
Well, and he says things like, sometimes if I'm just down, I'll watch it to make me feel better. Do you have it, Speedy?
Yeah, the ad is playing. It's got just a few more seconds.
Yeah, sure. But noise, there's so many things that noise could be. So many things.
I'll tell you, Speedy's doing a good job in there today. That's a foreign world if you don't do it every day.
No, absolutely.
Okay, all right. So I hope that wasn't a mojo, Bubba. But let's see here. No, I'm joking. What we were talking about. All right, let's see. All right, let's see what we got here. This is the sound. Here we go.
That's good.
Is that whopping noise supposed to be Bigfoot?
Yes. There's so many things that could be.
Can we check out whooping crane? Somebody said it's a whooping crane.
I think that is probably correct. I tell you what, it sounds like a little bit. Of course, it wouldn't be in that part of the world. Have you ever seen those monkeys that do that?
I'm gonna tell you that noise wouldn't scare me in the woods. That whooping noise.
No, I don't.
Now that screaming dumb bull sound that sounds like something from another planet. Or a night after you've had, Mexican food.
Right,
That would terrify me. Huh?
Yeah, I don't like anything either. That's kind of I don't like any of that either. Do you?
You remember that one we had that sound with that screaming thing, and you could hear it echoing up the valley that guy had. Now that would
almost make you cry.
Yeah, this turned in the kickoff hour into moments we've been scared in the woods. And
have you got a hooping crane?
A hooping crane? Hold on, I'm pulling up another video here, too.
What about the whooping crane?
Eerie moment video captures Bigfoot belly growling through woods. What? Hold on. I'm off in a rabbit hole.
He's ate berries and didn't agree with it.
This helps me because I heard y'all doing this. Greg, you were doing this over and over again. I was like, why is Greg doing that?
Mm-hmm.
Because y'all had listened to that. Okay.
Yeah. I was telling the moment I was dragging my rope behind me when I was climbing,
that was fun.
And the noise stopped every time I stopped.
Oh yeah, I tell you what,
I was scared to death.
Hey, a pack of
coyotes.
Oh yeah, lighting on.
I had when I carried Hunter out. He was just a little bitty thing, and we were watching some does on the field, and a pack of coyotes started barking. Of course, it sounds like there's 40 of them.
Oh yeah.
And you could hear them coming down the hollow next to us.
Mm-hmm.
And the deer run off. And, of course, I get the gun ready. I thought, if these boys step out on the field, I'm about to unload on them. And they stopped. Never came on the field. Just dead stop like you cut it off. And then I'm like, and it was almost dark.
Sure,
it was time to go very shortly. And I thought, where'd they go? You know,
Sure.
and then we had to get out and walk back. And, you know, we'd take a few steps and stop, and you hear in the woods,
Oh,
you know,
yeah,
with
sure.
you. And I'm like, that's a little unnerving, especially we got a little one with you, you know.
Yeah, and that's I don't think we can go fallback position Bigfoot.
Yeah, I don't. That's not a scary Bigfoot sound.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's your time in the 40. What? And we've timed a lot of the members of the program. Bubba will give you an update on the 40 times from yesterday. I don't remember them offhand, but I think Bubba has them written down, I think. And we'll run those down. And today, Syndicated Solutions President Bob Carey, who syndicates the program, is visiting the plaza from Connecticut and New York City. And we've asked him the question, Bob, have you been timed in the 40? And he said no. So, and I know that we have local general manager, Big Play
Ray Nelson,
also is yet to be timed in the 40.
Yeah, sales manager David Walls, he's yet to be timed.
Right.
I will not go to any meetings today that I don't have the time in the 40 of the people attending.
You know what? That's our new thing. You want to meet with us? What's your time in the 40?
Next week, standing broad jump.
All right, let's go out to the plaza, outside the plaza, where Speedy is standing by. It's for some reason he says he can't hear me. I don't know why.
No, I can hear. They just real low.
Oh, are they? Okay.
Yeah.
They're low volume. Do we need to crank it up?
Yeah. Where does that turn up?
Who's been playing with that?
I don't know. Don't worry about it. We're good.
Hamsey?
All right, we have marked off. The
Thanks,
40.
Hams.
We've marked off the 40. He is in dress shoes, I will tell you, and slacks.
That doesn't matter.
So he's going to run in his Brogans.
Yes, he is 40 years old.
He's only 40?
He's older than that.
I thought he was older than that.
No, he is.
Bob, what year? Ask him what year he was born.
He's on the other end.
I would think 69. What year was
Well, don't do the math for him. That was kind of the trick. You can't get anything by Speedy.
Yeah, we're right by him.
70.
1970. Okay.
All right, 40 years old.
Is that okay with y'all?
Yeah, well, he just, admit he seems older than that.
I would agree.
Okay. All right. So,
especially when he's an angry Little League coach.
right.
Yeah.
And especially,
I agree. Bubba, your envision a long time ago was to have what they call, instead of a hot tub, call it a hawk tub.
Yes.
And
I haven't given up hope on that either.
Anytime anybody wanted to come on and hockey, anything, they had to get in the hot tub.
That's right. It was going to be our version of Saturday Night Live's Celebrity Hot Tub.
Right. And so if you want to come on, we just say run the 40, and unless you beat us, you can't do anything.
all right, Bubba, what are the current times of staff members who have run the 40?
Well, I don't want to taint the results. Why don't we run it, and then I'll let you know
All right,
where
then you
it
tell
is.
him where you're right.
All right, here we go then.
All right, here we go, Bob. Whenever Bob's ready, Helmsy's timing him.
He's at a little bit of a disadvantage because the finish line, there's only about 12 yards, and then there's a wall.
Yeah, but that could be radio gold.
Sure.
Yeah, you're right. I just don't want anybody. All right,
If he
we're
fell
gonna
over
go.
that rail, it'd be
Hey,
perfect.
Bob, we're going off of your movement. That's when he's going to start, okay? So whenever you're ready.
Ray, you and David need to be getting loose.
Got to dig.
Did he get
All right,
loose,
he just
Speedy?
started. Here he comes.
I can't wait to see
He's
it.
going pretty fast, by the way. He's coming through. You're going to see him any second now. And now here he is.
There he is.
He ran a 6.5 for the first one.
He's with
A 6.5. Go do it again.
Bob, good news. That ties
Do it
you with
again,
me.
Bob. He ran a 6.5. Now he's in dress shoes. Do you want to put my Nikes on? Come here real quick. Put my Nike shoes on.
Is he complaining about his? I don't know. His form looked pretty good. I think it's as fast as he can run. All right, Bob's putting on Speedy's tennis
there's
shoes.
nothing makes me hungry for Girl Scout cookies like watching people race.
Have you ever noticed, though, when people give you free Girl Scout cookies, they won't give you their Thin Mints.
Yeah,
They will not give you their Thin Mints.
Good luck
cost
getting
him
them out.
2
Do you really think that?
Yeah. I mean, those are dress shoes he was running in.
Yeah. What pairs he got on now?
He's got my Nikes on now.
My shoes had holes inside.
I'm sorry?
My shoes had holes in the side.
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
Okay, just saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, of course, Greg and Helmsy and I are now challenging. We got to do this in the pouring rain.
Right. Well, I'd like to see that, frankly.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
So
Now
Bob,
he's got his tennis shoes
there
on,
they
which,
go.
By the way, is a sight to see.
By the way, it's pouring out there.
All right, here we go. He's walking back down. Come here, Helmsy. You're the timer.
Now, are you okay with him getting a second run?
Well, we may not count it.
Well, he's in tennis shoes this time, so let's see.
Depends if he beats me or not.
Okay.
I asked him if he wanted to wear
'Cause I only
Greg's
got
girly
one.
shoes, but he said no.
Okay.
Greg's got some Skechers on, but he said he didn't want to wear them.
Tell Greg to give up his cheerleading shoes for him.
All
All right, we're going to go off of your movement. All right, you've tied Bubba right now.
Ready, set, go.
Here we go.
Greg will
you gotta
catch you.
Run, man. You got to go.
Greg's
you gotta
got
dig
you.
It.
Greg will get you.
We're waiting on you, Little League coach. All right,
I'm
and
suspect
go.
a little bit
He
of our
started.
measuring.
Okay. Check up. Something happened.
Bob got hurt. Bob got hurt.
He slipped out of the block.
Bob got hurt.
This is it.
I think he pulled a hammy.
It's a hammy.
Please, I hope it is.
Not a hammy.
Okay.
Would you rather have a hammy pull, quad pull, or
Bob
growing pull?
Carey
None.
is ready to go. Here he goes. He's coming. Here he comes. He's digging.
Look at him, Bubba.
Oh, yeah. You got to dig, Bob Carey. You got to dig.
He's slower this time.
Yeah, he wasn't faster.
6'5".
Hey, Bob, face it. You're 6'5".
Now, I will tell you before the break, and I don't know how you want to do this. I've got the whole staff here with me. Before the break, he ran it one time and did run a 6.
We're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Now, some of you, as we speak, you're actually listening on the Everyday Earbuds from buyraycon.com/bigvox. Good. But right now, if you haven't gotten yours or you want to pick up a few, here comes Christmas shopping season. What if I told you that you could use our URL and get 20 to 50% off site-wide? Now, remember, these everyday earbuds are already about half the price of the other premium audio brands. They're comfortable. There's new vibrant colors that look cooler than ever. They've got a 32-hour battery life, multi-point connectivity, lets you pair two devices at once. They sound profiles, where you set them up based on what you're about to listen to. The 30-day happiness guarantee. You're saving a lot of money here, and you're getting a really high-quality product. So go to buyraycon.com/bigbox now, or use the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Remember, right now, site-wide, if you use our URL or the link at sponsors, 20 to 50% off site-wide. So take advantage of that. Bubba, a little politics today. We laugh about this. We're not the only ones that make a joke about this. This is that time where politicians want to convince us that they're, I don't know why, they're in touch with rural America. They love the farm. They were all raised on a farm. Some of them drove past a farm once. Kamala, middle class.
Somebody told them about a barn and a farm.
I
was raised in a middle class family, hardworking farmers, and then Bubba, always these shots of them. If they're men, they gotta have a shot of them hunting. Even though once they're elected, they'll then begin to demonize everyone who stands up for the Second Amendment.
Right.
But suddenly now they want to endear themselves and show us that they're avid outdoorsmen. Tim Wall's selling us on that, pretty tough. But here he is trying to sell us on it, but there's a problem. He doesn't seem to know how to load the gun.
He's decked out, too. Look at him.
Never fits quite right. Just not quite right. How do you give it back?
Yeah.
Governor, what kind of gun is it?
This is a Beretta A400. I bought it when I was shooting a lot of trap because it has a kind of their patented thing, a kickoff. So when you get old, it doesn't hurt your shoulder as much.
I wonder who loaded it for him when he was shooting trap. Look.
Never fits quite right. Just not quite right. How do you give it back?
Governor, what kind of gun is it?
This is a Beretta A400.
Still clicking
I bought it when I was shooting a lot of
cookies. Somebody get out of the way. I mean,
I bought it. Now I've never used it.
He's about to pull a Dick Cheney. Everybody better move.
Hit the deck.
Yeah. So, Bubba, he's an avid quail hunter, as you can see.
Yeah, as you can tell.
Yeah, avid, or pheasant, whatever he's hunting.
Did he say shooting what did he say?
Trap.
Ski.
Trap.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So
I thought he said trout.
I did too. I thought, don't be shooting in the water.
You use a fishing line for that.
Bubba, the Trump administration continues to send out J.D. Vance, and he is having the time of his life with the mainstream media. And he seems to, they can't seem to get the best of him, and it really does frustrate them. He hits all the Sunday shows So you're going to see him. Is it Martha McCullum?
I think so. Yeah.
Who he's?
He's with on ABC.
Is it Martha something? I don't know. But anyway, so
no, she's not on ABC.
No,
she's
that's
Fox.
right. She's not. So who is it?
No, yeah, Martha McCullum is on Fox. You're right.
So it's a Martha something.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's talking to a Martha on ABC, and she wants to talk about Trump's.
More like a Karen.
Yeah, Trump is exaggerating how dangerous it is out there involving the illegals who are coming in the unvetted southern border. Now watch J.D. Vance have a blast with this.
I understand what you're saying, that some people left behind, but he's making these statements that the mayor is flat out disputing.
Well, Martha, you just said the mayor said they were exaggerated.
Grossly
that
exaggerated.
Means that there's got to be some. That means there's got to be some element of truth here. And of course, President Trump was actually in Aurora, Colorado, talking to people on the ground. And what we're hearing, of course, Martha, is that people are terrified by what has happened with some of these Venezuelan gangs.
Senator Vance, I'm going to to stop you because I know exactly what happened.
Martha.
I'm going to stop you. The incidents were limited to a handful of apartment complexes, and the mayor said our dedicated police officers have acted on those concerns. A handful of problems.
Only, Martha, do you hear yourself? Only a handful of apartment complexes in America were taken over by Venezuelan gangs, and Donald Trump is the problem and not Kamala Harris's open border. Americans are so fed up with what's going on, and they have every right to be. And I really find this exchange, Martha, sort of interesting because you seem to be more focused with nitpicking everything that Donald Trump has said rather than acknowledging that apartment complexes in the United States of America are being taken over by violent gangs.
So, yeah. So she wanted him to know it's only a handful. It's only a handful of apartment complexes.
Is that all we got? And Aurora's so big anyway.
That have been taken over by Venezuelan gangs. It's not as many as Trump says. It's only a few.
Now, granted, it did happen.
It did happen.
Wasn't a lot of people involved.
We might want to land on the fact that it's happening.
If a Venezuelan gang has taken over one apartment complex, if they've taken over one apartment, that's one too many.
I'd like for us to get to zero on Venezuelan gangs taking over property in America.
Yeah, I'd like to see Venezuelan gangs stay in Venezuela.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So that's kind of how I feel about it.
So what you're saying, if maybe we were vetting the southern border, maybe Venezuelan gangs wouldn't be taking over any apartment complexes. She wanted him to know Trump's exaggerating. It's just a handful.
Yeah, it's only a few people that their lives are completely ruined.
And the local police, they're all over it. But they shouldn't be out trying to free people in an American apartment complex from the ironclad fist of a Venezuelan gang.
Right.
That really shouldn't be on the list of the things for the local police in Aurora to be working on.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they got other things.
I'm sure they do.
Deal, yeah.
But I love how you wouldn't let it go. Well, hey, do you hear yourself?
Yeah, one apartment's too many.
So it's only a handful. Well, President Trump exaggerates. Well, politicians can embellish. Our whole country embellishes to some degree. However, we're embellishing the fact that it is happening.
Well, see, too.
You say a handful, we say more than that.
This is what kind of gets me about the media. He's on there to talk. She's supposed to be a journalist. I mean, turns into
she's arguing with him.
She's a debater now,
right? Yeah.
And I mean, you can take issue with any point. That's fine of an interview.
Yeah,
but,
sure.
But that really wasn't as much the case. She had an answer she was trying to get to, leads him into something. Then I'm gonna ambush you with the facts because I am the keeper of the truth, of course.
Yeah.
And again, it doesn't make sense. I don't know. Don't get it.
Next, we'll hear that the Venezuelans they've only taken over a couple of convenience stores.
Right.
Just a couple.
It's only half a county. It's fine.
Right.
Good night.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good day. Don't forget Rick and Bubba Daily Archives available on our podcast channel or our YouTube channel. You never have to miss a moment of the Rick and Bubba Show on your own time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The real Greg Burgess once again continues to amaze and to add to this. And there's one man that I always think about when things like this are happening. Because
several people asked me what he thought about this, so we thought we'd just go to him direct.
The real Greg Burgess has made a transformation from blue-collar pole climbing. We're seeing things like laser lipo, and it just
he's frou-frou now.
Yeah.
Look at his mocha skin.
I think he needs another coach.
And here's his line. How about?
I can't believe I would ever say this, but Greg is darker than LeBron James.
Here we go. Coach is joining us. Our dad, Coach Burgess. Dad, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you.
Coach, glad to have you on today. I guess you've heard what's happening.
I have a full idea of what's happening. I think he's getting painted, isn't he?
I want you to know that one of your sons is being spray painted with a spray tan right now. And
you know, ever since he left the fire company, he has gone completely crazy. You know, I mean, really, think about it. My God, he's going to let him put pellets in his ass. I mean, man, you know.
Coach, I'm not sure what you said. The phone cut out, and I think that's best.
Yeah, sure.
But so now he's getting painted, huh?
Yeah. He's you remember
Coach is gripping his iPhone so tight we can't hear it.
I know. Hey, Dad, I'm sorry. I wish you'd see him. He's standing outside with a shower cap on.
Am I losing now? Can you still hear me?
I can hear you a little bit. Yeah, we're losing you just a little bit.
Okay.
Gripping the phone.
Yeah. I know you're trying to eat the phone after hearing what you're hearing, but yeah, you're just.
Imagine the Easter bunny. You know those chocolate hollow Easter bunnies you get, and it's got Greg's face on it.
Speedy's outside. Speedy, is he aware that Coach is on the line?
Yeah, he is. And Greg, you know, I told you your dad was on the line, Coach, and boy, he's a little shocked, Greg.
Dad, Rick made me do it. He said he would fire me if I didn't do it.
Hey, you might be better off if he fires you. I tell you. The next thing I know, you're gonna be wearing penny loafers. You know? Oh my God! You know,
Hey,
the pole climbing guy he's disappeared, hasn't he?
And Coach, the good news, Greg's coming home this weekend, and he said he's going to go with you and Miss Burgess to church and everywhere with y'all out to eat and everything.
Well, we'll dang sure sit in the back, I guess. Ain't no front row stuff.
Dad, I don't recall because you know Greg was your only pale child.
Yeah.
And I don't recall him ever being dark. It looks strange.
Oh, I tell you, you know what? I hope Creeper don't find out about this. I mean, my God, he'd be so disappointed, wouldn't he?
Greg Pop's gonna call Creeper. Oh, no. That's Greg's former boss, by the way. Do you think this has set the power company on its ear today?
You know, Rick, I'm just. You know, I'm driving down the road, and I just can't hardly keep it between the lines. You know? I mean,
Coach, you just, I mean, you know, you just have to wonder, hey, what's happened? You know,
I know.
What happened?
I do. Well, I sit up by myself at night, you know, before I go to bed. I think, what happened to me? You know?
Yeah, I don't know either. He even mentioned something about bringing some tools back to you today. I don't know.
No, I never get them back. I got 2 tables gone. They're gone. No. That's wrong. That's wrong. Angie's got them.
Right.
That's right.
Hey,
that's not,
Angie ain't never had a tan like this.
Yeah, what?
I said while Coach is talking, I just want him to know they're doing his hands right now.
They are spray painting his hands.
Dad, gotta get that right.
Hey, Dad, and you know what? He's thinking about shaving his body hair.
He's doing what?
He's thinking about shaving his body hair.
I figured that was next.
I heard you know he's got a big pose down this weekend. Are you coming to that?
No. I don't think I am.
Performing the Nutcracker during Christmas.
Yeah, he said he may even star in the Nutcracker this Christmas.
Well, I'll tell you what, things have changed. You know.
Well, Dad, we hate. You know why we do this? We don't want you to hear it secondhand. You know,
right, I appreciate it. I would be shocked.
I don't want you to walk into some coach's office today and be talking about shoulder pads and helmets and reflecting on, you know, the many games that, you know, you've coached this young man in, and then them ask you,
hey, how's Greg doing? And you said, well, I guess he's okay. They said, no, I heard this morning he's getting spray tan. See, I don't want that scene to happen.
No, I appreciate that. That would have been a big shock.
You know what I'm afraid of?
It really would.
Coach, I'm afraid we need to call and let Lisa know, because I'm afraid she's going to see Greg coming up, and when he comes in the house, call 911.
That's true. Well, she'll think she's been invaded.
She'll think there's a prowler in the house.
She may call. Yeah, I mean,
you love the term prowler like I do.
Hey, wait a minute. Who's that coming down the driveway? That looks like Jody, not Greg.
It's a prowler.
It's like the chocolate bunny's coming. Well, like I say, it just, I mean, it's gone.
Coach, let me...
He couldn't climb a pole now if they offered him money to do it,
Coach, hang on just a minute. Let's go out here. Speedy, is she blow-drying him now?
Speedy, what is she doing now?
Melissa, what are you doing exactly to him right now? Because you're blowing on him right here.
Yes, I'm drying him off. I'm going to put a little powder on him to dry him off so that he won't feel so sticky
now,
for the rest of the day.
Melissa, do you put a clear coat on him when you're done?
We're back 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, as we roll through another one. Thank you for being here with us. Adler out today. He is scheduled to be back with us tomorrow. So Speedy's handling his duties, doing double duty today. Greg is here, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey. There he is right there.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
Adler, though, did have time to chime in. Did you see that?
I did not. On what?
Adler says, he just sent it to me. He says, Walls looked uncomfortable with the shotgun, but very comfortable with buttless chaps. That's funny. All right, so we start this hour. We're, how far away from the election? Not that far at all away from the election.
No.
I know that all of us, I enjoy listening to Kamala Harris speak as much as anyone. And so Kamala, this comment she's about to make here, I think we can maybe share in her pain on this one. She's talking about, as a woman, how she can't believe we haven't, I guess she's trying to make the point we haven't had a woman as president yet. And she's bothered by that. Hasn't happened yet?
Well, that, Rick, but she says it as only she can.
Right, yeah. She kind of slams herself, doesn't she?
She does, and it's just all awkward with her little laugh. Okay. Bless her.
Right. So when we think about what's at stake in this election, whoa, it's packed with some stuff. It's packed with some fundamental stuff. I say rather articulately.
What is she talking about?
Well, that wasn't the quote that I thought we had.
Is this what someone else is saying underneath?
I guess
on there?
So. Okay, I thought that was the quote.
Okay, yeah. The quote underneath this video that we just played. As a woman, I have to admit the sheer embarrassment I feel at the thought of this could be America's first female president. It's actual painful. I thought she was going to try to tell us it's painful that it's been this long and we haven't had one, and we were going to talk about how painful we feel that with her.
Yeah,
she may be the first female president. Yeah. But so Mike Johnson, Speaker
of the House
on Meet the Press, says that he's about to talk to us about some of the lies that Kamala's spokesperson is out trying to push.
Well, Rick, that's a joke too, because the spokesperson is actually a host of NBC News, because that's the joke, that it's a spokesperson for Kamala. Okay. But that's the new thing, is that if any conservative goes on any Sunday morning talk show, they're basically having to debate whoever is interviewing them. And she keeps trying to push this negative narrative, and he's trying to hold her on it. Take a listen.
Harris's numbers are dropping in the polls, and she just said in her own words, you saw the tape there, there is no difference between her and Joe Biden. The Biden policies, Bidenomics, all the things they champion are destroying the country, and everybody knows that, and that's why Donald Donald Trump
We should note,
elected. Republicans are going to win the Senate and the House.
Mr. Speaker, we should note that FEMA funds were actually redirected on Donald Trump's watch to deal with the migrant issue. Let me ask you, you mentioned the medical records.
No, ma'am.
Should
No,
Trump,
wait a minute. No, that's hold on, wait a minute. Wait, facts are important. That is a new program that started in 2020 under Joe Biden. That funding wasn't necessary under Trump's administration because we secured the border. We didn't invite illegal aliens and dangerous people into the country. That's a Biden-Harris policy, and everybody knows it.
Mr. Speaker, it did happen under Donald Trump's watch, but let me just ask you about medical records since you raised them.
No, Kristen,
should Donald
we
Trump
did not.
release
That
all
is
of his medical records?
New account.
Should Donald Trump release all of his medical records,
he
Mr.
has.
Speaker?
He issued the records of his physicians. Kamala Harris issued her medical records as a diversion because she's desperate because she's sinking in the polls.
Yeah. So anyway, that's she. Did you know she just kept doubling down that he did that even when Mike Johnson said that didn't start to 2020.
Look, Speaker of the House, all money starts there. He ought to know. Right. If he is not correct, he will be called out on it.
Right.
But the border was absolutely shut down through a large part of Trump's term because of COVID.
Right.
So there wasn't any need to move money around. I don't know. The facts will come out on that, but I find that hard to believe. If it is, it's a half-truth technicality issue.
Yeah, I was going to say he seems very confident there, and as you said, he's actually in the office that would know.
Speaker of the House is a pretty big deal. Really.
Yeah, and
I mean,
he's
all spending bills start at his desk and go forward. You know.
Yeah, so. As he said, this is where the current state of this administration. They know they've got some problems. They know there's some issues, and now they've just shifted to the but you too. You know, and everybody. You're right. Everybody hates that, but you did some of that too. Well, what about the fact that we don't like that? That has been a disaster. But boy, this thing on the
well,
border,
we didn't have any natural disasters either that they had to say, look, we're out of money because we've transferred money over to the border issue.
Yeah. So it's the border is a biggie, and it bothers a lot of people, and people don't like not feeling safe.
Yep.
And I think they know if you're someone that is wavering, whoever these people are, those that don't know who they're going to vote for, that haven't decided, that they don't really have ideology they're going to stick to no matter what, that's a big issue. And I don't think the left has done their job of reassuring anybody that bothers that they shouldn't worry about it.
Yeah, I mentioned this the other day. I heard a really good series of sermons from Jack Hipp from California that I get to hear him driving in sometimes, and he really put it in a perspective I had not thought about. He was saying that he's one that thinks as Christians we ought to be more involved in the political process, not less.
Right.
And the fact that we have bought into that is why we're in the mess we're in now. And he pointed out, and I thought this was a unique look at it. He said, you hear a lot of people say, I vote for the person. And he said, that's the last thing we ought to be voting for, the person. He said, personalities, they're all flawed, here, there, whatever. He said, I don't really vote for the personality or the person. He says, I vote for the platform that the party supports. And there's three issues. There's life, there's marriage, and there's Israel. And that's what it should be judged on. It's a really good group of sermons if you can look it up. I think it's called Real Life Radio. I think is the name of it.
Yeah, and so we'll see when because some people are saying that, and like we've tried to talk about as many times as we possibly could, and it sounds like he's hitting on that too. You really need to break it down to its simplest sense of it's just down to the bare, like he just did, these three items, and you got to look at the ideology of the two parties and say which one of those is going to give me these things the best. And neither one of them going to do it perfectly, but there's one that's a lot closer than the other. And the other is just heading in a direction from a faith standpoint that is just, I don't even know what to call it.
No, it's something else.
It's paganism, and that's not really hyperbole when you look at some of the things that go along with it. So we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number. 15 minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. And we'll get some more of your phone calls before the hour's done. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's an amazing deal. The standard MyPillow retails for $49.98, but for a limited time, how about this? You receive one for only $14.98. Queens are $18.98 and Kings $19.98. Now, there's a limit of 10 on this offer, and the MyPillow is made with patented adjustable feel, so it adjusts your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox to enjoy savings plus orders over $75. Get free shipping. Also, find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order, or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you could get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that is MediShare. You get both. Many families save $500 a month with MediShare, and that's huge. But it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. That's because MediShare works. It has for more than 30 years. It's a community of Christians who have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth. They love the huge PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price in 2 minutes. Here's the number. Just call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
Point. Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
Oh, I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at Metamucil.com.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You can be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
You've heard me talking about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like optimized gel tips for custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com. Minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so as we come back, one of the other things that happened over the weekend, and I know this is the place for some big. This is where Adler being here today would have been very helpful. Coachella. I know this is in California where they had this huge. Greg, are you familiar with the music festival they have there?
Yes, it's huge. It's like
huge.
Goes on for
we're
days
going to
and...
Coachella. I've heard many people say, talking about this giant music event. So Trump had a rally there. Now
is that Spanish for "pass the J"? Does anybody know? Somebody said it was. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that.
Maybe.
But you mentioned, and I agree, that should we be spending time with California? I don't know that California. No matter what happens, is going to turn for
I think
Trump.
there's 5 states going to decide this. I think everything else is a draw. So I think you got about 5 battleground states.
I mean, you can go there. You go there and show that you have a lot more support than people think. But that's. Does anybody think that we can turn California for the right?
Well, maybe he needed to be there anyway. Maybe you can't just stay in those 5 states. By the way, for everybody that wants to do away with the way we elect a president now, the Electoral College.
Mm-hmm.
Electoral College.
Toral.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Close enough.
Close enough.
If you want to go to direct election based on popular vote, the candidates now, at least they're going to the battleground states. The candidates will only go to 4 states: New York, California, Texas, and Florida. That'll be all they ever go to.
Yeah.
And that's one reason when some of these states signed on to join the Union, it is the United States of America. That's why we have this state thing still going on.
Sure.
They said, look, we'll be trampled by these bigger states in these elections. So we gotta fare this up somehow. And they came up with this Electoral College concept.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You're right.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
Or as they used to say on Modern Family, I'm going to fix that step.
Yeah. So there was what many thought at one point a third possible assassination attempt, but Vem, V-E-M's his name, right? Vem Miller says, hey, I was never a threat to Trump. He got himself in trouble, which I applaud the Secret Service because I don't think you can take any chances right now. He says he's a registered Republican, and he tried to present fake VIP credentials at the Trump rally.
Okay, well, there's your first problem.
There's your first mistake.
Especially if you're packing.
And found himself arrested on illegal firearm charges because when they pulled him out of line for having the fake credentials, they then went to his automobile, which had weapons.
Then he said he's never even shot a gun. Is that right?
He says he only keeps weapons in his vehicle, so he because he is afraid of death threats, to protect against death threats. He said
he's never shot a gun.
He said, I've never fired one, and says,
See, I would think that would be a negative right there.
He said, I'm beyond a novice. I've literally never shot a gun in my life. I don't know anything about guns.
Well, if you're not going to take the time to learn and to practice, you probably don't need to be carrying.
Yeah, just leave it.
Correct. He says now it is true that he's a 100% Trump supporter. He did support Barack Obama in the past, thinking he would save us from needless wars and censorship. He's drifted rightward, and he said he's really a libertarian now.
Okay, so you got a guy that's all over the road politically.
Right.
You've got a guy who has guns, admitting he doesn't know how to use them. You've got a guy who thinks he's getting death threats. Man, we don't know who's out to get him.
Right.
And he made fake VIP credentials to try to get in. They're gonna have to go through his stuff You know, that's a bad mix right there.
Yeah, we've got an interview where he details everything that happened. Of course, it's 17 minutes long.
Yep.
And I was checking it out a little bit. I don't hear any bad language, but he kind of details what happened when he pulled up and what he had in his truck and all this. And there's also, if you look at social media, he's got pictures with all the Republican bigwigs in the past. I mean, so it's not like this is his first time he's ever been to one of those events. But if y'all want it, we can listen to some of it or come out of it. It's y'all's call. But
I mean, it sounds like we've hit the high points, unless he's going to add something that I didn't.
Well, I guess maybe his side of things is that he's innocent and all that.
Yeah, well, he is it says he's innocent. I don't disagree with him. I'm just saying, if you're going to go to a Trump rally in the current environment in which we all live, and you try to fake VIP credentials, you're going to get in trouble. That's just not very smart. And then the whole thing about I have guns because of death threats. Who's making death threats against you?
Yeah, and why would they?
But I don't know.
He is with me back.
But I don't know how to use them. I'm not saying he was going to do anything to the president, but he got himself in trouble for doing stupid things.
Well, you look at that roadmap. You fake VIP. You got guns in your car. You're all over the road. You've been one party and another. I mean, it just you're meeting the criteria for somebody that could be trouble. So they had to check him out.
Yeah, so I don't fault them for doing that, and it says he is going to. Apparently, the guns they found, he had them illegally. Let's add that to the list.
That's not good. That's not good.
Because he's going to be charged with illegal firearms.
I mean, there he is with Dennis Quaid, but
right, and all that's fine. And maybe he has gone back to the right politically, and he says he admires Donald Trump, and he's going to vote for Donald Trump. That may all be true, but the Secret Service, if they get fake VIP credentials and illegal firearms, they're going to act on it.
Yeah,
now more than ever.
Oh yeah,
now more than ever, and they should. Speaking of, I know you mentioned Dennis Quaid, but it reminds me of Dennis Miller. Whatever happened to Dennis Miller?
I don't know.
Is he still? Haven't seen him much.
Is he still,
especially in this election cycle? You think
he used
to
make great points.
Yeah, is he still around? I know that Bill O'Reilly had him, as a reoccurring guest. Does he go on O'Reilly's podcast now? Whatever O'Reilly does now. Does O'Reilly still do a radio show? I don't know. I know he does a podcast.
Yeah,
and
I know
some
he does
of that.
a podcast. Yeah.
So does Miller do those kind of things? Does he got an exclusive deal with O'Reilly? I don't know, but you don't see him anymore.
No, you really don't.
For a while, he would come out, and we loved his commentary.
Well, you think this would be the time he'd want to be on? I mean, this is prime time if you do political humor. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. Rick, we're 3 full weeks and a Monday away from voting.
Okay, wow. Okay. So close.
Oh, I know.
So
close. The sad part of this, too, unless something dramatically changes, we're not going to know who won the next morning. It's just going to be a mess. Oh, my gosh, it's going to be a mess.
So let's get out ahead of it. And I heard I think I heard right. Speedy and the guys talking about this on the Kickoff Hour a couple of maybe last week. Are we just going to declare that we're just going to bed? And we'll just wake up and see.
Yeah, because obviously, I'm not trying to make a reference to the last election, but it really doesn't matter what it looks like when you go to bed.
No, we found that out.
It'll change overnight.
So do we just say we're going to get our sleep?
Yeah,
we're not going to be drug into this.
But it's hard to leave it if it's entertaining. And when you have live TV and news anchors that are used to reading a teleprompter, and they have to go off that teleprompter and just talk.
Right.
It's so entertaining. And I'm sorry, but it is.
It is. But so for us, though, because like you said, now, if we could get 2016 again, where it happened so fast.
Yeah, and the total disgust with the other side. Yeah. I mean, that was gold. I mean, if you're a comedy
that was
person,
the best of all worlds.
Guys, I had to be at work the next morning at like 4, and it was 2:00, and I was still up.
Yeah.
Couldn't believe it.
Yeah. I had to leave it to go to work.
We were watching it like a football game.
Right.
It was very similar to that.
None of us could believe we were seeing it.
No, we could not. And,
now, this is a good point. Texture makes the point. We need to check. If we think this guy was a threat to the president, have we seen him in a BlackRock commercial? That's really the final piece of the proof here. We need to prosecute him.
That's a legitimate question.
Yeah.
Not that anybody has seen so far. But I think the guy, he may be guilty of only being stupid, but that wasn't very smart.
No, it was very, very, very dumb.
Bottom of the hour, more stories to cover. 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we'll try to squeeze in some of your phone calls maybe before the hour is done, too. We got 2 more segments left this hour. So we'll come back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming your way right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We all have 2 ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood, fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in Better Health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGBOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Feeling secure in your own home, that shouldn't be a luxury. It should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing advanced protection and peace of mind to all families. Now, right now, you can save big on your award-winning Simply Safe system for 50% off and claim a free indoor security camera. When you order today, this offer is not going to last long. With exclusive Live Guard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm and even speak to intruders in your home, warning them that the police are on the way. With no long-term contracts or hidden fees, Simply Safe earns your trust every day by keeping you safe, satisfied, and never locked in. That's why Simply Safe was named Best Home Security Systems by U.S. News and World Report. Join countless listeners who found peace of mind with Simply Safe by going to simplysafe.com/bigbox. Save 50% on a new system and a free indoor security camera. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. If your spine needs a little extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to ReliefFactor.com.
And Bubba Show.
Maybe we make it happen. We put it together. 866 We Be Big is the number. Adler out today. Should be back tomorrow. So Bubba just told you 3 weeks and a Monday before the election. Our friends at the Association of Mature American Citizens, they're standing by and they're ready. They stand for the values of the members. And look, they fight every day to protect the things that we hold dear. I mean, we got to protect that Constitution. And, of course, a lot of times, you're probably like us when you hit a certain age, you start getting the AARP stuff. And you thought, well, look at all these discounts. This looks pretty good. I'm going to look into this. And then you saw that they go to Washington and they lobby from the left. And you thought, okay, probably not my thing. So who will I be with now? And the Association of Mature American Citizens can help you out. AMAC.us/BigVox right now. You will enjoy over 100 different discounts with companies that share, the values that come more, like Bubba said earlier, from the ideology that would be the right. And, of course, you get the bi-monthly AMAC magazine with it. And so right now, the Association of Mature American Citizens ask you to join over 2.1 million patriots who are committed to saving the country that we love, and now 1 year for $1. 1 year for $1 by going to AMAC, that's AMAC.us/BigVox. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so, Bubba, a couple things to discuss. Do you remember when Gretchen Whitmer, we started seeing this last week. We didn't comment on it. We didn't really do anything on it on the air because we really couldn't believe what we were seeing, but it looked like she was mocking communion by having a young lady sitting down, and she gives the lady like you would give the wafer, which is we see as the body of Christ, and she's giving her a Dorito, and almost kind of having some fun with taking communion. I don't know why she would do that, why she would think that is funny.
What's her hat say?
What's her point?
I don't know if she was mocking something or goofing off or whatever. I don't know. I try to give people the doubt on some of these weird things.
Yeah, so we didn't jump on it.
I don't know. Why do you put that out? I don't know why you put that out on social media.
Yeah.
What was the point to this?
So she came back. She said that she was over 20 years in public service. I would never do something to denigrate someone's faith, the statement said. Oh, no, never.
No.
I've used my platform to stand up for people's right to hold and practice their personal religious beliefs. Have you?
Mm-hmm.
My team has spoken to the Michigan Catholic Conference. What was supposed to be a video about the importance of the CHIPS Act, CHIPS
Yeah,
Act,
I'm not familiar with that.
to Michigan jobs has been construed as something it was never intended to be, and I apologize for that. There's no excuse.
So she was having fun with CHIPS and the CHIPS Act, which I don't know what it is, but I'll give her the benefit of the doubt on that.
Well,
there's some things we know about policy she stands that we should be much more worried about.
Much more concerned
than some
about.
Goofy, thing that she was goofing around
But,
with.
when you're part of the all-feeling emotional left where everything means something, where was the person that said, hey, kind of looks like you're giving communion to this young lady and you're using a Dorito? Is there anybody that...
Bad move.
So, anyway. So, she says she wasn't. I'm like you, Bubba. We'll give her benefit of the doubt. Of course, she wouldn't give that same benefit of doubt to us, but we don't want to be like her. So, we'll say Okay, apology accepted. Of course, we don't speak for the Catholic Church, but it did. If you want to do a my bad, then we'll let that go. There's, as you said, much more important things to talk about. Bubba, when you're dealing with animals, and I told you it's probably my greatest fear to be attacked and killed by a wild animal.
Yeah.
Where are y'all on the wolverine?
Well,
I don't know a lot about the wolverine.
Yeah, we don't have them in our part of the country, so I've not had to deal with them.
Yeah.
They were pretty cool in Red Dawn.
Yeah.
But I think I would just stay clear of anything in the ground that's known to be
got some claws, don't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the wolverine. Apparently, we have Oregon residents. They're filming a rare wild wolverine charging right down the street in broad daylight. These things, if they get angry, they mean business. And so
rip your lungs out, Jim.
There's still shots of this wolverine just rolling right down the streets of an Oregon town.
Is that what they think it is, a wolverine?
Yeah, they say it is a wolverine. Says known to favor wintry climates, the National Wildlife Foundation estimates there are fewer than 300 wolverines in the lower 48. Most are found in Alaska. And Bubba, guess what one of the nicknames for the wolverine is?
What?
Woods Devil.
Uh-oh. It always comes back to that.
And they are like
El Diablo.
It says, like bears, wolverines walk on the soles of their feet and have curved claws that allow them to climb trees. And but Wolverine's got an attitude. Then you get in.
Superhero. He's got claws.
So do you confuse a wolverine with a badger?
Yeah,
I think they're cousins in my mind.
Are they in the same world?
Yeah, I think of a wolverine being bigger, stronger,
better claws.
Than a badger. Which a badger's bad too. I wouldn't want to get tied up with one of them in a closet. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't.
The wolverine, I think, between badger and wolverine,
it looks like a little bear.
Yeah, I think the wolverine is the meaner.
Yeah, I think so too.
Now badger's not good, especially a honey badger.
Yeah, watch out.
Yeah,
still in the league. Didn't realize it.
Is he still in the league?
Yeah, the other day they said something about it.
Yeah. So, speaking of
look at Wolverine
there it is,
digging.
I wouldn't want a wolverine.
Everybody's yelling it's too hot. You're not supposed to be out.
I wouldn't want a wolverine coming down my neighborhood.
If it had a long nose, you would think anteater.
Yeah,
body anteater.
I mean, if I saw that, I'd be really confused as to what that was.
We're probably going to find out some Nimrod in the neighborhood's trying to have one as a pet.
Yeah,
and it's gotten out.
He let him out to go to the bathroom, and he kept going.
Speaking of the Wolverines,
I know they eat Buckeyes.
How about
they do that?
How about Michigan's dropped 2 games?
Yeah,
I mean they're 4-2 right now.
Well,
that's
the head Wolverine went to California.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Hugh Jackman is not running the streets of Oregon.
Right. No problem there.
But
what if he was?
But speaking of the league, when you look at the Cowboys and the Lions game, I know we had the gruesome injury, but Bubba, we have lived long enough that I think now second season in a row that Detroit's like good.
Yeah,
I mean the Detroit Lions are good, and that just feels weird.
Now, big loss to that injury.
Yeah, no, that's not good because that's one of their main guys.
Yeah,
on defense. But I mean, what if I told you that you were going to live in a time that the Detroit Lions would beat the Dallas Cowboys by 38?
It was something. What was
it? It was ugly, wasn't it?
I said that.
By 30-something.
Right. It was a bunch.
Not since Barry Sanders would I believe that.
Yeah, well, even when Barry and them won, they didn't win like that.
No, you're right.
I mean, when you watch, I saw it last year when I started watching the Lions toward the end of the season. I was like, well, they're legit.
Yeah, made a good run.
I mean, they're actually a legitimately good team.
Mm-hmm.
Does that feel odd for Lions fans?
I saw a special. They were going around town. Everybody's hooping it up, fired up.
Well, Dallas was fired up because they got the quarterback signed and
Big Dak,
and they went and beat Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh. And everybody thought, well, hey, we're back. We're legit. Then they come home, and the Lions absolutely carry you to the woodshed. Don't you know Jerry loved that?
Oh, yeah. On his birthday, too. They were talking about his birthday.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no. Sure.
Yeah.
But Jerry, I saw him in the interview before the game. When he starts trying to talk strategy, just own the team. Let the coaches coach.
Does he talk strategy?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
You know how it is.
Yeah. So anyway, the rest of the league, I didn't see any of the NFL over the weekend. Did y'all see any of it at all?
Who plays tonight? Anybody know? I have no idea.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Look, we had so many good college games. You just couldn't get away from
It's the
them.
Bills and the Jets. The Bills and the Jets.
They're not doing that double bill thing
How
tonight.
come
are
the
they?
Jets are on it? It seems like every time. I know why, but because Aaron Rodgers' storyline, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
And
But-
of course, after him getting the coach fired, everybody
Right.
will see how that's going
E- Even though he claimed he didn't, but we all know he did.
Right.
We'll be back. We'll take your phone calls, whatever's on your mind. Look at any stories that we might have missed. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. Bring up topics that you wanted to cover before we wrap up the hour. For some of you, we'll wrap up the whole day together. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. We all have two ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood, fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup,
Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. Do you owe back taxes? Still haven't filed your tax return? Did you forget to file an extension? The October 15th deadline is coming. Once it hits, the IRS can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. You need Tax Network USA now to handle your tax IRS problems. I mean fast. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to, which ones to avoid. Tax Network USA already helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. Now, they also need you to move fast because October 15th is days away. Tax Network USA is the team we recommend to solve your IRS issues so you can get your life back. Don't wait. Schedule your free confidential consultation now. Call 1-800-780-8888, 800-780-8888, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com for the link. So here we go. Lines are available, all 10 of them, 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to join us. We'll go phone trolling to wrap up the hour. Here we go. The largest number of people, shortest amount of time. The old buzzer will sound to stop the call at 30 seconds. No rambling on the phone troll, and also no meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. Everything else, it can be part of the action. Greg's taking them right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you move now, you'll probably get in. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Dinesh D'Souza, our guest, his latest film, Vindicating Trump, a new book to go along with that. You can find all that by going to vindicatingtrump.com or catch Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, wherever you get podcasts, if you haven't already seen it over the weekend. Also, some headlines, Bubba, that we did not get to today. Frontier Airlines. Are you familiar with Frontier Airlines?
Oh, yeah. They get in there and get it done, don't they?
Had a wild moment. We had a woman that claimed that she is president and sovereign ruler, and she demanded the pilot turn back because she had forgot her cell phone. She wanted the plane to turn around and go back, and the reason why they needed to do what she said is that she was president and sovereign ruler.
You know, I didn't see the video, but I saw a still picture from the video, and she had realtor eyes.
Yes, she did.
If I can use that term, no offense to the realtors.
Right. She has not been identified. She was flying Frontier Airlines, made the scene, and she, she added some stuff with that. She said it's a bona fide word and that she could say it, and I'm trying to see what they actually did. Did they just calm her down? And the story doesn't really give us the end result of what happened. That they,
I think they removed her.
Yeah. So there you go. You don't want to be on the plane and hear someone claim to be president and sovereign ruler.
No.
Of the whole blankety world.
Just because she forgot her cell phone.
Right.
That's good.
Here's Brian, who claims he's had an encounter with a badger, but not a wolverine, just a badger.
Yes, and badgers are widespread, and I didn't realize that there were badgers in the New Mexico desert until in '87. I was on the back of an M1A1 Abrams, broken down, when Donato comes around with the Jeep to get his new batteries. He runs around the back of the berm, and I'm sitting there by the back of the tank, and I'm looking down, and I see this big furry badger waddling at an amazing speed. Comes up and said, "Donato, don't move!" And that badger goes through the back tire, which is bias ply with an inner tube. When it hears it go, whoosh, he runs back around the corner.
So he bit into the tire and punctured it?
No, not his bite, his claws.
Wow.
And where was this at?
At New Mexico Desert Training Area outside of Fort Bliss.
Gotcha.
I trooped 3rd and 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, and I said, "Donato, get up here," and everything. In about half an hour, we'll go down and change your tire.
Yeah, not right now.
No, we're going to let him clear out.
Not right now, no.
And I didn't know they had badgers in the desert. Did you? I thought they were more of a cold weather, woodsy place too.
They have them in Wisconsin, I know.
Yeah, right. Yeah, especially on Saturdays. But I'm out of the badger loop a little bit. I just know I wouldn't want to mess with one.
No, and they say a wolverine can even be more aggressive and maybe even bring more to the game. Let's go to Tony out of South Carolina. Tony, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Tony from South Carolina. Rick and Bubba, I haven't called in a while.
Good to hear from you.
Calling myself. First off, I want to thank you guys for everything that you have been doing for so many years in my life. The good-looking Tony is from Starkville, so traveling from South Carolina to Starkville years and years ago, I ran across this radio show called Rick and Bubba, and I was not a believer then, and God has changed my heart. You guys came on Turner South, and I started watching it, been listening and watching every day since, and I'm a pastor now, and I just wanted to thank you guys for everything that you have done, and God bless you guys in your next venture.
Thank you.
We'll be listening for that. But the call was because you can't have nothing, Rick and Bubba.
You can't.
I'm an Alabama fan and a Detroit Lion fan, so wouldn't you know it? When Detroit gets good, Alabama's no good.
Well, now, Tony, don't be like,
Tony,
what do you mean they're no
they had
good?
one loss.
Look at Tony.
And one loss and one game that was a little.
Have nothing.
I mean, hey, you, what happened to the Tide? We should have never had this guy come in here. I'm telling you, got his T-shirts on.
Hey.
He's serious. No discipline.
Love you guys, man.
Love you too, Tony.
I really
Tony,
love
thank
you.
you. You've been too kind over the years.
You.
Thank you, sir.
God bless you guys.
Yeah, you too, man. Thanks for what you do. Is this Kyler instead of Tyler? Kyler out of Nashville. Kyler, go ahead.
Monkey grass.
Hey, thank you, Kyler.
First time caller.
I'm glad you called, buddy. Go right ahead. Bring it in.
I wanted to say thank you for all of the years of your broadcasting. I have been with my brother and my dad. We listen to you every morning on the way to school, and just want to say that we love listening to y'all every day.
Thank you, Kyler.
Thank
Appreciate
you very
that.
much.
And but what a good family you have too. By the way, another thing we need to hit. Trump confirmed that he will go on the Joe Rogan podcast.
Yeah,
after rampant speculation.
Yeah, he's made a few podcasts.
Yeah, that's a big audience, and Rogan usually just lets the guests kind of, he'll go back and forth and he kind of stays out of the agenda kind of interviewing. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
How many times have you gotten on social media or something? Somebody will have some video and it's always titled "Blankety Blank stuns Joe Rogan and renders him silent after making blank comment."
Right.
And usually it's something to do with some health thing or some kind of medicine or something. Yeah. Vicky in Guntersville, Alabama. Vicky, go ahead.
No, listen. Now, I'm not in the Guntersville, Alabama. I'm in Arab.
Well, your phone says Guntersville, Huntsville, just so you know.
That's all right.
Yeah.
We love to have you in Arab, too.
Arab's great.
That's Arab's great, and but I was just calling because my husband has me addicted now. He's one of those government workers that gets to stay home and work and make a lot of money.
Oh,
and he has me hooked on watching the Rick and Bubba show in the mornings, and now I'm sad because to me the sexiest part of the show is Bubba right in front of the big wheel of meat.
Oh, looks like a big old turkey plane.
I look like a peacock right there.
Oh, yeah, peacock, even more.
He looks like a peacock of big meat. And I'm just not sure. I wish, Rick, I mean, you're cute as pie.
Okay, what did you just say?
I'm just telling you.
What was that you said before? Like a big
he looks like a big mate?
M-A-T? He's a sexy big peacock of meat. And I'm just telling you, I love Rick. I think Rick is just
Don't drag me into this.
But I'm telling you, when Bubba is not in front of that big wheel of meat, it's just gonna be different.
Yeah, the world is not in.
I was supposed to say something about monkey grass or a monkey?
Sure. No, why don't you just...
You said enough.
You said enough.
Plenty, yeah.
Look, you had us all
covered it. Yeah.
that Bubba's was it a big old...
Peacock,
sexy meat?
A big sexy peacock of meat.
Thank you, Vicky.
That's quite a call to end. You know, I like ending the show on an upbeat note.
That's right. Well, we did.
Yeah. Thank you. Is it Vicky?
Vicky,
Vicky,
yes.
thank you.
Yeah.
That was very, very thoughtful.
We'll never see the Will of Meat again in the same way. It does like a peacock plume behind you.
On the other camera shot.
Yeah. Top of the hour.